Happy Thursday, everyone. Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday. It's Thursday, right? The fuck if I remember. I don't know. I'm losing track of the time. Oh, my God. Hello, everyone. Hi, guys. Hello, folks. Hello. What do we have here? What do we have here? How are folks doing? How are folks doing? Let's see who we got. Let us see who we got. Excuse me. Hello, SoCal. Hello, SoCal. So glad you're here. How are you doing, SoCal? Is everything going well out there in SoCal land? Is everything going well out there in SoCal land? How are you doing, SoCal? Glad to have you here. Hello, Jay Willie. Oh, I'm sorry. I skipped a few. I was in the wrong thing. Here we go. Hello, Macon. Hello, Macon. Macon says, now we need Mamdani to endorse Kobe Lane for Minnesota governor so she wins the primary. Oh, my God. I hope so, Macon. He really ought to really focus his ability to be a kingmaker, even if he can't be president. He should like still wield that stick and, help people in the country. I would love that, Macon. I would love that. Hello, Outer Signal. Hello, Outer Signal. How are you doing, Outer Signal? So glad you're here, Outer Signal. As always, everyone. Well, that was kind of rude. That was kind of rude, Amy. We've barely even started and you're already kicking a ball at my face. That's kind of rude. Is that free? Is that one free? If it's free, I swear to God. Okay. Thank you, AMA. All right. Hello, Outer Signal. How are you doing? So glad you're here. Everyone check out Outer Signal's channel over on YouTube. Outer Signal has his own YouTube channel. Go check it out. Does a lot of great content. Fantastic stuff. Let's see here. Hello, Jay Williams. Jay Williams, good morning to you, Jay Williams. Everyone should check out Jay Williams' art. Join our Discord. It's linked at the bottom of the top of the Twitch chat, bottom of the YouTube chat. You can go to Jay Williams' profile, open up his profile. There's links to his Instagram and Twitter account. You can find it, X, whatever the fuck you want to call it. You can find his art there if you want to commission something. Hello, Jay Williams. Hello, especially if you like boobs. Hello, LeQuabois. Hello, LeQuabois. How are you doing, LeQuabois? So glad you're here. Riding that democratic socialist wave, right, LeQuabois? Seriously, though, there's at least one positive. We have some positive news today. As small as it might be, it's still some positive news. So we will talk about that. Hello, LaCroix. So glad you're here. So glad you're here, LaCroix. In your groove. So glad you're back in your groove. In your groove, I was really off my groove because you weren't here. I hope you know that, right? Like, I missed In Your Groove being around. So glad you're back in your groove. Hope you had a lovely time in Europe. AMA, hello, AMA. How are you doing, AMA? You've been around for ages. Hello, how are you doing, AMA? So glad you're here. Okay, I need to speed this shit up now. Okay, Weird Amorphous Blob. Yeah. 1848 Revolution, blah, blah, blah. Weird Amorphous Blob. Weird Amorphous Blob. Have you noticed the strange kind of intersection between romanticism and enlightenment within the 1848 revolutions? Forgive me, folks. Give me a second to nerd out with Weird Amorphous Blob here. One of the interesting things about, especially some of the revolutions in Germany, was sort of the mix of a romantic nationalism with some of the ideals of the French Revolution, as sort of a way of making their revolutions more specifically not French. I'm just curious what you've noticed about the kind of interplay between romanticism and Enlightenment thought there, or if you've gotten that far in the book so far. But glad to have you here, Weird Amorphous Blob. Mayflower Kid. Hello, Mayflower Kid. How are you doing, Mayflower Kid? As the Jester's traveling entertainer, I sarcastically, yes, thank you, Mayflower. Please like the stream, folks, if you're over on YouTube. Please like the stream. Hello, Mayflower Kid. I hope you're doing well. Please like the stream over on YouTube. Hope you're doing very well. Okay. Yeah, you're totally right, Weird Amorphous Blob. You're totally right. Okay, which is super interesting. Okay. The realist stuff. Okay. Hello, Raccoon Boy. Hello, Raccoon Boy. I hope you're doing well. I hope everything's going well for you. Hello, Johnny Joestar, also known as Diego. Hello, Johnny Joestar. Hello, Sir Bart. So glad you're here. Hello, Louise. So glad you're here. Fetty Spaghetti. So glad you're here. So glad you're here, Fetty. Who am I missing? Lurking Snow Leopard. Hello, Lurking Snow Leopard. Hello, Lurking Snow Leopard. I need to add. So yesterday, folks, there were some degenerates over in the Discord who made some new. What's the term? Made some new emojis and stickers that I'm gonna have to. I want to add to the Twitch and things like that. So that'll be fun. Yeah, they're pretty horrific. So we'll add those though to Twitch and YouTube. So you guys can have some more emojis. They're kind of fun. Hello, Druzilla. How are you doing, Druzilla? So glad you're here, as always. Am I missing anyone? Am I missing anyone? Fetty, AMA, Druzilla, Sir Bart, in your groove. Honor signal. Gwen, hello, Gwen. Hello, Gwen. So glad you're here. Thank you, Gwen, for putting the Discord in the chat here, as always. Hope you're doing well, Gwen. Hope you're staying cool. Hope all the people from the UK are staying cool. I don't know if it's as um I don't know if anyone here is it still really hot over in the UK? The way the peasantry aligned with the Austrians against the Polish aristocrats who sought weird amorphous blob. Super interesting stuff. Okay, hello, Fox Emblem. So glad you're here. All right, all right. You know what? We're done with this. We're done with this. No more hellos. No more hellos. Okay, only goodbyes. Bye-bye. We're done. I'm just kidding. We're not done yet. All right. So, guy, is it still 100 degrees in the UK? Jesus Christ. Matt Saigai. Hello, Matt Saigai. How are you, Matt Saigai? So glad you're here. As always. So glad everyone's here. All right. Okay. So let's go on. Let's go on, folks. So listen, guys, listen. We have a few news items to cover. I have not looked that much at the news. You know why? Because I've been trying so fucking hard to make a presentation so that we can finish the Vietnam War. We still are not going to be able to finish it. I put so much goddamn time into it. I spent most of this morning making a pretty crappy presentation because I fit in so much information into it that I don't really have as much time to make it pretty. But we're going to do a lot of Vietnam War stuff today. And then hopefully we'll only need hopefully one more presentation after this to finish it up. So we will try to get through a bit of it today. I know I am. You're right, LaQuam. I'm doing my best Nixon impression. So we will try to finish it hopefully tomorrow. We're going to get through a lot of it today, though, because it's becoming exhausting. I love it. I love teaching all the details, but I know it was supposed to be 1 week, and now it's going on 2. And then I keep adding too many details because I want you guys to get all the nitty gritty details, and I don't know what to leave out. So I'm enjoying it. I'm just saying, hopefully tomorrow will be the last day, even though I've said that a million times. So we're going to go through a lot of it today, but we won't go into as much detail today just because there is so fucking much. So, okay. I know Weird Wars Blob, right? So just to kind of speed through a part of it, we will do some of it today, but I'll still give you some of the important stuff, okay? A lot of the important stuff. All right. So first, let's do some of the news stories, guys. Let's do some news stories. There are more news stories than just these, obviously, but we will, you know, we do but the best with what we can, given the time constraints, etc. Oh no, I know, Sir Bart, and I know, guys. Listen, I know a lot of you really like how long this. I have enjoyed going into this much detail too, but there comes a point where if it's like we're getting to the end of the second week, I need to make sure that we have other things to talk about and stuff. So hope I'm not cutting anything. We're gonna do a lot today. It won't be as pretty because I kind of just wrote things down, but it won't be as pretty today. But we're gonna get through a lot today. Okay, so I'm not gonna cut anything, but I'm going to maybe just try to do a lot today so we can finish it by tomorrow. Okay. Fox Emblem. Fox Emblem. There's a bunch of SCOTUS rulings today. Diarrhea for everyone. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Okay, so guys, let's talk. Let's talk. So, few news items here. Few news items here. We so fun couple first funny little news. Now there's going to be some news I can't cover literally because I was focused so much on getting through this stuff. Like I know there were several Supreme Court rulings. All of them, pretty much all of them are pretty terrible from what I've seen. We're not going to talk much about that. I should, alas, we're not, because I haven't looked enough into them yet. I just know that they're not great. And I know that they're pretty horrific in a lot of ways. So maybe we'll cover those tomorrow. Alas, we're going to cover a few things. So here's the first one. Here's the first thing. One. All right, who did that? Oh, did we just get another follower? Thank you, whoever followed. Hey, we met our follower goal. Follower goal of 440 subscribers. I mean followers. Yay! Now we have a new goal. We got to get to 500. We got to get to 500. Okay. I know, shocking, LaQual, right? So maybe we'll actually look into those later in the stream, but haven't looked into the details quite yet. Okay, I know, Weird Morphous Blob. Weird Morphous Blob kind of gets annoyed with me too. I get annoyed having to. Well, whatever. Okay, so something kind of funny that happened. It's not that funny. Is that yesterday, all over the news. So let's do. I mean, on Tuesday, all over the news, and I'm telling you about this story because one, to teach you about news literacy, because you all know I'm kind of like into news literacy and showing people why it is the news isn't always the best source for things like New York Times and shit. Okay. Uh, so on Tuesday, this article was on the New York Times and it stated Senate votes to check Trump's war powers, rebuking him on Iran. What is funny? Okay. So what does this mean? What does this mean? Well, here's the thing. All the news sources I saw on Tuesday were talking about this. Like, oh, this was a headline news story. Oh, the Senate rebukes Trump. Republicans turn on Trump. Is Trump finished? Republicans rebuke Trump. Okay. No, no. And it's pretty obvious that it's a no based off the notion that the kind of resolution they passed, which basically says that Trump shouldn't wage any more war in Iran was basically a non-binding resolution. It was a resolution that did not require a presidential signature and was more symbolic and literally did not have the effect of law. Okay? So there's that problem, first of all. Okay? The fact that it was so blown up in the media is hilarious to me. It was absolutely hilarious to me because it was a non-binding thing and it had like no real legal force behind it. Okay. So did anyone know that? Like, did people? Okay. So just to be clear here, most of the Democrats did vote for it, as did a lot of Republicans. Of course, John Fetterman voted with the Republicans against some Republicans against it because he's a fucking piece of shit. But we do know that it was not a real thing, right? And not only that, okay, J-Mac, hold your goddamn horses. I swear to God. Okay. Y'all don't give me a chance to finish what I'm saying, J-Mac. You don't give me a chance. Okay. Anyway, no, it's okay, J-Mac. Don't worry. I'll talk about it. Okay. So, like, why the fuck are all the main news sources being like, Trump, and you know why? You know why? Trump was great. You know why? Because, guys, people want to be, I'm going to start yelling already, Jay Williams. Okay. People are hope pilled, right? Or hopium pilled. Any little bit of what they think is positive news will make a lot of money for the newspapers. I'm dancing. Ooh, 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 ooh. La 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 la. Okay, so I'm gonna do the swim. Do the swim. Do the swim. Do the swim. It's a swim. It's a swim. It's a swim. Okay. So and then I can do a little jitterbug. I don't even know how to do a jitterbug. Whatever. Fuck it. There. We're done dancing, and I'll jog now. Okay. So this is a meaningless thing. It's a meaningless thing. And the newspapers, because people are so desperate for good news, especially liberals, so desperate for good news. Have you guys noticed how a lot of times liberals like take any little piece of news that slightly is bad news for Trump and blows it up into this massive victory, and then they're basically ejaculating over them? I'm sorry, that's gross. They're basically like dancing in the fucking streets when and then nothing changes, and then it's like they forget that they had danced in the streets previously and that nothing ever came of it. Have we noticed this? Okay. So like literally weird amorphous blob, that is literally, and it drives me crazy. I'm not just saying liberals. When I use the word liberal, I mean like normies. Okay, that's basically what I mean, normies. And I am so sick of it. This is one of the reasons, guys, I have not been going as much into the news, because so much of it is like, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. None of the really good news is that good in the end, and then the bad news is expected, and it doesn't really. Okay, and things change so quickly. But regardless, hello, gluteomyalgia. How are you doing? Okay, so anyway, by the way, not only was this all over the news sources and people were celebrating today, or was it yesterday? This came out. All right. I mean, yesterday. Yesterday, this came out. Not only, yeah, I know, Louise. Not only, by the way, was it not a real resolution on the 24th, the Republicans changed their minds and they voted on a second resolution that basically was counteracting the first one. So, not only was it non-binding, the Republicans are so pathetic and weak in the face of Donald J. Trump that they're like, he got mad at the first one, which wasn't even binding. And then they're like, oh, sorry, Mr. Trump. Sorry. Let's suck you off more. Let's lick your boots more. And they quickly passed another bullshit thing, rescinding the first one essentially. And so it didn't. So they're too pathetic to even pass a non-binding resolution against him. Now, listen, listen. So, like, okay, that's like hilarious. First of all, very much symbolic of the Republican Party state. Okay, the state of the Republican Party, but also just like the rot that we have in this country. Also, can I give Trump a compliment? You're all gonna hate me. I'm gonna give Trump a compliment. Oh my God, I wish we had a fucking president in there, like a progressive, okay, who did this, was able to like scare fucking Congress into doing his or her or their will, right? That would be fantastic. But Jesus Christ, why do we have to have lunatic Trump be the one who does that, right? Why do we have to have lunatic Trump being the one who's good at doing the bully pulpit? Okay, Weird West Blob. You know Weird West Blob. I'm defending myself from liberal attacks. Okay, you know what'll come if I say too much of this shit. Okay, like, oh, it's so fucking annoying. But anyway, okay, like imagine guys if Biden was like this and was like bullying Congress into passing Medicare for all or something, and was like throwing a tantrum and like threatening to primary any Democrat that went against his desire for Medicare for all or something. Like that'd be pretty great. That'd be pretty great. And he'd be very popular. And there'd be a lot of pressure put on fucking Congress to do what he says. But alas, we can't have nice things. We had to leave it for the autocrat to do it, for the dictator. Anyway, okay, yeah, imagine if the Democrats had spine. And this just shows you guys, Trump is showing you in real time what a Democrat could be, what a Democrat could do if they actually cared to, but they don't. Oh, I know Biden would never, Raccoon. This is all a fantasy. If any Democrat would have done these things, okay, or will do these things. But anyway, so there you go. So please don't take, again, when you read the news, do not just read headlines, read the article, because sometimes the reality is hidden in the article. And then just remember that you can guess that a lot of people won't be noticing this next part. They won't be noticing that it was overturned, even though it was useless to begin with. Okay. So, like, just be aware of that. All right. And this wasn't as a headline of a news story. So, like, this one is on the first one. This one was on the Wrecking Boy, you're taking me too literally. I'm just using an example of a prior president. Okay. I'm saying, like, if any president were to actually do good things and weren't evil and then use that. Okay, you see what I mean? It's theoretical, Raccoon Boy. I do not like Biden, as you know. Okay. All right. So, okay. Uh, so you guys get my point here. All right. Yeah, Raccoon. You don't know that by now, Raccoon? How dare you? Okay. Jesus. Thinking I'm complimenting Biden. Jesus. Disgusting. Okay. Anyway. So there you go. Just be careful about this shit. All right. Just be careful about it. Uh, all right. So there's that. Next thing here. Let's talk about something that is somewhat positive. Okay. Just because I'm saying I don't like reading the news sometimes doesn't mean that there aren't positive things that we can be looking at. And one of them is this. There were a series of elections in New York City very recently. How dare you, Jane Williams? Okay, let's see here. A SoCal. The problem isn't that Dems don't have a spine. It's that the cockroaches known as the GOP don't and will slither to whatever they're do. No, SoCal, it's both. It is both, SoCal. The Dems don't have a spine, and that's a massive reason why they keep losing elections. If they would have had a spine when they had power and had actually passed progressive reforms, they would have been able to defeat the Republicans. I can guarantee you that. Maybe not guarantee. I'm not like a prophet. But it is. The Democrats not having a spine is a big reason why Trump is in power, is a big reason why we're in this scenario. And by the way, SoCal, and you know this, when the Democrats were running for the presidency, there were tons of left-wingers, progressives and stuff yelling at them to have a spine. And they're all like, no, you guys are crazy. We need to cater to the right. That is not having a spine. So yeah, the situation we're in is partially because of the Democrats being not having a spine. Yes. All right. Okay. So, yeah, you're right. The Republicans do slither, but that's because Trump is really good at making them slither. Okay. Which is unfortunate. Okay. So anyway, let's go on here. So there were a bunch of elections. Yeah, I think so. LaCroix, obviously I can't predict the path. Look, the past Lacroix says if Biden would have stood firm on his original student loan forgiveness policy and forced it through, they would have easily won. I agree, Lacroix. Alas, I mean, I can't be sure, but yeah, I would get that. So that's just, improve people's material conditions. Anyway, so alas, they can't do that shit. All right, you know what? This isn't working. Let me find a different article. So Mamdani, uh, what's the term? Sponsored a bunch of Mamdani Victory New York, sponsored and approved of a ton of candidates in a New York election. Okay, in New York elections. And practically, I'm pretty sure every single one. Hey, Mithril's back. Hey, Mithril. There's some good news. Mithril, you get a boop. Boop. Mithril said, Mithril, we've been asking about you. Mithril just said, hi, Casual Revolt and everyone else. I have returned from the hospital. Praise be to the NHS. Praise be, Mithril. I am so glad you're here. I am so glad you're back. I was worried about you. We actually stopped hearing from your daughter, and I was like, oh, gosh, I hope Mithril's okay. But thank you, Mithril. I'm so glad you're back. Okay, how are you feeling, Mithril? I bet you're still recovering, but I'm very glad you're back, okay? All right. Hope you're also staying cool, Mithril. I know it's really hot over there. All right, you guys. So I was okay. Anyway, you get a second boop. Boop, boop, Mithril. You get a boop. All right. So anyway, let's go on. So a bunch of the candidates that Mamdani sponsored slash what's the term? Endorsed won. Almost all of them. If I'm pretty sure it was all of them, wasn't it? Okay. Literally, so 3 candidates backed by Mamdani, one in New York. Okay. Partially because they're backed by him. I'm almost certain of that. So we are seeing, and a lot of them, if almost all of them, I think were sponsored by the Democratic Socialists of America. Like, we're seeing a massive left push in New York. Okay. And Mamdani is leading the way on that. And that's a good sign. Right now, he's becoming somewhat of a kingmaker in New York, at least. Right now, do hope that this. Yeah, that's so stupid, LaQuan. Anyway, okay. Yeah, hello, official, whatever this is. How are you doing, official, whatever this is? I know, Sir Bart. I know, but literally, Sir Bart, you can understand why I'm saying this, right? You can understand why I'm saying this. Hello, Pet Gone Bad. How are you doing? Okay, this is good. This is also a sign that, like, as we all have said for many, many months now, if you do things for the people will come back to you. Okay, they will like you if you actually improve their material conditions. And by all accounts, he is improving New Yorkers' material conditions, and it's allowing the left to win tons of elections. Might this translate into something more? National. It's unclear. I think it's unlikely. But I am less sure of that than I am normally of things, okay? Because if Mamdani takes the path of trying to have a national voice and actually starts endorsing Democrats, left Democrats or lefties elsewhere in the country, that might have an effect that is positive. I don't know. But it is a very good sign that this happened. And okay. Hi, CR. Electoralism is the future. See, I hate you so much, Philly Cheese. I hate you so much. Official, whatever this is. Hello, I'm doing well. Oh, official, whatever this is. Forgive me. Who are you that I rated? Who are you that I rated? I don't recognize your name. Is there a different name you have? One second. Let me check out your profile. Let me see who you are. Okay, so I can remind myself who you are that we rated here. Oh yes, 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 yes. Okay. Yeah, 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 yeah. Right, 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 right. Right, right, right. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, you changed your name. You changed your name. I got you. I got you. So you changed your name. No problem, official, whatever this is. Hope you're doing well with your new streaming career, etc. Okay. All right. So anyway, so this is a good sign. Now, admittedly, why can't it be a national movement? The South voted. Oh, I know, JMac. Oh no, I'm not saying it couldn't be. I'm just saying that I don't know if it will be. It could be a national movement. But obviously, Mamdani can't run for president. Mamdani cannot run for president. So it's not like he can have a campaign around him for president, but he still could have a massive impact on politics if he gets involved outside of New York and endorses people and stuff. So we'll see where it goes. It's a slight positive. Now listen, guys, I said before that there's only a very, 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 very thin margin of possibility that reform and electoralism can work, right? So I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not exactly hopeful that this is going to be something national and big. Regardless, this is good news. So I'm not going to deny that this will materially benefit the people of New York City and maybe the country if it spreads. We might become a more civilized nation if you want to use that terminology, because maybe we'll treat people a little better. That being said, this should not. We need more. Okay, but regardless, it's a good sign. Okay, it's a good thing. It's good for people if this does in fact work out and spread. Okay. Um, as long as Mamdani doesn't turn into a Fetterman, I'm good. Yeah, Mellow Munchies. I don't. Welcome back, Mellow Munchies. I remember you around here. We'll see how he does. Yeah. Okay. I don't think he will turn into a Fetterman. He just doesn't seem like the type at this point. But we'll see. Anything can happen. And plus, he hasn't had a stroke. Exactly, outer signal. It'll lead to better material conditions. So do we all get this? It's sort of a positive. Okay, it's sort of a positive. All right. Yeah, I agree, Lacroix. Plattner is more likely to turn into a Fetterman. So this is good news. Thank God for Mom Daddy. We all love Mom Daddy. He's the best, right? He's the best. Now, what exactly? So that's good news. No, J-Mac, I refuse to give Hassan credit. J-Mac, J-Mac. Listen, J-Mac, listen, you son of a bitch, okay? Listen, all right? I feel like you might have a bit of a Hassan addiction problem. You know why, J-Mac? And no, I'm not saying this out of jealousy, even though it is partially out of jealousy, because I want to be as big as Hassan and as sexy as Hassan, regardless. Whatever, okay? So you can decide how much this is I'm saying this out of jealousy. We do know I am actually kind of frustrated. Now wait for it, J-Mac. I'm actually kind of frustrated with the amount of like commentary online making it seem like Hassan is like unilaterally deciding all these elections, okay? Ooh, Hassan did this. He must be the one who was victorious. Like, oh, look, give credit to Hassan. He's probably the reason Mamdani, all these people won. Okay, well, that's nice. He helped. He helped. Yeah, I know, J-Mac. I know he is, but okay, you know what? Fuck all of you. Fuck all of you, okay? Whatever. I hate all of you. All right. Yeah, he's doing what he should be doing, that he should have been doing this whole fucking time anyway. I love Hassan. He's the best. Anyway, so guys, let's go on here. Yeah, I know you're right, LeQuavois. Okay. All right, disgusting Mayflower kid. All right, let's go on. So that is good news, right? Now, I do want to quickly check out what were some of these court here. Well, do I even want to look into what these court decisions were? Literally, guys, I saw a headline about it, and I'm like, I don't want to deal with this. I don't even want to read it. But okay, what were some of the court decisions that were made? I know they're all awful. Jesus, I'm gonna have to read about them. Court decisions. All right, court decisions. Recent, okay. There we go. All right. Yeah, I know. So let's just I'm not Jesus. Do we have to look at these now? Can we like court decisions, recent news? All right. What do we know about the court's 5 most recent rulings? Let's just look at this now and get it over with. All right. So, in a vote of 6-3, the court held that ExxonMobil can sue Cuba. Well, that's cute. Love that. So apparently ExxonMobil is allowed to sue Cuba. That was a very shocking. Wow. Is there anything else we can do to Cuba while we're on the list? Yeah, the court agreed that ExxonMobil can legally sue Cuba. I don't know the details. It's just fucked up. So there's one thing. Oh my God, look at this. This is great. In Laos, the court was 6-3. Disgusting. 6-3 voted yes, 6-3, that federal immigration law does not require a border officer to have clear and convincing evidence that a lawful permanent resident has committed a crime. involving moral turpitude before declining to admit that person into the country. Okay, so literally they can just be like, well, we think you may have committed a crime, so we're not going to let you into the country. They don't even need evidence for that. Okay, that's good. Great, great, great. All right. In Landor, oh my goodness. Okay, this. Wow, okay, this is fun. The court held that the alien tort, okay, only allows foreigners to bring lawsuits in U.S. courts alleging serious Okay, so aliens, illegal aliens, that's what the phrase they used, allows foreigners to can only bring lawsuits in U.S. courts alleging serious violations of international law based on the small group of claims Congress likely had in mind when it passed the ATS. It also held that the Torture Victim Protection Act does not allow lawsuits for aiding and abetting torture. Oh my God. Oh my God. I love America. Apparently, they're like, you can't bring lawsuits against people who aided and abetted torture. Oh my goodness. Isn't that great? Yay. Now, listen, guys, I'm going to have to definitely look into these more. That was passed along partisan lines. That's cute. Love that. So I don't really know the details, but guys, are we surprised? Are we surprised it was always legal? I mean, we like, who cares? We love torturing everyone. It's like it's a foundational American value. Okay, so that's good. All right, good, 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 good. Okay, so there we go. That's fun. Well, there you go. I would have to look at more of this stuff, guys, but there's some cute little court hearings. Anyway, I don't know. I gotta look up these details. It's just great. Obviously, we're following. Oh, that got you. So Alyssa says Exxon is suing to recoup from the Castro seas. Well, Alyssa, do you remember my presentation on Castro? Do you think that Cuba deserves that? Do you think they deserve that? ExxonMobil deserves just compensation for having their poor property seized by the communists in Cuba. No, fuck them. They don't deserve a fucking cent. If anything, they should be sued into oblivion by Cuba. But anyway, regardless, Jonas, I hate Mamdani because of him, coffee shops won't serve Zionist. Oh, I know. Oh my God. I know they did weird amorphous blob. It's so fucking stupid, right? Yeah, it was refute. You're completely right. To be clear, guys, the Cuban government offered compensation to people who had had their property seized by the government after the revolution. And other countries accepted the compensation. France accepted compensation from Cuba. I think Spain did too. The United States did not. They did not accept compensation because they want to increase tension with Cuba and they want there to be an ongoing issue with Cuba. Regardless, so okay. Anyway, guys, this yay for more clusterfucks. Yay for more clusterfucks. Okay, so there you go. More great court decisions that are just going to slowly strip away all sorts of protections and shit. All right. And I know this is kind of intellectually lazy of me, but I'm going to say it. Like one of the reasons I have not been going in much depth into the news is because it's my physical health is it's not great. When I like and it doesn't really what is it going like at this point I can generally rank the news coming the United States as shit, right? And no matter and like generally we're in a fascist regime that's authoritarian, things get worse and worse. It's shit, okay? Any news story ain't gonna change the fact that it's shit unless it's a really big fucking story. And like it just keeps getting worse. And like at what point I don't know. It's just like I don't need to constantly okay, so we get the point, right? Like things aren't going well and nothing is happening to change it at the moment. Like very little's happening. Right. So anyway, can we just like do something about it? Can we do something about it? Because otherwise I'm gonna lose my mind. Okay. Your health, I didn't hear clearly. No, Drew, I'm saying like for the sake of my mental health, it's like I don't see the point in continuing to go into granular detail about every bad story since that there's like no good stories. And like we already know, like the United States became fascist a while ago, and like we're still in it. Anyway, you guys are gonna see today, by the way, as we talk about some of what Nixon did in Vietnam War, that some of these things aren't even new. right? They're not even new, but you'll see what I mean, okay? I mean, I'll still talk about the news, but you can tell my frustration grows, and it doesn't really seem to. It seems to be kind of liberal to debate these things in a way. Like, I don't know how to frame it. Okay, let's go on. Let's go on. Okay. Ugh. Oh, no, I'm fine, Drusilla. Thank you. All right. I'm going to take a drink of my tea. How's everyone doing out there? We good? Yeah, no, exactly, Jonas. It's like what? And plus, things change so quickly in this regime, just like that last story I showed you, that one day it'll be one story, and the next day Trump will reverse it. So, like, at any given day, I don't know what the fuck his policies are. Okay. Anyway, also, guys, one last thing before we go on here. One last thing of interest is that, one of my issues here with learning about this stuff is I also have a historian's mindset. And I tend to think that it's really difficult to know exactly what's happening the moment things are happening. You need to wait a few years to sort of, or wait a little bit to kind of uncover the full story about what's happening, because a lot of this stuff is smoke and mirrors, right? And you're going to see when we talk about Vietnam that even then a lot of it was smoke and mirrors. Okay. So, so I don't know. We'll see how it goes. All right. Okay, the anger is good. The more people feel like there is no law and that consequences don't matter, I agree, Sir Bar, and I am very angry. I'm very angry, and I wish more people were angry enough to take action. Thank you, Mithril. Oh, thank you, Mithril. Mithril says just a bit of pound sterling to cheer you up. Thank you, Mithril. Really, thank you for the donation. Okay. Thank you for the donation. Mellow Munchies. Well, my partner and I were let go from our jobs last week. Mellow Munchies, I'm so sorry. Really, I'm very sorry. I really am very sorry. Okay. I'm really sorry about that. That's horrific. Okay. A lot of people are suffering. I'm sorry you're one of them. Okay. Outer signal. The confusion and exhaustion is part of the point of their fire hose of fossholes. Yeah, of outer signal. And to be clear, guys, I am still reading all the news stories that are coming out. Not today, I didn't, because I had a lot of other stuff to do, but like I just don't talk about them much on stream. Because, you know, uh, I don't really have much to add to it. You can read about what's happening if you want to, but okay, whatever. I'll try my best. I'll try to be better at talking about this stuff more. But anyway, okay, guys, let's go on. Let's go on. So we are going to continue our Vietnam War shit today. Okay, we're going to continue our Vietnam War stuff today. Our Vietnam War stuff today. Maybe we'll talk a little bit more now about the news. I'm not gonna lie. I'm sad that Iran and America aren't fighting again. I'm Sir Bart. I didn't say it. You said it. Okay. So we let's talk a little bit more about the Vietnam War. Now, again, this is gonna be. I'm gonna throw a lot of information at you in an effort to so that we conclude this tomorrow. You can see the presentation isn't great today. Okay. Because I have so much information on here. I didn't have time to make it all look pretty. So we'll finish. I know Weird Morris Blob. We will finish the Vietnam War stuff tomorrow, hopefully, if we get through enough today. Okay. So let's go on here. Let's go on here. That's fantastic, Mellow Munchies. Okay, that's fantastic, really. Okay, so I wanted to start, guys, by showing you some photos. The Vietnam War. By the way, this is our educational segment. Everyone needs to stay around. If you don't stay around, I'll hate you forever. Okay. All right. So let's learn a little bit more, guys. So let's do a little reminder from yesterday. What was the name of the massive offensive that North Vietnam undertook? Okay, in an effort to cause a general rebellion in South Vietnam. What was the name of that general offensive called? And who kind of planned it? Who was the guy who planned it? Who was the main figure in pushing to have this general offensive against the South? Let's see what you guys say here in the chat. What do we think? The name of the general offensive. There you go, Weird Morphos Bob. The Tet Offensive. Correct. The Tet Offensive. Who was the guy? Exactly, Mithril. You got it. Who was the guy who the northern leader who was sort of responsible for planning this offensive, etc. Do we remember? Thank you, Doug. I'll take a drink. What do we think? Do you guys remember his name? The leader of the North Vietnam at this time. His name was Lee Zuan, right? Lee Zuan, okay? Uh, uh, D-U-A-N. Correct, Jonas. So Ledaun, Lee Zuan. All right. And how did this offensive go militarily? How was it for North Vietnam? Was it a successful offensive militarily for North Vietnam? Based off what we learned about yesterday. Not good, elevator lady. Right. It was a horrific military defeat for North Vietnam. Okay. It is not much of an exaggeration to say they would have trouble recovering in a significant way. And it did the most amount of damage it did was to the Viet Cong. Okay. So militarily, it was a massive defeat for North Vietnam. It was especially horrific for National Liberation, the National Liberation Army. A lot of Viet Cong were killed in this. Destruction of a lot of equipment. And you guys will see that I have complaints about Lays One, okay? Because if you think, if you think about, yeah, exactly, Jonas. And remember, as Jonas says, just hearing about the plan made me think, oh no, that's a bad idea against a far more advanced military. Yeah, and even Giap, right? Giap, who had been in charge of defeating French forces, thought it was a bad idea, but Lays One didn't really listen because Giap was like, hey, the reason we do guerrilla war is because we found out in the past that direct assaults on cities don't really work for us. Okay, we need to utilize our guerrilla forces in the terrain to defeat superior firepower that the other side has. Okay, so it was a disaster. And Lei Zwan actually continued to make this mistake, guys, for a little bit. He actually launched a second Tet, kind of called Little Tet, that also was disastrous. And then he later on launched another mass offensive of a similar vein of Tet that was once again disaster. So he kept making that mistake several times. Okay, now how was this battle though when it comes to political politics? Was it victorious? Was it good or bad for the North when it came to the political side of war? Was the Tet Offensive a victory or a defeat politically? Excellent, Sir Bart. It was very good politically. Now, the North didn't intend that. They weren't thinking that they would cause like a general, a lot of upset people to be upset in America. So this is kind of a coincidental side effect. But yeah, why? Why was this such a shocking offensive for Americans back home and things like that? Okay. Yeah, absolutely, Lacroix. The policy of killing civilians and bureaucrats was very bad. It was very bad. You're being more nuanced than I am, Lacroix. You're actually outsmarting me. Politically, it wasn't good on the ground. It actually turned a lot of South Vietnamese civilians against the North in the Viet Cong because they slaughtered tons of civilians, oftentimes and very unjustifiably. Okay, but there was also politically, it was very good thing for them because back home, right? The Johnson had told the American people, that this was that we were like the light is at the end of the tunnel. We're about to win this war. Okay, we're on the verge of winning this war. And then suddenly this massive thing happens and it's caught on camera, and the American people were basically done. They're like, okay, we're not going to win this war. And we had known this for a long time, guys. What, 5 or 6 people at this point in our story have said proudly declared we can't win this war. But this was the point where the American people finally were pretty much convinced that it was unwinnable. Okay, so this was a massive political victory. And what ended up happening with Johnson because of Tet, partially because of Tet? What ended up happening with Johnson, President Johnson, who was president during the Tet Offensive? What did he end up deciding to do after noticing how unpopular he was due to the war? Do we remember? Do we remember what he decided to do here? So for those, no, Sir Bart? that was actually already going on, but he did, uh, not not really Weird Morris Blob. So he actually decided to not run for reelection. Okay. He did Weird Morris Blob, I should say. He decided not to run for reelection. There you go, SoCal. He said, I'm not going to run for reelection. All right. And now we are going to be going into the next presidential contest. And this one is very important for understanding Vietnam because the two candidates that we are going to see facing against each other in the United States, whoever gets elected is going to be very important for determining the fate, what's happening in Vietnam. And the two options are Hubert Humphrey for the Democrats and a gentleman that I'm sure all of you love tremendously on the Republican side. Does anyone know the name of the guy on the Republican side who ran? Tell me. For office in 1968. Okay, who was it? Who was it? Nixon. Yay, Nixon. Another lovely man, okay? So let's get into it. Okay? Now, I'm going to show you some photos, guys. Because you have to understand that the country was on fire. America was going into hell in a handbasket, okay, in terms of like, and I thought it was a good thing, but there were protests all over the place, okay? There were mass protests on university campuses. There was massive police violence in an attempt to put down protests. More and more people were getting enraged with the Vietnam War. As more and more people were drafted, more and more people were angered. Yes, Gwen, the LA riots. There were tons of riots and civil unrest all across the country. There were men who were burning their draft cards. There was very obviously a massive population pushback against the government, which is why LBJ resigned, because he saw that he probably wouldn't win the election because of how much disdain there was throughout the eyes of Americans for the war. Okay, you'll see, Jonas, all right? And I wanted to show you one of the things that I love most about learning about the Vietnam War is that as in a historical event, the photographs and the videos from the Vietnam War are some of the most heart-wrenching and powerful photographs in history, in my opinion, okay? And we have to remember that Americans are seeing these images. Americans are seeing these images, okay? So I'm going to show you some of these images, and I've already shown you some of them, okay? But just remember, these are the images that Americans are seeing. And they're seeing things like this coming out of Vietnam. This was from during Kennedy's presidency, but I'm showing you them from throughout the war. Okay. Here we have the monk who burned himself. Do we remember this, guys? Under No Diem Diem. No Diem Diem. This monk burned himself. Okay. There was that famous image. Here's another famous image. Okay. This one, I will say content warning for some of these, but I want you to see them. All right, here is an American helicopter operator. Here's an American helicopter operator with his friend. Essentially, how do I frame this? The guy's head is missing. His friend with the head gone on his lap. Okay, the look of horror on his face. All right, this guy's face as his friend is down here. Pieces of brain matter sprayed everywhere. Okay, these are the images Americans saw. All right. Here's a very famous image. It gives me chills to look at these. A very famous image. And if anyone's ever seen the movie Platoon, they play on this image at one point in the movie. They kind of reenact it. But you know, these are American forces who are trying to escape, remove injured soldiers from the front. And here we have a guy on the left kind of having a mental breakdown. I can't remember the exact details of why he was doing this, but as I recall, it was sort of a mental breakdown. He was, losing it. Okay. Hello, Virtual Violets. How are you? So there we got another image here. All right. This image. Remember this image? I showed you guys the video that this was from. Very brutal, horrific. Okay, absolutely horrific. And you can see I showed you guys the video, he shoots the guy in the head. We saw the video where he kills the guy and he bleeds out on the ground and dies. This is a South Vietnamese soldier of the government that we are funding, shooting a civilian in the head without trial in the middle of the street. Okay. So there was that. All right. Here we have another photo that I really like. Okay. I believe these are North Korean soldiers, or North Vietnamese soldiers, knee deep in there's a lot of swampy land in North Vietnam, and oftentimes the North Vietnamese and the Viet Cong would have to hide out in swampy locations that were inundated with water because those are the only safe places for them to hide out. Here we have North Vietnamese surgeons who have set up an operation table in the middle of a swamp. They are in knee deep water attempting to rescue an injured North Vietnamese soldier. Okay. I mean, okay. And lastly here, there's many other images I could show you. One of the most famous images. Yeah, Jonas. One of the most famous images, and again, there's more. This is one of the more disturbing images. There's actually video footage of this, but these are Vietnamese children walking, escaping, running out of a village that has just been napalmed. What you can't really see, it's very hard to see in this image, is that the girl in the middle, the skin is falling off of her. Okay, if you watch the video, you can see little bits of skin hanging off of her and falling off of her because the left side of her back has essentially been melted off. Okay, and the horror in their faces. And the interesting thing with this photograph is that it is contrasted with the South Vietnamese soldiers in the background who are going about like it's any other day while all these little children run. Okay. So there's tons of other photos I could show you. And but the images coming out of this war were having a major psychological impact on at the American home front, the deaths of their Americans' loved ones. Before we continue, I know Mayflower Kid has mentioned previously that she likes it. No problem, Mellow Munchies. She likes it when I share sources with you, and I have gotten away from doing that for time. But if you guys want to, here's two sources. There's many more I can give you, but two of the sources I used for some of the things during these presentations. One is a Viet Cong memoir um, by New Tang. Okay, so this is a memoir of a man who fought in the what's the term? That fought in the Viet Cong or fought in the NLA. So if you want a good firsthand memoir, primary document account of fighting in the NLA, this is a good one for you, a Viet Cong memoir. It goes all the way back to the French period and to his experience during the French period forward, okay? Another good book for understanding, uses a lot of Vietnam War examples, and the My Lai Massacre is discussed. Yes, LaCroix. I've been bad about posting my sources in the Discord, but I will try to remember to do that, and I'll also put some more in there. Another good book, if you want to learn about the Mai Lai Massacre, which I'm going to talk about today, is On Killing. It's the psychological cost of learning to kill in war and society by Lieutenant Colonel Dave Grossman. This was a really dark read, guys, and that's the point. It's supposed to make really analyze the psychology of warriors, of soldiers, and the psychology of killing and things like that. It's very dark, but it's a very interesting look. It made me understand a lot of the emotions felt by soldiers on the front. One part, guys, that we don't often talk about when it comes to war. Well, let me be okay. You know what? I'm going to explain something to you guys real fast. All right. I'm going to go off here a little bit, but one second. This will make sense because we're about to talk about the Mai Lai Massacre. All right. Which people know, you folks probably know something about. Let me ask you all a question. Okay. And this is going to go into what we're about to talk about in the term when we talk about war crimes and horror at war. Okay. We recently watched, what is it called? God, why am I having a mind blank now? Apocalypse Now, okay, which kind of really delves into these topics. So, what is the difference between these two things, folks? A murderer and a warrior. Okay, a murderer and a warrior. You could also, if you don't want to say warrior, you could say soldier. Okay, you could also say soldier, but warrior is sort of the technical term here. What is the difference? Drusilla? Correct. What narratives? Okay, what narratives? They're Drusilla, whose narratives? Right? Whose narratives determines who's a murderer and who is a warrior or a soldier? Okay, Sir Bart, you get paid. Well, sometimes don't murderers sometimes get paid, Sir Bart, like if you're an assassin or something. The victor, okay, Jonas. All right. All right. So the notion here, guys, is that throughout time and places, the difference between a murderer and a warrior is that a warrior is socially sanctioned murder. Okay. A warrior or a soldier is someone who a society gives permission, a permission structure and backing to commit murder for the state. Okay. Um, and they are given a sort of free pass in doing killing as long as it's for this particular purpose. Okay. A murderer is socially unacceptable murderer. Okay. Now, how this becomes a difficult issue. Okay. What I mean by this is it is really hard psychologically to make that differentiation, right? For a soldier. If you're killing people and you've been taught your whole life not to murder, there has to be some sort of psychological way you justify this, or that you structure it in a way where you lose sight of, or where you start killing people who don't need to be killed or unjustly killed. Do you see what I mean? Like once you start killing, how do you know when you're killing right or wrong? Either killing is right or wrong, okay? Throughout history, there has been an idea, okay? Yes, Jonas, there has been an idea of a code. Now, listen, this is all theoretical stuff, and I know that I have critiques, okay? A warrior's code, okay? Every society offers their soldiers a kind of code of conduct, right? Warrior's code. And these are where the society that a warrior or soldier comes from kind of says, all right, you are going to be granted a license to kill. You are going to be able to do killing. We will withdraw our support for your killing if you do this, 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 and this. Okay, like if you step outside of certain lines in your acts of killing, we will withdraw our social support for your killing, and you will become a murderer. Right? This system only works. Okay, you know it, Mithril. This system exactly. So this is where a lot of international law comes in. But throughout history, like even the samurai, in theory, had a code of conduct or had like a code of honor that they were, in theory, supposed to follow, that allowed them to remain murderers for the society. Okay, and to stay warriors and not become murderers. And that includes guys like if you're no longer fighting on the front and you go home, you better not start killing civilians, right? So the Warriors Code, there's different kinds of Warriors Code. I can even real fast. This is another source. If you guys are more interested in this, I forgot to mention this one. Warriors Codes. Warriors Codes book. What is it called? Oh, Code of the Warrior. 1 second. Code of the Warrior. There we go. Okay, Code of the Warrior. So this is a very famous book. I'm gonna just paste in here so I remember to put it in the Discord. It's a history book. It's a history book about warrior codes and how they function socially and things like that. Okay. Now, the problem, guys, is that none of this matters. A war, like, if you start, if there's no clear sanctions to prevent certain kinds of killing, okay, if there's no clear sanctions to prevent certain kinds of killing, soldiers are just going to start killing anyone. And I'm saying that we tend to judge soldiers that do this. That's part of the social pressure. But I can guarantee you that it doesn't matter who the soldier is. In certain circumstances, you'll be unable to stop them from killing anyone if you do not have a strict warriors code that is enforced, okay, by force. It is just the nature of war. If you are at war for a very long time, and it's especially when it's hard to determine the difference between a civilian and an enemy, and you're constantly afraid, the natural consequences of this is that it becomes logical. I am not saying moral, to be clear, I am not saying moral, but it becomes logical to a person to kill everyone they see as a way of reducing a threat to their life. All right? It becomes, think about that. Let's say you're fighting in Vietnam and you can't tell the difference between a Viet Cong and a regular civilian. You have seen all your friends killed by people you believe are NLA, and you are constantly afraid. At some point, you're going to stop having the patience to differentiate, and you're just going to start killing everyone because you don't know. And to better be safe, better kill everyone. Okay. So, um, sympathetic to some of the executions, the groom grud. Yep, you got it, weird amorphous blob. Exactly. By the way, guys, the same applies to the North Vietnamese soldiers and Viet Cong soldiers. All right. Now, listen, I am not defending this behavior because we need to have sanctions on it so that it stops from happening. So I'm not defending, for example, when the Viet Cong and North Vietnamese soldiers slaughtered 2,000 civilians outside of Hue, because there has to be sanctions on this shit, and then because in order to prevent it from happening, and if you don't, well, then you're gonna let it happen. That's your fault if you let it happen. So my point here is that if you don't have sanctions and you don't have social pressure, it causes a problem. What are we seeing happening in? What are we seeing happening in? Israel and Palestine. There's no fucking sanctions for soldiers who slaughter, rape, and kill civilians. Are there? Are there? Are there? Like, because, like, what happened when they were found to be assaulting civilians, etc. Okay, what happened when they were found to be insulting civilians? They were a bunch of Israelis went out to the prison and protested and demanded their release because they didn't do anything wrong. And every time that there's a war crime committed against the Palestinians, the Israeli armed forces does an internal investigation and then no one gets punished. Okay. So yeah. So you know what that's doing? All that's doing is saying, okay, kill whoever you want. And what do you think happens? That's what the IDF does. It kills whoever it wants because there's zero social sanctions. So they have effectively become murderers with no warriors code. Okay. No code of conduct, no pushback for that. Okay. Do we get what I'm saying here? All right. And this becomes even more complicated. And you're going to see that. Yeah. Okay. So, and this happens with every fighting force in history, All right. Okay. Um, is some better than others? Okay. More than others. Hello, Matt Saigai. How are you doing, Matt Saigai? All right. So let's go on. On that note, we're going to talk. Let's get into this, okay? And then I'll promise why I was explaining that difference will become clear. All right. Okay, so let's talk about Richard Nixon, shall we? So the next president is going to be this guy right here. Okay, Richard Nixon. Now, he was born. I don't want to go too much into his personal history. You guys can look it up if you want to, but he was in office from 1969 into 1974. All right. And he was a very, very, very ardent anti-communist. He had made a career being extremely hardline on communism and wanting to crush communism and things like that. He was a right-wing lunatic. Okay. He was very politically, he actually failed a lot politically. He failed in a run for governor of California. He had been the vice president to Eisenhower. Okay. He was a right-wing, yeah, exactly, where it was Blob. He was a massively raging racist. He hated minorities. He hated gay people. He hated women. He hated any really minority group. And if you want me to prove this to you, content warning, I guess you could say, Richard Nixon tapes on gays and blacks. I know, I don't like the word blacks, but you're going to hear why I said that. Okay. Right. So here's one about gays.
I saw Joe Bob the other day. I was trying to tune in the damn baseball game, and then CBS, the game went off, and CBS came on with a movie. Had two magnificent, handsome guys and a stupid old fellow in it. They were glorifying homosexuality.
Is that a panel show?
No, it's a movie.
No, that's a regular show. It's on every week, and usually it's just set in the guy's home, and it's usually just that guy who's a hard hat.
That's right. He's a hard
And he always just looks like a slob.
Looks like Jackie Gleason.
And then he has this hippie son-in-law.
Yeah.
And usually, the general trend of it is to downgrade him and upgrade the hippie son, make the square hard hat out to be bad.
What is it
called? I've never seen
Arch is the guy's name.
Well, that's real family entertainment, isn't it?
The point that I make is that, goddamn, I do not think that you glorify on public television homosexuality. You ever see what happened? You know what happened to the Greeks? Homosexuality destroyed them. Sure, Aristotle was a homo. We all know that. But it was Socrates.
He never had the influence of television.
The last 6 Roman emperors were fags. You see, homosexuality, immorality generally, these are the enemies of strong societies. And that's why the communists, the left-wingers, are pushing each other. They're trying to destroy us.
Okay. Let's see what he says
Despite
about
the
quote unquote blacks. Okay, that's the word he uses. Well, Nixon.
What I'm getting at is this. Let me put it this way. With a black, I think you have to settle usually for an incompetent. Because there just aren't enough competent ones. And so you put incompetence in and get along with them. Because the symbolism is vitally important. You've got to prove that you care. With a woman, though, please, good God, don't send us incompetent women. If a woman is competent, if she's up to it, if she has it, fine. Have her in. I just don't think it's worth the votes when you really look down to it, to put an incompetent woman in a position. But what I meant is, I don't want you to go overboard and say, well, now we've got a nice little lady to put in the job. Only a woman, they've got to be competent. With the black, just look the other way.
Yeah.
See, that's the difference. And the same with the Mexicans, you got to look the other way.
Okay.
Take it as you do. Gotta find one who's honest.
That's the problem. You don't worry about competence at all with Mexicans. It's just a matter of finding an honest one. Even that.
Yeah, well, that's too bad.
The loan is
had a lot of problems. It's all over honest. I mean,
what time you go through to grow up. Italians have somewhat the same.
some of the Italians.
Okay. That is actually I thought that was one of the meaner ones. But you can see he's saying that he thinks black people are fundamentally incompetent. He thinks that, like, well, you're going to have to find a competent one. That's going to be hard to do because they're all incompetent and they're all very emotional and weak-minded. And women, oh, God, women too. It's going to be really hard to find one that's competent. And so there are much worse recordings of him using the N-word, okay, speaking about, he was a really bad person. I don't know what to tell you. He was like a monster, and he was basically a fascist. Now, if you were to watch recordings of him publicly, he seemed like a really nice guy, okay? Like, big smile on his face, pretty good at speaking, okay? But was a lying piece of shit, and we know he was a fucking monster, okay? Anyway, he, let's talk, he did, Sir Bar. A lot of these guys, he didn't know he was being recorded. No, seriously, Jonas, this probably is how Nigel Farage is behind closed doors, okay? And anyway, so he, like, complete piece of shit monster. By the way, well, okay. So he was running for the presidency. He won the nomination to be the Republican candidate, and now he's facing up against a guy named Hubert Humphrey. The biggest point of contention during this election was the war in Vietnam. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to show you a clip about this election because again, this is very important for understanding Vietnam. I'm not just trying to shove in American history for no American history here for no particular reason. There's a big reason why I'm doing it. Oh God, did I actually get out of it? I had to go back to it. So let's watch about this election, okay? So give me a second here. Let me refine this. There we go. Do, 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 do. All right.
Possible. Support your local PBS station.
So 1 second here. Sure. So we're going to learn a little bit about this election and a very famous thing that happened, and that was the 1968 Democratic Convention. One second. Okay, here we go.
Youngest delegate of the New Jersey delegation cast its vote for the next president of the United States, Richard Nixon.
We had 18. David, we doubled it. 18.
Richard Nixon had been a prominent and controversial figure in American politics for more than 2 decades.
Yeah, he was also a drunk.
Congressman and senator, best known for his fierce anti-communism. Then served 8 years as Dwight Eisenhower's vice president. He narrowly lost the presidential race to John Kennedy in 1960 and was defeated again 2 years later, trying to become governor of California. His career seemed to be over. But then, in one of the most extraordinary comebacks in U.S. political history, he had outsmarted and outmaneuvered and outcampaigned his rivals to win the 1968 Republican nomination. His pick for vice president was the tough-talking but largely unknown governor of Maryland, Spiro Agnew.
Ugh.
Nixon made the case for himself as the man who could bring a fractured America together.
Yeah, Winston.
And bring an honorable end to the war.
Yeah, so he was saying we're going to bring an honorable end to the war. So, you know, there was so much pressure, he couldn't say, I want to continue the war. He's like, we'll bring it to an end, but we'll do it honorably.
When the strongest nation in the world can be tied down for 4 years in a war in Vietnam with no end in sight, when the richest nation in the world can't manage its own economy, when the nation with the greatest tradition of the rule of law is plagued by unprecedented lawlessness, when a nation has been known for a century for equality of opportunity is torn by unprecedented racial violence, and when the President of the United States cannot travel abroad or to any major city at home without fear of a hostile demonstration.
Did you guys hear, wait a second, did you hear the coded language there? So he is not he does not like black people. If you guys noticed, he said, you know, in a land that is known for freedom and of opportunity, unprecedented racial violence, okay? What does he mean by that? He's saying, how dare these dirty, dark-skinned people demand more rights? We already had plenty of freedom opportunity for everyone, right? That's what he's saying. He's saying that, like, why are they complaining? We already have freedom of opportunity for everyone. Now, he's saying it in a cute way, but he ran, guys. His big message on running was peace with honor and law and order. That was literally the word he used, law and order, as in we are going to crack down on all these goddamn hippies and black people and women and gays, okay? We're going to put the cat back in the box after all this resistance to the war, all right? Who else, by the way? Yeah, Sir Bart. Who else keeps using the phrase law and order, law and order? Donald Trump. They literally copied it from Nixon's campaign. On a side note, it was well known, it was very well known that it was literally purposely done in the Republican Party, that they literally tested out the phrase law and order. And it was well known that in the minds of especially Southern whites, it was a euphemism for cracking down on who? Come on, you know it. What do you think a Southern white thinks of when they think of we need law and order? Come on. You know. Black people. Of course. in the minds of many white people, this what they knew what it meant, that this was like, we need to send out the, because they're not going to come after me. I'm a good white person. We got to go put down those those degenerate black people, right? Who are too uppity and like going, you know what I mean? Okay. It was, thank you, Matt Saigai, for the kiss. That was very kind of you. Okay. So that's what they meant. It was a euphemism for cracking down on dark skinned people. Because at this point, guys, it was hard because the civil rights movement had just happened and was still kind of happening. You couldn't really know, you could no longer really be open about it. You could no longer really be like, well, I hate black people, I'm inferior, and we should redo segregation. Like that wasn't going to fly anymore. So they had to start using coded language. Okay, that's like a good hit in the face. Thank you. That's like okay, fucking goddamn Nixon. All right. So all right.
Then it's time for new leadership for the United States of America.
Did you see who that was? Did you see Reagan?
Good evening from Chicago, where the 35th National Democratic Convention opens tomorrow with the promise of turmoil inside this hall and a threat of violence without.
Both sides moved in their troops on a balmy Sunday morning for the confrontation of Chicago. Some 6,000 crack Army troops, riot-trained and ready for action. The Army soldiers moved out to secret locations around the city after one of the largest troop movements in domestic history.
Some 15,000 protesters had gathered in Chicago.
That's like, I thank you.
Most to register their anguish over the war.
Thanks, Matt Saigai.
Some bent on disrupting the convention. Richard J. Daley, the Democratic mayor of Chicago, was determined that there be no trouble in his city.
Guys, before we see what happens here, this was a very famous convention, the 1968 Democratic Convention in Chicago. We still have this problem with the Democratic Party today. There was a chunk of the Democratic Party who were establishment Dems who wanted to continue the war, okay, who wanted to continue the war following Johnson's lead. And the other half was like, no, we need to stop the war, okay, because, liberals, okay, like that we didn't really have an option. You either choose the Republicans. Okay, well, the Republicans did say they wanted to end it, but the Democrats couldn't get their shit together. Anyway, you'll see what I mean, because they're more loyal to the head of the party than they are to any values or anything. They're more loyal to capital. So yeah, this was the Democrats who did this violence against protesters, more progressive protesters. Okay, wow, that sounds familiar, doesn't it?
12,000 Chicago policemen were on alert.
Raccoon Boy, Sam, please check me if I'm wrong, but it does feel like Dems start war so Republicans could run on ending it. Not on purpose, Raccoon Boy, not on purpose. They don't do it on purpose. Oftentimes it's Republicans starting wars. It really is most of the time. Most of the time, I would say Republicans start wars. That is not to say that Democrats don't start wars. But yeah. It's more the case, Raccoon Boy, that Democrats won't end a war until they're really unpopular, and then the Republicans always get a chance then to be the popular ones by ending it. I wouldn't say it's on purpose. It's just that the Democrats are incompetent. Okay, thank you for throwing shit at the screen. Okay, but you can have your own opinion on that, Raccoon Boyo.
In addition to the 6,000 U.S. Army troops, there were 6,000 more armed National Guardsmen and 1,000 intelligence.
Yeah, sorry, real fast, TJ, or you could have built a new party at the time and reap the benefits now. What do you mean by you? I know you're not referring to me because I wasn't alive then, but if you mean that the American people could have done that, TJ, they tried. There was a That's like, I swear to God. There was a massive push. There were hippies everywhere. There was massive pressure on the Democratic Party, but they're corporate run. They're corpo Dems. Again, we don't have really a democracy. So there was an attempt, but didn't really work because,
agents from the FBI, the CIA, and the military. Mayor Daley cordoned off the Chicago amphitheater where the convention was being held and denied the protesters permits to march or to sleep in the city's parks.
Thank you, Matt Saigai, for the
Are
contribution.
you planning to go without the permit if you don't get the permit?
Given the fact that for many months we have notified this city and this nation that we wish to hold a demonstration and assembly in Chicago to register our convictions about the war. The tens of thousands of people coming to the city of Chicago constitute a permit. Our fight is with the militarism that is developing in this country and the response to legitimate political and social grievances by bringing
You're
in
absolutely
troops
right,
rather
Ward
than
Swab.
dealing with the real issues and real problems.
Now, so we're seeing all this tension build up, right, guys? Police and military being called into Chicago, massive protests are planned of Democrats trying to pressure the Democratic Party, of like progressive left-wing Democrats trying to pressure the Democratic Party to move further to the left and to stop the to stop the war. But you know, do we think so? What do we think the Democratic Party's going to do? What do they normally do when faced with left-wing protesters? If you want to call them that, there's debate. Some of them weren't like left-wing, but they were anti-war.
In the name of security,
Sir Bart.
freedom of the press, freedom of movement, perhaps as far as the demonstrators themselves are concerned, even freedom of speech, have been severely restricted here. A Democratic convention is about to begin in a police state.
I love Walter Cronkite was a pretty cool guy. He was not great in a lot of ways. I think he's overpraised, but he was a good journalist. He just said it. He just said it out loud. Can you imagine, guys? What station was he on? Why can't I remember? Is it CBS? Can you imagine a CBS, I guess, news anchor today saying something like, "This Democratic convention is beginning in a police state today"? No.
Just doesn't seem to be any other way to say it.
Yeah.
Will the delegates please be seated?
Vice President Hubert Humphrey, President Johnson's chosen successor, was the frontrunner. He had always been a hero to his party's liberal wing. But because he had loyally supported the president and the war, many delegates and most of the demonstrators outside the convention hall backed his anti-war rival, Senator Eugene McCarthy. On the second night of the convention, the police drove hundreds of demonstrators out of Lincoln Park with
at
clubs
night
and tear gas.
The delegates wearing bands of black crepe on their arms.
The next afternoon, the Democrats heatedly debated a plank in the party platform calling for an end to the war. When Humphrey supporters voted it down, the anti-war delegates...
None of them should be 25. To answer your question there, Lurking Snow Leopard, I went through and changed them all to 100. So I don't know why this app keeps doing this to me. I don't know if they change this every day, because it seems like every day there's a new one that's free. And then there were some that are 25. I'm like, I don't know why they keep changing, but...
erupted.
We have joined New York in this extraordinary demonstration of anti-war sentiment on the convention floor.
So, TJ, this is my point that I was making here. There was massive resistance within the party to try and change it. Look, on the floor of the convention, there was a massive degree of resistance. Right outside of the convention, there was massive resistance.
The demonstrators resisted when police attempted to arrest a young man who tried to rip down an American flag.
Watch these fuckers. Don't turn your back on these fuckers.
Here come the cops. They were guys from the neighborhoods. Italians, Polish guys, Irish guys. Probably some of them had been in Vietnam, and if they hadn't been, they certainly had cousins or brothers who were.
Philip Caputo, who had fought with the Marines in Vietnam, was now a reporter assigned to cover the conflict in American streets.
So all of a sudden, the streets are filled with these kids who don't look like college kids are supposed to look in the cops' view. And some of them were committing vandalism and yelling obscenities. And I think a lot of policemen saw that as abusing the privileges that they had and scorning them.
They are provoking us, so we do not want to confront them now. Move back, please.
Watch. They're just going to beat the shit out of these protesters.
Yeah, we're going to swap.
Yeah, practice. Look at this. Beating them, literally beating them into a pulp. Blood everywhere.
That's a report on film from Grant Park, downtown Chicago.
That evening, thousands of demonstrators, barred from getting anywhere near the convention, were marching toward Democratic Party headquarters in the Hilton Hotel on Michigan Avenue instead.
The marches seem to have come from everywhere and now are coming up south on Michigan Avenue,
Winston.
back
You know it.
toward the point where the police were blocking them before.
Jesus.
I place before you for the Democratic nomination as President of the United States the name of Senator Eugene J. McCarthy of Minnesota.
Yeah, Sir Bart, does this not look familiar? I'm not saying much, guys. I just want
Downtown
you to see.
Chicago at Balbo and Michigan Avenues, there has been in progress for some time a peace demonstration. The police have come to put it down. The National Guard has been called.
Yeah, Louise, one of them did have a bayonet attached, okay? Here they come again. I mean, guys, like, this is why I say we like to think of Trump as some kind of aberration. And yeah, in a lot of ways, he's bad than normal presidents. But this has not new. A lot of the stuff he's done, we've been in a semi-police state, if not a complete police state, for a while now, to be clear. I mean, it kind of goes up and down depending on the president. But like, yeah, there were already mass violations of civil rights. I mean, by the way, there were mass violations of black people's civil rights. Yeah, okay, he's all the you're right, Weird Amorphous Blob. He's literally, Trump is sort of all the bad taken from all the last presidents put into one president. So like, he's worse than the other ones, but just because he's taken the worst out of all the other presidents and put them into one person. So yeah, that's a good point. Weird Amorphous Blob. Yeah, is more of a culmination. So this is my point, is why I keep saying, guys, Trump is a symptom. He is not the problem. He is a problem, but he is not the problem. And unless we solve the problem, we will keep having symptoms in the form of people like Donald J. Trump. Okay? Look at this. I mean, fucking insane.
I turned on the television, and I don't think I was too particularly thoughtful as a junior in college, but I thought the country was coming apart at the seams. It looked like we were devolving into madness.
Yeah, Jonas.
And I couldn't tell, was it the protesters or the police, or was everybody insane?
You guys are going to hear something gross here.
At the
that will
convention,
also sound
there was
familiar.
more confusion. Some anti-war delegates, once pledged to the murdered Robert Kennedy, now threw their support behind yet another candidate, South Dakota Senator George McGovern.
And with George McGovern as President of the United States, we wouldn't have to have Gestapo tactics in the streets of Chicago.
Persistent chanting by the crowd, the whole world is watching.
LBJ, watching the chaos on television, considered flying to Chicago and getting back in the race himself.
Idiot.
Mayor Daley told the president he'd have enough delegates to win the nomination, but the Secret Service warned it could not guarantee his safety.
Too bad that
Australia the last week of August 1968, R&R. I never really wanted to go in R&R.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to go on here. I'm going to get to the next part of his career. Okay, I mean, the next part of what is happening here. Oh, wait. Oh, here it is. Sorry.
If he'd survived the shipwreck. A presidential commission would declare what had happened in Chicago a police riot. But in a Gallup poll, 56% of Americans approved of the way the police had handled the demonstrators.
And there's the rub, folks. There's the rub. 56% of polled Americans supported the actions of the police against the rioters. All right, now listen. There are actually debates amongst historians about debates about historians about the accuracy of that figure. I will tell you that. I suspect it is, and I'm not saying this to defend Americans, but the outlets that did these polls were more weren't as basically focused, really only asked white voters. Okay, it was mainly white voters that were asked this question. So I guess the best we could say is that amongst white people in the country, 56% supported the police, which to me actually makes more sense. It may not like in a good way, but yeah, white people were massively racist. They were being told that black people and minorities were rising up. They want law and order, law and order. Okay, admittedly, so we can't be certain. We cannot be certain about whether that poll is 100% true. It's either 56% of Americans or 56% of most white Americans. Okay, regardless, that is dark. Okay, that's dark, right? You don't do a show trial like the Chicago 8 out of an overwhelmingly unpopular suppressant. Yeah, okay. So like this is like so anyway, regardless, the white folks had a majority of the power in the country, and definitely white folks were very much pro cracking down on these things, okay? So that's good. Thank you, Matt Saiga, for all those gifted subs. Really, Matt Saiga, thank you so much for all those gifted subs, okay? But that's pretty dark, right? That a lot of Americans were pro this crackdown.
And when Richard Nixon chose to open his campaign with a motorcade through the Chicago Loop, nearly 500,000 Chicagoans turned out to cheer him.
Yeah. Nixon looked real good after this because, okay, anyway.
Hello, Mom, Pop.
No, you're not, Winston. You're not hogging the chat, Winston.
Except the rice patties stink, and it just miles and miles of nothing but rice patties, and they got dikes in them. Real cool looking. We go through them with our APCs and tear
Let's go on to the next part here. So I'm going to pause here. All right. So the 68 convention really revealed a lot of the shit to Americans. Okay, a lot of shit to Americans. And yeah. Meanwhile, so now we have the presidential election, which is going to be Richard Nixon against Hubert Humphrey, and the Democrats have screwed themselves for a large extent. Okay, hello, tater tot hot dish. You know, they alienated the left side of their party. They They alienated the not left side of their party because they weren't viewed as strong enough by the left side, and the left side, I mean, I'm sorry, by the right side. Okay, so like they alienated everyone, deeply and competently. Okay, so thank you, Matt Saigai. I didn't mean to pile on the responses. What is going on here in chat? What do you guys mean? What's going on here? Everything good in chat? So yeah, this is it's a mess. Okay. So that happened. Now, we're going to take a step back from this for a moment. So this is happening in America. Lots of chaos, a lot of political chaos, a lot of infighting, and the Democrats, the convention, and now we have Nixon and I hate you so much, Jonas. That is not true, Jonas. I do not hate people talking in the chat. Anyway, okay. So all right, let's go on now to what is happening back in Vietnam. All right, are we all on the same page here? Are we all on the same page here? Yes, yes. Get at least one. This I have no way of actually knowing for sure if we're on the same page. You know what I need to get if I ever get rich and like start making a lot of money? I want to set up a system where I can send to all of your houses, literally, for established community members, like a little button you can click to, or like make an app where you guys can vote in polls. Okay, where you all can vote in polls, so I can be like, how's everyone doing on this? And then most people will say yes. I'm like, okay, we can move on. Okay, anyway, so let's go on here. This is I know, but that takes a while, Lurking Snow Leopard. I want to be able to do it like immediately. Okay, so let's go back to Vietnam. All right, let's go back to Vietnam. During the now Lyndon B. Johnson is still in charge, and he has started a few new programs in Vietnam. Okay. No, Matt Saigai. No. All right. So let's go on here. Let's see here. No, Raccoon Boyo, you're missing my point. This is not Congress. It's not a vote. It's me figuring out if people are on the same page as I am. Like, do we get what I just talked about, et cetera? Okay. All right. So, no, Raccoon Boyo, Raccoon Boyo, I swear to God. Okay. I swear to God. I love my established community. It would only be for established community members who I trust. Okay, this is not like random people on the internet. I'd be wanting to use this app. You understand me? Okay. All right. So, and I know what the fuck I'm doing. Okay, so fuck you, Raccoon Boyo. All right. So, okay. All right. So let's go on here, guys. So back in Vietnam. Let's talk about the Phoenix program, and the Speedy Express program. Okay, the Speedy Express program and the Phoenix program. Where did I put this? So, okay, back in Vietnam, with the military defeat at the hands of, during the Tet Offensive, the Viet Cong was very weakened. Okay. And the U.S. military started adopting an effort to kind of, while the VC was weak, to try and root and stem from the South Vietnam. Okay, so they sent. I hate all of you so much. They started sending agents out to try and find the rest of the Viet Cong's infrastructure in South Vietnam. Okay. And this was important because, guys, North Vietnamese troops, many of them weren't fully aware of like the terrain and the good hiding spots and tactics in the South because they're from the North. So before this, when North Vietnamese troops would come to the South, they would rely on Viet Cong infrastructure, directions, and advice in order to do operations. So it was acknowledged by the American government that we need to root out the rest of the Viet Cong so that there is no infrastructure down here anymore to aid the North. Okay, so we started a program called the Phoenix program, which was really fucking horrible. Okay, it worked somewhat, but it was horrible. And this was a program of basically sending CIA and other intelligence agents out into the countryside of South Vietnam, going house to house, hunting down any remnants of the Viet Cong, and often executing them or arresting them or putting them in prison. Okay, many were executed during the quote unquote Phoenix program, and I will write it down here so you guys can remember it. So this was the military effort to root out the rest of the Viet Cong, called the Phoenix Program. Okay, yeah. And there's a reason, by the way, why it's called the Phoenix Program, okay, is because it's like now that the Viet Cong is weak, it's sort of the South rising up again, okay, and finally taking what's theirs. So Phoenix Program. Now, so going on here, the Phoenix Program ended up, guys, resulting in the death likely of around 20,000 South Vietnamese. By the way, the South Vietnamese government, okay, the South Vietnamese government is not, did not do this in an uncorrupt way, okay, did not do this in an uncorrupt way. They made lists of targets. Many times the targets of the people they would go after were basically just, you know, people they had disagreements with, people they didn't like, okay, people that they had like grudges against, okay? Like that is exactly what you would expect to happen. A lot of the people killed were just people that there were personal vendettas against. So, although I was critiquing previously some of the actions of the North, let's not forget who the bad guys are. Okay? The slaughter, yeah, right, Weird Amorphous Blob. 20,000 people slaughtered but in Operation Phoenix. It worked somewhat. I'm not denying it may not have worked a little bit. It may not have worked a little bit when it came to uprooting the Viet Cong, but 20,000 dead with not sure how many of those people are innocent, okay, is a big fucking problem, right? Big fucking problem. So that was going on in Vietnam, all right? And this, yeah, okay. So that was happening. And I want to quickly show you a little clip about the Phoenix program that we were implementing. And this evolved into another program that was called the Speedy Express program. So let's watch this clip about that now. All right. We'll go back to that. I need to make sure I get to the right thing here. $43.17. All right.
Later, Michael Holmes was on patrol, walking point, when he was killed by a North Vietnamese soldier.
Okay, that's a really sad story. Anyway.
This is Long An Province. Since 1962, it has been an important testing ground for the pacification program.
Weird Amorphous Blob, great mention there. I believe, and I'd have to remind myself, Weird Amorphous Blob, there is a relation to that. Okay, I think they used some similar tactics. Because this was successful, it became kind of a method that was commonly utilized against lifting movements. Weird Amorphous Blob, I don't know specifically Indonesia, but I know it was used as an example.
Amidst the flat rice fields and coconut trees lies Loc Tien Mot. The hamlet chief says only more troops will make his people safe from the Viet Cong. During the night, he adds, the guerrillas go from house to house collecting taxes.
The government may have left its traces of pacification. The Viet Cong have not left. Liz Trotta, NBC News, South Vietnam.
Since the Viet Cong had been so badly weakened in the Tet Offensive and the two offensives that followed it, General Abrams believed that hundreds of thousands of ARVN troops could now be freed to secure the countryside and win support for the government in Saigon. But permanent security was not possible unless the Viet Cong political infrastructure, the tax collectors and village chiefs, runners and spies and sympathizers, were killed, captured.
Guys, notice, I'm sorry. You remember how I mentioned how, like, the South would say, we need to go after reactionaries and hooligans, okay? And I critiqued that. What the fuck is a sympathizer? Like, That you see what I mean? Like even the language that they use, the language that these American and South Vietnamese forces use. Like you could target anyone. What the fuck does it mean to be a sympathizer? You once had a negative remark for the South Vietnamese government, so now you get shot in the head. Like so again, even though I critique the North, notice that like it's not like it's not like the South didn't do anything better. Okay, if anything, they were worse because they did it to thousands, like many more thousands. All right. It totally is, Jonas. Okay. So, right.
Or persuaded to defect. To do that, the CIA had created the Phoenix Program.
The villagers of Thuy Xuan have been assembled in the village schoolyard, where teams of government interrogators are trying to pick out from among them the members of the Viet Cong who live here.
What?
This sort of Phoenix exercise is a weekly event in districts throughout South Vietnam.
After recovering from his wounds, Lieutenant Vincent Okamoto became an intelligence officer attached to the program.
The Phoenix program was...
Admittedly, guys, this guy won I think it was a medal. He won a very high Medal of Honor for bravery during a battle. He's a war criminal. I don't even like seeing his face. I got to tell you, he really ought to be in prison. Regardless, listen to what he has to say about his participation in the Phoenix program.
Premised on the fact that the North Vietnamese coming down the Ho Chi Minh Trail when they went into South Vietnam, they were strangers just like the Americans. They didn't know the terrain, they didn't know the people. So in order for them to function operationally, they needed the Viet Cong.
Oh, I'm calm, Matzak. I'm very calm.
Infrastructure. And so the project was to eliminate those guys. And I think it made a great deal of sense.
The communists thought Phoenix was very effective. They saw it as a significant threat to the viability of the revolution. Because to the extent that you could take a sharp pointed knife and carve out the Viet Cong, the shadow Viet Cong, the shadow government,
thank you for
then their means of control over the civilian population in the South was dealt a death blow.
The pressure the Phoenix program put on the Viet Cong caused dangerous signs of what one communist official described as wavering among his followers in the Mekong Delta.
Yeah.
Depression, discouragement, and widespread drunkenness, even among men going into battle. But Phoenix's targeting was only as good as the intelligence upon which it was based. And that varied widely.
This film, made by a CBS Stringer cameraman some weeks ago, shows South Vietnamese forces interrogating an old man identified as a minor VC official.
In the Phoenix program, Americans served in an advisory capacity. Most of the day-to-day enforcement was left to the South Vietnamese Provincial Reconnaissance Units, the PRUs, who sometimes were more interested in settling old scores than in rooting out communists.
Yeah, look at that, guys. You know what that is? What is that called, what they're doing to this old man? This is brutal to watch, but did you see what they were doing to him? Put a piece of cloth over his mouth and then put water on it. What is that? What is that called? Did we see that? And now he's jerking around. We know what that method of what they're doing is. That's waterboarding. That is waterboarding. That is torture. It was used during the Phoenix program. Absolutely torture. It's not some enhanced interrogation method, as the Bush administration called it. It's a form of fucking torture. And they're doing it to old men here. We did it in the War on Terror. Okay? Fucking brutal. Monstrous.
Because it was...
Where do you think the South Vietnamese troops learned this shit? It was the CIA. It was the Americans.
Subject to abuse and was abused. Again, the geniuses in Saigon would use...
Hello, Muad. Welcome, Muad. You say, do you consider yourself Italian? I have Italian ancestry, but no, I'm not Italian. But hello, Muad.
Their computers to come up with the blacklist. You get the list, and you check with other intelligence officers in the district, and you try to pull that information. Next night or a couple of nights later, a bunch of cowboys from the PRUs would go out there and knock on the door. April Fool, motherfucker. And boom. There wasn't any real accountability.
Later, the director of the Phoenix program admitted to Congress that
So
no
stupid,
one knew
Jonas.
how many of the more than...
Real fast, guys. They kept extensive, we know about this largely because they kept extensive records of the people that were killed. They took pictures. They took pictures of everyone, okay, they killed, and then they took their fingerprints. Look at this. There are thousands of these pictures with fingerprints. They did this to make sure they had gotten everyone they were going after. So we have the pictures and fingerprints of everyone they killed.
And 20,000 who had been killed were innocent. And
oh, I guess, I might have gotten that stat wrong. The 20,000 that were killed were innocent. So, but I don't know how they would know that. So there may have been more that were killed. Sometimes I get my stats mixed up.
Although the program did succeed in degrading the Viet Cong infrastructure, the government of Nguyen Van Thieu remained as unpopular as ever.
By the way, did not make people happy with them. Again, they
a
keep
poll
shooting.
Taken in the Delta province of Long An would show 35% of the people ready to vote for Thieu, 20% favoring the National Liberation Front, and 45% backing anyone, opposed to both the Viet Cong and the American-backed regime in Saigon.
By the way, very not accurate polling. Who would want to write that you support the NLA after you hear about this program, right? There was probably a lot more support for the Ho Chi Minh and the NLA, but if you're not going to admit that on a document, on a poll, are you? Knowing what happens to people who did before, right?
Vietnam, there's a war that does not cease its bleeding. I'm talking about
Okay, back to the election.
death and the wound of war. We have not come to talk with you, Mr. Humphrey. We have come to arrest you.
Based.
You've had equal time. Shut up.
Hubert Humphrey's presidential campaign was in trouble. Richard Nixon was comfortably ahead in the polls and refused to debate. I've come to the conclusion that there's no way to win the war, he told 3 of his speechwriters in private. But we have to say the opposite, just to keep some bargaining leverage.
Lying piece of shit.
Compounding Humphrey's problem was a third-party candidate, George Wallace, the segregationist former governor of Alabama. He was sure to peel away some white voters who normally voted Democratic. Humphrey had confided his doubts about the war to Johnson early on, but had always remained stubbornly loyal to him in public. Now his advisors told him that if he wanted to win, he had to break with the president and make a bold gesture toward ending the war.
Now, I will say this, guys. I am not a fan of Hubert Humphrey. I am not a fan of any of these candidates, I've got to tell you. This, though, was politically brave, okay? The only bit of credit I will give Hubert Humphrey is that he publicly defied his boss, the president of the United States, okay? So that I appreciate. That doesn't mean that he actually meant it. I don't know. But he definitely turned on Johnson and really pissed off Johnson by doing it. And I appreciate that. At least he was, in this case, responding to what the people wanted.
On September 30th, he called for a total halt to the bombing of North Vietnam.
And that's not to say he was enough, but...
I would stop the bombing of the North as an acceptable risk for peace, because I believe it could lead to success in the negotiations and thereby shorten the war. This would be the best protection for our troops.
Johnson felt betrayed and refused to speak to his own vice president for a time.
What LBJ is like a baby, a big fucking baby. Like, oh my God, my vice president betrayed me. I'm butthurt.
But on October 31st, just 5 days before the election, the president himself made a surprise announcement. He was stopping all bombing of North Vietnam. There had been real progress in Paris, he said. Hanoi had agreed for the first time to talk with Saigon, and the United States had agreed to include the Viet Cong. It suddenly looked as if peace were possible.
Okay, so they started planning to have an official peace talks in Paris, okay?
Humphrey was jubilant. His poll numbers rose overnight. He was confident he would now be able to overtake Nixon.
Now, please pay attention to this next part, okay? Please pay attention to this next part. This is one of the worst crimes that Richard Nixon ever did. He did a lot of really bad crimes, guys, but this is one of the ones that really infuriates me. Okay, and this man should have been taken out back of the White House and shot, in my opinion. I mean, like, of course, legally, right? Because this is treason, what Nixon did. But because the powerful in this country. Don't ever face accountability, he can get away with this. Wait for this, okay? Wait till you see what he did and tell me this is not absolutely insane and reminiscent of Trump, okay?
But then, on November 2nd, with just 3 days to go until Americans went to the polls, President Thieu suddenly announced that the South Vietnamese government would not attend the proposed talks after all. A representative of the Nixon campaign at the candidate's personal direction had secretly contacted the Saigon government, urging Thieu to stay away from the talks, promising that once Nixon was elected, he would drive a harder bargain with Hanoi than Humphrey would. Thanks to a CIA bug planted in Thieu's Saigon office and an FBI wiretap on the South Vietnamese embassy in Washington, Johnson got wind of what had happened and called his friend Everett Dirksen, the Republican Senate Minority Leader, to warn him that the Nixon people were committing treason.
I'm reading their hand, Everett. I don't want to get this in the campaign. That's right. And they oughtn't to be doing this. This is treason. I know. And I think it would shock America if a principal candidate was playing with a source like this on a matter this important. Yeah. I know this, that they're contacting a foreign power in the middle of a war. That's a mistake. And it's a damn bad mistake. Mr. President? Yes.
So this is Nixon now talking with Johnson. If you guys didn't hear what the fuck he did, Nixon literally secretly contacted South Vietnam and said, don't attend the peace talks. Don't get peace. Wait till the election so that I can win. Because he didn't want to give Johnson a win. So he's like, wait till the election before you attend the peace talks. And then I will fight for a better deal than he will give you. That's treason, folks. He's negotiating with a foreign nation when he's not president, and he's making the war last longer. It is estimated that as a result of his attempt to stop peace so that he could get credit for it, literally that's what he was doing, thousands, probably around 15 to 20,000 Americans, well, the lowest estimate is about 10 to 11,000 Americans would die because of this. Okay, literally, it extended the war. Now, we're not 100% sure that historically, but you can definitely assume that there is a number of deaths that occurred because of his pause on these peace talks, okay, just so that he would win the election. All right.
Yes, Dick.
And now this is Johnson calling Nixon.
I just went on the press, said that I had given you my personal assurance that I would do everything possible to cooperate both before the election and if elected after this election. I just wanted you to know that I feel very, very strongly about this. And
liar.
Any rumblings around about somebody trying to sabotage the Saigon government's attitude, they certainly have absolutely no credibility as far as I'm concerned. I'm very happy to hear that, Dick, because that is taking place. My God, I would never do anything to
lying piece of shit.
Saigon not to come to the table, because basically that
House of Cards, folks.
Well, that's good, Dick. I'm going to get this goddamn war underway. The quicker the better, and the hell with the political credit. Believe me. Thank you, Dick.
Nixon was lying, and Johnson knew it. But to go public with the information, the president would have to reveal the methods by which he had learned of the Republican candidate's duplicity. He was unwilling to do so.
Also, Johnson's a dick because he didn't want to reveal that he was wiretapping, that there were all these CIA bugs and FBI bugs everywhere, wiretapping people, listening in on phone calls. So he's like, well, I won't tell the public that he did this. So fuck you, Johnson, too. Okay? Fuck you, Johnson, and fuck you, Nixon.
Nixon's secret was safe. The American public was never told that the regime for which 35,000 Americans had died had been willing to boycott peace talks.
No, Raccoon Boy, that is not Watergate.
To help.
I honestly think that this scandal is worse than Watergate. But most people only remember Watergate. But admittedly, guys, is this not like worse than Watergate? Like, you're causing the death of that many, okay.
Elect Richard Nixon, or that he had been willing to delay an end to the bloodshed in order to get elected.
At 10:45 this morning, Eastern Standard Time.
On Election Day, Richard Milhouse Nixon won the presidency with 43.4% of the vote.
Barely won it.
Hubert Humphrey received 42.7%.
Very close election. I think 0.3% was the difference.
The Nixon campaign's secret maneuvering may have helped him win the election, but the president-elect's fear that that maneuvering might someday be exposed would be part of his undoing. Tew waited several weeks after the election before agreeing to send a delegation to...
Okay, so Nixon is now president. He won by 0.3%, guys. That kind of shows that him doing that may have been the reason he won the election. Him preventing a peace talk starting might have won him the election. That act that might have cost 10,000 more lives, may have won him the election. All right? So, like, if only, you see what I mean? Nixon was a fucking monster, guys, a fucking monster. Meanwhile, guys, Nixon gets into office and he appoints as his director of national security someone who you all love very much. Okay, someone who you love very much. Who does he appoint as director, sort of his top advisor for domestic and international affairs and other things? Okay, we love him. Yeah, Lance, Kissinger. And this is where we're going to have to, we're going to talk a little bit about Kissinger, but I first want to talk about one thing real fast. Okay, so after, just a kind of historical side note, after Dick was elected, the South Vietnamese government waited a few months before allowing the talks in Paris to start, and they started the talks. Here's the problem, and this is not a joke. This actually happened, and this, if I am not destroying your view of politics, if I haven't done that already, this should destroy your view of politics, okay? So they literally, waited, after they agreed to talks, it literally took months for the talks to actually start. And this is not a joke. This actually happened because they could not decide, all sides, okay? The North Vietnamese, the Viet Cong, the Soviets, the Americans, the South Vietnamese, I should say the South Vietnamese, the Americans, the Viet Cong, and the North Vietnamese could not decide on what kind of table to sit at. If you think I'm exaggerating, I'm not. The North Vietnamese wanted a square-shaped table. Okay, you can look it up. Wanted a square-shaped table. Wanted a square-shaped table where every side of the table was a party involved. So, for example, you would have the North Vietnamese on one side, the Viet Cong next to them, and then the Americans and the South Vietnamese on each side of this four-square table. Okay? The Americans wanted a rectangular table, and they wanted the North Vietnamese and the Viet Cong to sit together on one side, and the Americans and South Vietnamese to sit together on another side. Why? why did they view these as why? Okay, so let me show you, okay? Because there is an interesting thing here. It's dumb, obviously. It's so fucking stupid. But why would so Viet Cong, I'm just gonna put Viet Cong, North Vietnam, South Vietnam, America. That's what the North wants. The Americans want this. The Americans want this. They want a long rectangular table with America and South Vietnam on one side, and the Viet Cong and North Vietnam on the other side. Why? Why do you think North Vietnam wants it this way, and why do you think America wants it this way? To give you a hint here, remember that the North Vietnamese never really officially said that the Viet Cong were being supported by their government. Okay, they like never really admitted that the Viet Cong were like directly being funded and trained and stuff by the North. So North Vietnam didn't want it to make it seem like they were acting in concert with the Viet Cong, and America wanted to try and humiliate them by forcing them to acknowledge that they were acting with the Viet Cong. So they fucking debated this for a few months. They could not decide on which table they fucking wanted. All right, and guys, I got to tell you, I blame both sides for this. Like, this is just stupid overall. Someone needs to fucking, like, okay, obviously, I mainly blame America for this, but someone needs to fucking just step up and be like, we don't give a shit. So, admittedly, I think that, thank you, SoCal, the North should have gotten their way because, like, they're the ones winning, but still, you know who ended up being the heroes in this? The Soviets. Okay? Everyone post Lenin in chat. Everyone post Lenin in chat. The Soviet Unions came in, okay? Yeah, weird amorphous blob. The Americans do get more blame. But do you know who came in and solved this issue? Okay, everyone post Lenin. The Soviet Union. In the great communist state of the Soviet Union, they came in and you know what they suggested? A circular table. Hey, are you seen here? And, you know, both sides are like, oh, okay, yeah, let's just have a circular table. Then it doesn't really fucking matter. And again, this is not a joke. This is what happened. So you can thank the Soviets for being like, okay, guys, let's just have a fucking circular table. Okay, let's just have a fucking circular table. Okay. All right. Honestly, Weird Most Blob, I do think America gets more blame, but honestly, like the North was financing the Viet Cong. Like they were also being massively performative by trying to make it look like these sides are separate. Regardless, to me, it's stupid all around. But yes, the Americans definitely get most of the blame. Okay. All right. So there you go. They finally solved that problem. And thanks to the Soviets, decided on a round table. Okay. Jesus Christ. Anyway, so that's just a fun side note. Meanwhile, here you have Henry Kissinger, a fucking monster. Okay. A goddamn monster. And Henry Kissinger was what in international relations is called a realist, okay? It was called a realist. Or a pragmatist, I guess you could say. He didn't really care about ideology that much. Now, we can debate this. He had no problem. And listen, we all hate Kissinger. I'm going to give him a compliment. You know I hate him, so please bear with me. I'm trying to be historically honest. He was a pragmatist. So, he didn't really care if you were, he did, but not that much. If you were communist, but you were willing to work with the United States, he was exactly Weird Amorphous Blob. He was like, okay, I don't care. As long as you're like working with us and shit, as long as you're doing what we want with you and like we're supporting, like that's fine. So he moved away from ideology only and started looking at pragmatism. Okay. So one of the things he did that he pushed Nixon to do that I would view as a positive, guys, and again, probably one of the only things is that he convinced Richard Nixon to open up China, okay, to literally normalize relations with China, begin trading with China, stop sort of sidelining their government because they were communist, okay? So and this was a very important gain in American international affairs, okay? And don't worry, guys, like I said, I'm not praising him overall. He was a fucking monster, okay? I'm just giving you the historical reality here. That is maybe the one positive thing that he kind of like did, I guess, okay? He also promoted a kind of détente with the Soviet Union, whereby like tried to kind of calm down relationships a bit, tried to somewhat to calm down that relationship. Now, I have critiques of that. Regardless, he was also a ruthless pragmatist, and he believed that when using military force, you should go all out, and who cares about international law, right? Didn't give a fuck. Where it was necessary, if you were not going to negotiate or if you were not going to give America what it wanted, and he had tried everything else first, he was going to go all fucking out to destroy you. And he didn't care. He thought war was war, and you need to go straight to the worst possible thing imaginable in order to win. Okay? So, and you're going to see here, yeah, exactly, LaQual, a realist. So we are, so let me explain to you some of the things that he pushed Nixon to do in an effort to win the Vietnam War in this era. Okay? So, and you'll see he's a monster. He's a monster in a lot of other ways too. He was one of the ones that pushed also for a lot of coups across the world. There were lots of presidents who did coups. He was a big pusher of coups around the world. Okay. There you go, Jonas. There you go, Jonas. The bombing of Cambodia, supporting this 1973 military coup in Chile, enabling Pakistan's genocidal crackdown in Bangladesh. Yeah, he was one of the most like murderous pieces of shit imaginable. And right now he's burning in hell for all eternity. Okay, burning in hell for all eternity. I once took okay, so let me show you here. He one of the first things that he and Nixon came up with was this. And it was called Operation Menu. Operation Menu. Okay? And there was an idea here, guys, that what's the name, guys, of the trail? I'll show you a map here. What's the name of the trail going down through that the North uses to get troops into the South? Do we remember? Okay. You guys remember? So the name of this path that the North was using to take troops down to the South was called the Ho Chi Minh Trail. The first thing that the America supported here was a massive, under him, now Johnson had done some bombing inside of Cambodia and Laos, but it was mainly near the border. Kissinger says, well, if the North, because the North kept launching offensives, again, I think Lee Zwan made a mistake to do this. I just don't think it was a tactically smart idea, but he kept launching offensives. The last offensive the North launched resulted in the death of 1,000 American troops. Okay, so it was more successful. I mean, but the North lost more. So in an effort to crush this movement, Kissinger came up with a lovely plan, him and Nixon did, where they proceeded to drop about 100K tons of bombs on Cambodia and Laos in an effort to destroy the Ho Chi Minh Trail, the way stations along it, the troops gathering there. And they literally, by the early 70s, they were carpet bombing Cambodia. Carpet bombing. Carpet bombing, guys, is indiscriminate. You basically open up the bomb bay doors on a super bomber and just drop them all over the place. Okay, you literally lay down a carpet of bombs and destroy everything. Started carpet bombing Cambodia. The number of civilians that died, we don't know, but we're talking like a lot. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Guys, they dropped more bombs on Cambodia than I think had been dropped in the entirety of World War II. There's some stats out there. There are some stats out there that show that there were more explosive power dropped on Cambodia than had ever been dropped on Germany or Japan or anything during World War II. And I have to find the exact thing, but absolutely carpet bombed it. Not only did they carpet bomb it, they hid it. They kept it secret. As a matter of fact, Kissinger knew about it. Nixon knew about it. Not even Nixon's inner circle knew about it, other really than Kissinger. There might have been one or two people, but he kept it hidden from his own staff. He kept it hidden from Congress. He refused to tell Congress because it was technically illegal, because it was such an aggressive bombing campaign that that he would have had to get congressional authorization. Didn't tell them about it. Okay. And it completely, not only that, they dropped so many fucking bombs on Cambodia. A lot of those bombs were duds and didn't go off. To this day, children, villagers, indigenous people in Cambodia will be killed by these bombs to this day. Once in a while, you'll hear in the news of a child who goes out into the forest and comes across one of these unexploded bombs, and boom, the kid is dead, or loses a leg, or loses an arm. It was like absolute monstrous, brutal, genocidal violence. And the amount of it also, by the way, guys, if we want, at some point, I'll do a stream where I talk about the Khmer Rouge and Pol Pot. That group wouldn't have come to power. Like that extreme of a group that was really lunatics, okay, wouldn't have come to power had not this bombing take place. That's how you radicalize people, okay, if you bomb the shit out of them. You see what I mean? So this was horrific. Not only that, and listen, this is the dark part of this. This massive bombing campaign that they launched against Cambodia and Laos, bombing the fuck out of the Ho Chi Minh Trail. And another problem here, folks, was that, what was I going to say here? Oh, actually, let me pull this up so I can find this. Okay. They then decided that they gave the South Vietnam their tacit support to launch an invasion of Cambodia. And they did. So bombing the shit out of Cambodia, and then America supported South Vietnam in literally sending troops into Cambodia to attack ARVN forces stationed there in what was a war of aggression against a neutral country. That rarely gets talked about, okay? And Nixon eventually admitted this on television, even though he hadn't told the people that it was happening. Unfortunately, it was a very successful campaign, all right? I mean, if we only look at it militarily, this incursion into Cambodia did tons of damage to ARVN forces. And this was sort of Kissinger and Nixon's thinking that while they're negotiating, they need to protect the South and put tons of pressure on the North so that they get the best possible outcome. All right. He also began bombing the North again, bombing the shit out of the North. Okay. Bomb, 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 bomb. And this was the brainchild of Kissinger. Okay. And Nixon. So let me real fast. I think there's a clip in here about this. Meanwhile, I forgot to mention the other thing. Meanwhile, guys, Nixon did start withdrawing American troops from Vietnam. All right. I think by 1970, or he had withdrawn 100,000 troops. So part of this campaign, he started a process of Vietnamization, which is the next stage that we're talking about now. So the first stage of the Vietnam War was the advisory stage, whereby American troops advised, gave support, and occasionally fought with South Vietnamese troops. The second stage was Lyndon B. Johnson, and that was Americanization, where we put more and more troops in on the ground. Now we're in the last stage, which is Vietnamization, which was Richard Nixon slowly pulling American troops out, while at the same time shielding their withdrawal by bombing the fuck out of the North, bombing the fuck out of Cambodia and Laos, and illegally, by the way, and against international law and morality, and while negotiating. And in the meantime, he was trying to build up South Vietnamese forces so that they could take over from him. They could take over from the North. All right. By the way, on a side note, when all these groups did meet in Paris, the North Vietnamese ambassador said to Kissinger, how do you think you put over 600,000 American troops on the ground, and you think that the South Vietnamese army will be able to and you couldn't win. You think that if you leaving and the South Vietnamese army taking over will allow them to win? As in, like, are you like, you do know that you've lost. You're withdrawing the troops, a really powerful military, and then you think that the South Vietnamese are going to win on their own. And Kissinger literally didn't respond. He kind of shrugged and goes, "Well, I mean, like he didn't have a response because he knew the guy was right." All right. Anyway, so this was the Vietnamization phase. I am not a fan of calling it the Vietnamization phase. It's the retreat. It's not like it is framed as shifting the burden of the war to the South Vietnamese. Really, it's just like an organized retreat by America. It's getting out of South Vietnam and trying to slowly phase out their troops so that, and then replacing them with South Vietnamese troops. But there was a kind of an understanding that the South Vietnamese troops aren't going to be able to hold them back. Okay. So they were trying to get a good peace by continuing the bombing, but they were retreating. And this made Nixon more popular. The fact that he was pulling out American troops slowly. All right. Do we understand that generally? Okay. Cambodian campaign, Operation Menu, Operation Freedom Deal, which is also a lot more bombing. Okay. Right, Jonas? It's dumb. It's dumb. Okay. Yeah. So carpet bombing every fucking thing, guys. Really monstrous. And till this day, we don't know how many civilians died because they were eviscerated. Okay. And turned into dust because of the heat of the bombs. Okay. In response to this, the American public very quickly became aware of several things. It came out through investigative journalism and the reports of soldiers returning home that America was in Cambodia. So let me show you another clip here. And for a country that wanted the war to end, finding out that Kissinger and Nixon were doing massive bombing and stuff and expanding the war into surrounding countries was not a good look. All right. So let me show you another part here.
To
127. All right. Now, what's this right here? Okay.
It did not take long for that veneer.
All right. I just wanted to show you some clips of Operation Menu. I got really uncomfortable, guys, when I was in college. Real fast here. I had a professor. That will be later, Jelly Load. That'll be later because we're doing a Vietnam War segment right now. But welcome, Jelly Load, okay? So I got very frustrated in college. I took a class that was literally, it was a semester-long class. It was called the Vietnam War. And I had a really good professor. He was a conservative, but he was still a really good teacher, and he was fair. He did not, for the most part, was a good historian, so he didn't like lie about the reality. There were a couple times though where I became very frustrated with him because of his conservatism. Because at the beginning of the year, I'm like, shit, it's a conservative. It's gonna be a terrible professor to teach us. One of them was that he brought in a former bomber pilot who had been one of the bombers who was bombing Cambodia and Laos. And he had that guy talk to us. And I was deeply uncomfortable with that. And I was deeply uncomfortable with how the professor was painting him as like a hero and like with this really, and, asked us to clap for the guy and shit. I did not. That made me deeply uncomfortable. Like I went to listen to him because I had to in the class. But like I'm like, I do not want to speak to a war criminal. And the guy did not feel bad about it. Okay. Did not feel bad about it. Someone did ask that question. Do you feel guilty about what you did? And he goes, no, I was fighting for my country, blah, 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 blah. So that made me deeply uncomfortable. And the professor got kind of offended that we asked the guests that question. But okay, so that pissed me off. I'll tell you the other thing he did that pissed me off when we get to the end of this presentation, but I think that the bombers who did this, they knew it was secretive. They didn't ask enough questions, and they should be tried with war crimes and punished for war crimes. Massively bombing illegally another country. They knew where they were. Okay. All right. So let's watch this.
I dropped a bomb one afternoon that must have had a broken fin or something on the bomb. It just went crazy, went over and hit, a mile away from where I was aiming. And it started a series of secondary explosions, meaning that I had hit an ammunition dump or a cache of ammunition or something. So it cooked off for 15 minutes. As we were leaving, the thing was still blowing up. The best result I achieved in a year, it was a result of a gross miss from what I was aiming at. Now that's the exact reverse of how you want to use air power.
Major Merrill McPeak was a crack fighter pilot when he arrived in Vietnam in late 1968. At first, he had helped provide air support for the Army, with a guaranteed number of sorties per day, he remembered, whether or not they had anything in front of them worth blowing up.
At the end of any sortie where we dropped bombs at what we call trees in contact, because there was nothing important down there, we would always get back a list of bomb damage assessment from the forward air controller, and it would be like 12 supply sources destroyed, 2 structures collapsed, all these metrics. It was phony.
Yeah.
It's just a waste of time.
Then McPeak was assigned to a top-secret squadron, seeking to pinpoint men and supplies moving on the Ho Chi Minh Trail in Laos. He and his fellow pilots called their unit Misty, after its radio call sign.
I spent 4 months in Misty, and that was the best 4 months of the war, as far as I'm concerned, because what we were doing was simple, straightforward, and made sense.
Yeah,
we want to stop traffic from A to B down this dirt road. That I can understand. Somebody in Saigon wasn't saying go bomb trees at such and such a location. We went out and actually found the target.
And again, I told you that story, guys, before this, because I am not a big fan of how they do this segment. I'm just not. It would, like, when you're interviewing a war criminal, and you have that music playing in the background, I get the context that it's music from the time, and you're like, he seems super happy-go-lucky, and no one is there questioning it and being like, did you know you were illegally bombing? Yeah, the moral carpet bombing of Cambodia. Like, do you know? And how he's like, that was my favorite time in the military, is when I was bombing Laos. Okay, that's kind of dark.
It was dangerous work. 1 out of 5 pilots was shot down.
Yeah. Based, by the way, based. It was dangerous because, especially along the Ho Chi Minh Trail. Now, this is not the carpet bombing in Cambodia, but this is still the illegal bombing of Laos, okay? They shot down a lot of American pilots because they had really good air defense systems. It's a shame more weren't shot down, but... Yeah, Lacroix.
Misty put up 7 sorties a day from dawn to dusk, on the lookout for...
Actually, I don't know, Lacroix, maybe.
...signs of human activity. Gardens, encampments, roadside trees coated with dust, or wet roads on either side of fords that signaled a truck convoy had recently passed through.
I have enormous respect for those truck drivers. They left their homes in the north, and they weren't drafted for a year or 2. They just left and didn't know if they were ever going to come back.
Although McPeak and his fellow pilots did not know it, among the drivers
On a side note, I think they're about to talk about it. A lot of these drivers were women. So again, remember the North utilized women much better than the South did. Okay, you know, it's sort of a communist ideology of gender doesn't fucking matter when at war. Okay,
heading their way down the Ho Chi Minh Trail by night were hundreds of women.
It was Vietnam, Laos. I mean, Gwen, I just don't know where he was serving. To encourage the young men who faced vicious bombing and shelling at the choke points. If they saw us next to them, they would be more enthusiastic. Aww.
For 3 years, Nguyen Viet Anh drove her section of the trail, ferrying arms and supplies south, then heading back north with cargoes of wounded men.
At nighttime, by the way, a lot of these women drove. Yeah, they might talk about it. I actually haven't seen this full part. They drove at night in mountains on very small dirt roads that were often near cliff edges and dangerous terrain. That takes a lot of fucking skill, okay? It was dangerous and it was at nighttime, and they had to keep their lights off so that they couldn't be spotted by American planes. So they couldn't even use lights. We took treacherous back roads. They were winding, slippery, and steep.
They drove in stages, so they knew 15, 20 clicks of the road. They drove from A to B and back to A. And then they rested during the daytime, and then the next night they drove from A to B and back to A. They had kind of memorized the road, which was very important because they were running without lights at night.
The light was the size of an apple, very small. It would light the road about 3 feet in front of the truck. So you couldn't drive fast. Yeah, Jonas. If we didn't reach our destination before daybreak, we would become targets for enemy planes. Jeez.
One time I stumbled across a bunch of trucks backed up, and that was a great morning for me. Occasionally one of them would break down in a spot where the trucks behind it would get trapped and couldn't back out of there. So you try to strafe the last truck so that it can't move. And these are one-lane roads. So once you get the back truck disabled, then you just call in fighters. You're shooting fish in a barrel.
God.
As she drove the Ho Chi Minh Trail, Anh thought constantly of her fiancé, Chun Kom Tung, an Army engineer she'd fallen in love with 4 years earlier. He was also stationed somewhere on the trail.
I worried for him every single day. Whenever I saw a truck carrying wounded soldiers to the north, I would ask the soldiers about him. When a comrade told me Anh was a truck driver, I was shocked and panicked. It was such a vicious battlefield, even for us young men. How could a girl withstand it?
Over 20,000 engineers, soldiers, and truck drivers died along the Ho Chi Minh Trail. 72 military cemeteries would eventually be required to hold their remains.
Sometimes when we had just buried our comrades, planes would attack again, and then they died a second death. And there was nothing left of them.
We dropped more tonnage of munitions than the United States dropped in World War II.
There you go.
Most of it aimed at the Ho Chi Minh Trail. We did not stop traffic down the trail, and that is a big disappointment for me. To this day, it irritates me.
Oh, fuck off.
The real failures were made at the policy level. We were fighting on the wrong side. The South, the government in the South was corrupt, and its people knew it, and we knew it. I'll tell you something, those truck drivers fought very well. I would have been proud to fight with them. So one of the things you got to do when you go to war is pick the right side, okay? Get the right allies.
Merrill McPeak would serve 37 years and retire as Air Force Chief of Staff.
So he loved this job. Yeah, literally, Raccoon Boy. Guys, this is why this part annoys me, getting his side of it, because he liked doing it. He stayed in there for 36 years, ended up retiring as a Chief of Staff. I mean, the guy liked being a killer, okay? I got, like, just from the look at his face, too, it's like a game to him. Well, you got to pick the right side.
Nguyen Viet Anh and Chun Kom Tong were reunited after the war.
Aww.
And married.
Okay. So I just wanted to show you that part here. I think there's one last part I wanted to show you to do. Okay. So last thing I'm going to show you today, guys, when it comes to the Vietnam War stuff, I know I've thrown a lot at you today. Are we good? We all good? We're good to finish up here, do one last little bit. So Nixon, has begun withdrawing American troops from Vietnam. They're doing a fighting retreat, okay, because they've lost. We've lost. It is not true to say that we just lost politically. We also lost militarily, okay? Yeah, we were killing more of them than them of us, but our military could not sustain itself. It seemed to be unable to hold ground. There were civilians rising up against our military all the time because they didn't like the South's government. It was a political and military impossibility to win. It just was. Unless we killed every single man, woman, and child there was not going to be any chance of us winning. And politically, we were done. Okay, so to be clear, a lot of times I will hear people say, oh, I have one last thing I'm going to show you, Mayflower Kid, and then we'll move on. But I still have people here today say, I still hear people today in America say, we had one of them come into our stream that, no, America won militarily. We just lost politically. The home front ruined it for us. We did not win militarily. We did not win militarily. What objective did we accomplish with our military? No, we're constant. Anyway, so politically we lost, militarily we lost. Now, last bit here. And I'm going to give you a content warning, guys. I wanted to wrap up today. We just talked about the bombing of Laos and Cambodia. We should point out, guys, that I decided not to show you a clip today about what it was like to be an American soldier and what it was like for their families to worry about them dying and then finding out that your son had died in Vietnam for no good reason. Okay. There are a lot of good stories about that are heartbreaking. Okay. But you guys can read about that. You guys can go read about that. A lot of the guys, American soldiers that died, yeah, they were forcibly over here. They didn't deserve to be here. They didn't deserve to die. Their government sent them over here. Okay. But I did, Raccoon Boy. I already did. And a lot of times they resisted. I will say there were also a lot of American men who fled into Canada. There were some American men who literally fled the country so they didn't have to serve. I think they're real heroes. Okay. Despite great challenges, they fled into Canada. There were other men who got, what is it? What is it called when you're able to get excused from serving? You're able to get excused from serving. What is it? I'm having a mind blank. I know what this is called. Someone knows this. Someone knows this. When you're excused from serving, thank you, Pet Gombat, a conscientious objector. There were some people who got an exception because they were conscientious objectors. On a dark note here, guys, on a dark note, okay, if you didn't believe in God, so this was kind of an anti-atheist thing, all right? Atheists weren't allowed to do conscientious objector status. There was a notion in the U.S. military that an atheist can't really object conscientiously because they don't believe in a God. So what reason do they have to conscientiously object? I'm not even joking. So even if you were like ideologically a pacifist and didn't want to fight, if they could prove that you didn't believe in God or that there was evidence that you weren't in a practicing religious organization, they could refuse your conscientious objector status. So isn't that fun? I think that's still the case today. So yeah, I think that's still the case today. So if I were to be drafted or something, and I'm like, I'm an atheist, but I'm a conscientious objector. I don't believe in this. They'd be like, fuck you, you're an atheist. So that's some discrimination against atheists. Regardless, yeah, no, LaCroix, seriously though, that they believe that atheists have no morals and morality comes from God. So very stupid. But anyway, but I wanted to show you guys a very dark story from Vietnam that you all need to hear about. And that is the Mai Lai Massacre. And many of you know it. Okay, I'm not going to tell it to you. I'm going to let the show it to you. Okay. It is brutal. And I'm going to give you guys a content warning. At the beginning of the stream, I talked about the difference between a warrior and a murderer. And there are many cases in the Vietnam War where there was no boundary. That boundary broke, obviously. Okay, I mean, there. If you want to say there was a real boundary there, right? Where American troops would commit horrific war crimes and just start openly slaughtering civilians in what can only be described as a Nazi-level ethnic cleansing type scenario, where they would wipe out entire villages of people individually with their guns, not bomb them, which we did a lot of. We killed a lot of innocent people with our bombs. But face to face, in Mai Lai, this happened. Okay, so let me show you this. Okay, and yes, Sir Bart, not only that, but mass sexual assault. So I'm going to show you this, and it will be infuriating. I'm going to warn you, it's going to be very infuriating. It infuriates me every time because it's America. So of course, we'll see if anyone gets held accountable for it, won't we? I guess we'll see that. Let's go back here.
Richard, we have a term, and I call it, they were war profiteers, from Thieu and Key down to every echelon.
The Vietnamese had a saying, the house to...
Okay, sorry, this is a segment about how corrupt... By the way, one last thing I did forget to mention. In the South Vietnam at this time, guys, the government was massively corrupt. You guys know this. And I want you to imagine, as American troops are leaving South Vietnam, the number of American troops in Vietnam at the time had created a war economy. So a lot of people in Saigon, a lot of locals were rich off of American troops being there. There was a growing black market for American military equipment. South Vietnamese leaders would steal vast quantities of American military equipment and then sell it on the black market. There was a lot of illegal, illicit, and war profiteering wealth being generated in South Vietnam. And you can imagine what ended up happening. When American troops started leaving, a lot of that economy started collapsing in Saigon. And things got worse because, so organized crime became a big issue as people were jockeying over whatever equipment was left that could be sold on the black market. So you can imagine that the South is having a lot of trouble internally since their economy has become dependent on the American military presence, okay? So anyway, now let's go on to the Mai Lai Massacre. Or the Mai Lai Massacre. Let's go on. All right.
Thì lúc đó nó kinh sợ lắm.
Oh, let's watch the beginning of this too. This is just a North Korean.
Was filthy and free.
1 second here. Okay. We'll also just watch this other guy for a second because he talks about what it was like to be a soldier in the North Vietnam.
Cái người lính đầu tiên mà ra trận mà bắn
When a soldier goes to the front
cái kẻ địch đầu tiên
and kills his first enemy,
thì
he's really afraid.
Kinh sợ lắm.
Americans too, guys. I don't want you to think this like Americans soldiers experience too.
Kinh sợ
He's really afraid.
Làm cái hành động giết người
Because
kinh
to
sợ.
kill someone is
Nhưng mà sau
terrifying.
đó nó quen đi sao?
But then you get used to it.
Chiến tranh nó làm
War awakens
nó
a
thúc
savagery
dậy
in
cái
people.
thú tính của con người. Tôi ở trên rừng cũng rất nhiều.
I was in the jungle a long time.
Con vật nó không thế đâu.
Animals aren't that savage.
Con hổ trong rừng nó cũng không thế đâu.
Tigers aren't that savage.
Con hổ chỉ bắt mồi khi nó
Tigers
cần
kill
ăn.
when they need to eat.
Nhưng con người là giết
But
nhau
people
không
don't
phải
kill each other
không vì cái nhu cầu sinh sống của
because
bản
they're
thân.
hungry.
Và giết rồi còn băm nát.
When people
Cái
kill
xác nó ra
and
không?
mutilate,
Cái dã man
that's
của
the
chúng ta
savagery
ghê
of
gớm.
war.
In the densely populated Mekong Delta, the war in the countryside suddenly intensified. General Abrams assigned the commander of the 9th Infantry Division, General Julian J. Ewell, the job of destroying the remaining Viet Cong south of Saigon. His operation was called Speedy Express.
Speedy Express.
The hearts and minds approach can be overdone, Ewell said. In the Delta, the only way to overcome VC control and terror is by brute force. Patrols would pursue the enemy around the clock. The night sky was filled with helicopters, some armed with instruments that could detect traces of carbon and ammonia that meant human beings were below, though not which side they were on. In areas designated free fire zones, anyone out after curfew could be shot.
So they literally created zones within civilian areas where they would say, if anyone you see out after dark, don't ask questions, just kill them. And these were called fire zones. And you can imagine a lot of civilians were just slaughtered outright without differentiation in these zones.
During the day, anyone seen running was targeted.
If you were literally seen running, like
Colonel
running.
Robert Guard was one of Ewell's artillery commanders.
If someone was told that anyone who runs away should be assumed to be an enemy, I certainly would disagree with that. That's totally improper. People run away because they're afraid. I've seen instances of farmers when you descend in a helicopter suddenly and they freeze and they're frightened and they run. You can't just make a blanket judgment.
General Ewell boasted of his unit's statistical record: 10,899 Viet Cong killed in 6 months, with a loss of only 242 Americans, an astonishing kill ratio of 45-1.
To say that we killed only enemy combatants and to talk about ratios of 40-1 simply defies my imagination.
At Abrams' recommendation, Ewell was promoted. But the Army Inspector General would eventually estimate that more than half of the roughly 11,000 kills claimed by the 9th Infantry had been unarmed, innocent civilians. No one was ever held accountable.
Okay. I wanted to show you that clip, and now we'll do the Mai Lai Massacre, okay? Mai Lai. All right, so I want to make it clear that although we're talking about the Mai Lai Massacre, this was a particular horrific moment, but this was literally what we did. right? Like, this is not unusual. Oftentimes, it was mainly done from a distance. We were killing civilians left and right. Okay, like, we didn't give a shit. So let's now go to the last clip I'm going to show you. I thought I said that was the last clip. I think I was wrong about that. So let's go to this clip here. And again, this is going to be dark, so I'm warning you guys.
Sent into an area.
Here we go.
Back in the spring, Tim O'Brien's outfit had been sent into an area of operations the Americans called Pinkville. Clusters of villages that included a hamlet they called Mai Lai.
We hated going there. When we'd get the word that you're headed for Pinkville, one guy would say to another, somebody's gonna die or somebody's gonna lose a leg. We were terrified of the place. It was littered with landmines.
Now, as we're watching this, you know I am not defending these guys, but for the sake of education, I want you to kind of understand how this happens. Okay? How does it happen that you get a group of people, some of these guys were conscripts, they would have been regular people back home. How did they go from that to openly slaughtering and raping civilians in the field? Okay? We like generally to, I'm sorry, Jonas, did you donate? I didn't mean to miss you if you did. Did you donate, Jonas? I'm sorry, did you? Forgive me, Jonas. Thank you, Jonas, for the donation. I may have missed it. I was so busy. Well, thank you, Jonas. Thank you for your donation, Jonas, if you donated. Thank you, Jonas. I'll take a look at it. Okay, I'll take a look at that. Anyway, so how does it come to be that people do this? This is why I'm talking about it's called the veneer of civilization, right? You have to understand, guys, there is a very small barrier between us and between who we are here and who we'd be in a scenario where our lives are threatened. I am not defending these guys. I'm saying the way that America waged this war enabled this kind of behavior, right? And one of the reasons I do get frustrated with the coverage of Mai Lai, the coverage of Mai Lai, is that it makes it seem like it was an aberration. Like it was just, this one incident that was particularly brutal. Got the structure of the war, the structure of war generally, and American practices before this point all pointed to Mai Lai, right? Like this was not that much of an aberration. It was just done in person. And I think it's part of a trend of trying to say that this was a few bad apples that people focus on Mai Lai, okay? Because, is there really much of a difference between carpet bombing and killing thousands of civilians and doing it with a gun? All right. To be clear, this was horrific. And, okay, you'll see what I mean. But thank you. Thank you, J-Mac. Thank you, J-Mac, for the gifted subscriptions. Let's watch.
The villagers the expressions on their faces, including the children of, say, 6 or 5 years old, had a mixture of hostility and terror. I can't say many of the villagers came with open arms to us, but this place was special. And I remember talking to fellow soldiers thinking, what is it with this place?
By the way, Jonas, you're an asshole. Jonas said, Nixon made America great again. I hate you so much, Jonas. I hate you so much, Jonas. Also, SoCal, I saw that you sent me $10 and you said even a dirty jester needs his coffee. Fuck you, SoCal.
And then about 3/4 of the way.
Raccoon Boy, that's exactly my point, right? Is that this was not done in a vacuum. This was done in the midst of a war where we had already enabled horrific violence. This is a problem with the war we were waging. This was a problem with all the things we were doing over there, right? It's not like these conscripts themselves were particularly evil. It is a much bigger problem than that, is that the American military was okay with this shit, right? You see what I mean? Like this was like an enabled culture that our evil imperialist government had created. You see what I mean?
Through my tour in Vietnam, the story of the Mai Lai Massacre broke in the States.
On November 12, 1969, the Dispatch News Service in Washington moved a story by investigative journalist Seymour Hersh. It was soon followed by the publication of graphic photos taken by Army photographer Ronald Haber. The story and the pictures stunned the country.
Oh, thank you, Matt Saigai.
Charges have been made that
I'm sorry,
troops of
SoCal, thank
the
you.
Americal Division killed as many as 567 South Vietnamese civilians during a sweep in March 1968.
20 months earlier, on the morning of March 16, 1968, 105 men from a rifle company belonging to the Americal Division and led by Captain Ernest Medina and Lieutenant William Calley had been ordered to helicopter into the village of My Lai 4. Since arriving in Vietnam, they had lost 28 men to mines and booby traps and unseen snipers. 2 days earlier, a popular squad leader had been killed. They had been told a unit of main force Viet Cong was waiting for them.
Thank you so much, LaQuabois. Thank you so much for all those gifted subs, really. I deeply appreciate it. I deeply appreciate everyone helping me out here. We're now, I think we're at a level 2 hype train? We're on a hype train, guys. Real fast. So let's set the context about what's to happen, okay? Let's set the context about what's to happen. They're in a village, right, where they have been told that there are VC waiting for, that they're going to be ambushed. They have already lost multiple troops, multiple men to mines and booby traps and things like that. They are deeply afraid. Again, I'm not defending them. I'm explaining how this situation was created by the American government and by the American military. So these guys are already very tense and deeply afraid going into this village, even though, like, we shouldn't be there, right? Of course, these people probably don't like them. We've created a scenario where, okay, and we've massively traumatized all these soldiers that we're now sending village to village, okay? Luis, thank you for the donation. I will dance, Jonas.
And they were eager for revenge. But they received no hostile fire, encountered no enemy soldiers. Instead, over the next 4 hours, Medina, Calley, and their men murdered 407 defenseless old men, women, children, and infants.
Content warning.
Many of the women and girls were raped before they were shot. There would have been still more slaughter had a helicopter pilot named Hugh Thompson Jr. not landed between the men and some of their intended targets and ordered his crew to open fire on their fellow Americans if they did not stop shooting civilians.
That guy is a hero, and he did not get rewarded for this. He literally... This guy, yeah, he's a real warrior, Sir Bart. Listen, I'm not, for those who have served in the military, I mean that as a compliment. If you're a soldier, you know there are boundaries you do not fucking cross, right? And this helicopter commander saw what was happening, literally landed the helicopter in between the American troops and the civilians they were killing, and then basically said, I'm going to kill all of you if you don't stop hurting these civilians. If anything, guys, the story goes that he was kind of punished by the military for trying to stop it, okay?
At the same time, just a mile or so away, another company murdered 97 more villagers.
And suddenly, it was like a window shade going up, and there's light, and we understood what had engendered this horror on these kids' faces, and fear, and the hatred. 100 and some American soldiers in 4 hours or so, butchering innocent people in all kinds of ways, machine gunning them, and throwing them in wells, and scalping them, and killing them in ditches, and taking a lunch break, and then doing it some more. Systematic homicide.
What kind of people? Men?
I'm not gonna jog or dance right now. Give me a second. It is not appropriate for me to be dancing while watching this. So I jogged for Jonas's dance thing, but give me a second and I will dance for your thing, Mayflower Kid.
Women, children.
Men, women, children.
Babies.
Babies. Lieutenant Kelly came over and said, "You know what to do with them, don't you?" And I said, "Yes." So I took for granted that he just wanted us to watch him. And he left and came back about 10 or 15 minutes later and said, "How come you ain't killed him yet?"
You killed how many at that time?
Well, I fired him on automatic, so you can't, you just spray the area on him, so you really don't know how many you killed because it comes out so doggone fast. So I might have killed about 10 or 15 of them.
Men, women, and children.
Men, women, and children.
And babies.
And babies. Why did I do it? Because I felt like I was ordered to do it. And it seemed like, well, at the time I felt like I was doing the right thing. Or I did. Because...
By the way, the Nazis used the exact same excuse. I was just following orders. I was just following orders.
Like I said, I lost buddies. I lost a good, damn good buddy.
Thank you, J-Mac.
Bobby Wilson. And it was on my conscience, and it was on. So after I'd done it, I felt good. But later on that day, it was getting to me.
It's so hard, I think, for a good many Americans to understand that young, capable, brave American boys could line up old men, women, children, and babies and shoot them down in cold blood. How do you explain that?
So listen, guys. Crawl, you say a soldier has a duty to decline an illegal order. No, they don't. And Crawl, you're right, Crawl. Theoretically, you're right. But that doesn't mean a fucking thing. Well, I say that because it doesn't matter if the command structure doesn't give a shit and you're not going to be punished for it. What do you expect to happen? Okay. Or like, if you do refuse an illegal order, you could be punished for it. If the military brass don't agree that it's illegal, you will be punished for it. My point is that, okay, it is the wrong question to ask. Why did these good American boys do this? It doesn't fucking matter if you're a good person, a bad person. Like, I don't know how to frame this, guys. If you create a situation like this, people are going to do massacres like this, right? And it's a very kind of, how do I frame this? It's a very kind of conservative outlook to blame to blame a few bad apples than it is to look deeper. And because then you'll start seeing that the American society and the structure of our government and our imperial apparatus and our military creates these situations. It's a lot easier to be like, that was a few bad apples, rather than to say maybe our imperial military is waging a war of aggression and we are promoting massive acts of violence against the people we are going to war with, right? Maybe, there are no systematic war crimes, and Bossing saying, yeah. So do we see how that's almost like a distraction? Okay, and this is my issue with Mai Lai. Who here knew about Mai Lai before we talked about it here? This mass rape and murder of civilians in these villages. Okay. You did, Fetty. Excellent. You did. Okay. Yeah, you did, Louise. I can promise you, I have found, when I've been teaching, you did, Doug. Okay. That's what people think of when they think of war crimes in Vietnam. I know a lot of you know about more war crimes than that, but a lot of people, in my experience as a teacher, that's what they know of war crimes in Vietnam. They know of the Mai Lai Massacre, and then they're like, yeah, there were, those American troops were horrible. Those were some real bad guys that did that, and it was upsetting, it was a massive war crime. And that's where the analysis ends. It is almost become like remember, guys, we watched Apocalypse Now a few days ago, those that were in the Discord, that is the sacrificial cow. These soldiers are the sacrificial cow. They're the ones being scapegoated. I mean, they did what they did, but they're being used as like an example to make it appear as if this doesn't happen all the fucking time and that the whole system isn't structured to do mass violence. Okay. Do you see what I mean? So like, and even then they didn't get punished. They barely got punished, if at all. They barely got punished. So like, this is like, you see what I mean? The hyperfixation on this one event really hides the whole apparatus, which was criminal. And this is obviously horrific, so it shouldn't be ignored. Do you see what I mean? Okay. All right, let's go on.
I wouldn't know.
Okay, Mayflower Kid, 1 second. What is it? You say, hype this, CR, suck it. Ha, 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 Mayflower Kid, you suck it. Ha, thank you for the donation, Mayflower Kid.
The killing of civilians has happened in every war. In Vietnam, it was not policy or routine, but it was not an aberration either.
It actually was policy, and it was routine. So to be honest here, I don't know why he added that, maybe to not piss off veterans who are viewing this, but it absolutely was policy, and it absolutely was routine. And if they didn't think it was policy, then they're stupid. Because having fields of fire where you kill anyone that moves at night is going to result in the death of civilians. If you do carpet bombing, that's going to result in the death of civilians. It would be fucking moron. You would either have to be a fucking moron or a liar to say that there was not there was not like a routine of killing civilians and an operating procedure of killing civilians, okay?
Still, the scale and deliberateness and intimacy of what happened at My Lai was different.
It was different because they were killing Vietnamese point blank with rifles and grenades. They were murdering them directly. They weren't doing it with bombs and artillery. If they'd been doing it with bombs and artillery, nobody would have said a word because it was going on all the time.
Yeah, that guy I
Not
like.
Every soldier
Mayflower Kid, I know. Forgive me, but thank you for the donation, okay?
participated in the killings that day. Some led villagers away to safety. But a failure of military leadership at nearly every level had created the conditions that made the massacre possible.
There. And I do still like the documentary. He does talk about, yeah, there was a failure at every level that created this scenario.
The My Lai story might have shocked the American public, but it was not news to the Army. It had occurred almost 2 years before, just after the Tet Offensive. Hugh Thompson, the helicopter pilot who had tried to stop the massacre, reported what he had seen, but no one in the chain of command was willing to act. The slaughter was covered up. Later, an ex-corporal named Ronald Ridenhour, who had heard about what had happened from several men who had been there, wrote letters to the President of the United States, the Secretary of Defense, and more than 24 other high-ranking officials.
Personally, what decision-making process did you go through before you decided to take your action?
I guess I just wrestled with my own conscience to try to decide what action to take. I felt that I had to take some action. I had to do something. I couldn't just rest with this knowledge for the rest of my life. That I couldn't live with myself if I did.
Yeah, Jonas. Yeah, Jonas, do we not think that the Vietnamese, it was easier to do this to the Vietnamese people because they were not white? 100%. And guys, well, that's the other thing too. There have been historians who argue that this was exterminationist. Now, I actually disagree with this. After studying the Holocaust, I don't think that this was like targeted ethnic cleansing, if you know what I mean. But yeah, it was certainly made easier by the fact that the Vietnamese people were absolutely viewed as less than human because they were not white. Okay, that made it a lot easier to convince the soldiers to like slaughter them. And the reason I say it wasn't ethnic cleansing is that it often happens in different wars, right? Where there are massacres in horrific violence done towards civilians. So it's just hard. You see what I mean? Okay, but regardless,
His first reaction was to investigate those who reported the slaughter. It's those dirty, rotten Jews from New York who are behind it.
Fucking Nixon. Did you guys hear that? He's blaming the story on Jews. Literally. He's a fucking monster.
Was willing to act.
Go back.
The slaughter was covered up. Later, an ex-corporal named Ronald Ridenhour,
sorry, I went back a
who
little
had
bit.
heard about what had happened from several men who had been there, wrote letters to the President of the United States, the Secretary of Defense, and more than 24 other high-ranking officials.
Personally, what decision-making process did you go through? Action, I had to do something.
Was to investigate those who reported the slaughter. It's those dirty, rotten Jews from New York who are behind it, he told an aide.
And he literally started using the national security state to investigate the people who reported what happened in Mai Lai. So we've seen this before, guys. Has not Trump done the same shit? By the way, Obama did similar stuff. Obama majorly cracked down on whistleblowers. This is not new, okay?
Eventually, Lieutenant General William R. Pierce, a veteran of 30 months as a troop commander in Vietnam, was assigned to head a panel to look into what had really happened. Pierce found that 30 persons, including the division commander, General Samuel W. Coster, had either committed atrocities or had conspired to cover them up. Pierce had wanted to call My Lai a massacre. His superiors made him use the phrase, a tragedy of major proportions. In the end, the Army indicted 25 officers and men, including the platoon leader, Lieutenant William Calley.
Calley's a killer. Calley's a murderer. And a sick person. I'm not going to be in any, propaganda movie for the United States Marine Corps, but we didn't have that guy. We had individuals who committed war crimes, of course. And, I wanted to kill them. I sometimes wish I did kill them. But I was afraid to kill him.
2, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay. Let me now tell you guys what happened to the people who were responsible for the Mai Lai Massacre. All right, I just need to remind myself. So Calley, I need to remind myself. Calley, who was one of the soldiers that carried out these orders, was sentenced to life in prison on March 29th, 1971, after tremendous public pressure. But 2 days later, Nixon had Calley released from custody at Fort Georgia and put him under house arrest. Okay, so he literally was, was put under house arrest. He then got it reconfirmed by an appeals court, but then his sentence was reduced by another military source later. He basically, he ultimately only served 3.5 years under house arrest, and then 3 months in a disciplinary barracks. That was the amount of punishment he got. All right. In a separate trial, Medina, who was sort of the main leader on the ground, who was in charge of these troops, got denied giving the orders that led to the massacre and was acquitted of all charges. By the way, after he was acquitted of all charges, a few months later, he openly admitted that he had suppressed evidence and had lied to Henderson about the number of civilian deaths. Captain Kotok, an intelligence officer from the 11th Brigade, was also court-martialed for engaging in these acts and found not guilty. Instead, he was just demoted, okay, and lost his position as the superintendent at West Point. Of the 26 men initially charged, of which there should have been more, by the way, Cowley was the only one convicted. Okay, and he only served 3 months under house arrest and then a few months in a disciplinary barracks. So, to be clear, later we haven't gotten to this point, but this comes out to the public when they actually have these trials in 71. This really pushed people to the edge. And many more protests occurred. Okay, all right. I'm gonna put my face up, guys. All right. So that's what we'll stop today. I know that was a dark, was on the Vietnam War. We got through a lot. Thank you for letting me talk with you. I'm trying to get caught up. Tomorrow will be the last day. Luckily, we got through enough of it that I think I'll be able to wrap up tomorrow. So this is what we're talking about. Okay. And you're going to see that these events are not, these are going to be, there's going to be big backlash to these things. Okay. Yeah, Jonas. Okay. There's going to be big backlash to these things in America because remember the time we're talking about in the early 70s, late 60s, there's already a lot of anger. Okay. There's already massive protests. So you're going to see here that the invasion of Cambodia, the Mai Lai Massacre, and all these things are going to lead to something called the Kent State Massacre. Well, I'm sorry. The Kent State Massacre is actually before some of it. Okay. So you're going to see that there's going to be violence in the United States against protesters. You're going to start seeing a major wind down of the war that's already winding down. Troops are being withdrawn, but major illegal bombings happening under the direction of Kissinger. Okay. So we will get to the end of the war tomorrow. So that is our presentation for today. All right. Thank you. By the way, guys, I know a lot of people donated while I was talking. Forgive me if I didn't give you the attention you wanted me to. Okay, because I was talking about something very serious, so I didn't want to ruin the vibe that we should have for it. So thank you everyone who donated. Okay, thank you everyone who donated. It is interesting, guys. It's been interesting to be a content creator, or that sounds so fucking corporate, to be like an educator who does these things online. Because I have noticed that when I start to talk about things that are very uncomfortable, people start joking a lot more in the chat. And I do wonder if that's like psychological, if like people start getting uncomfortable with the content. So because I've noticed it's like a trend. Yeah, Outer Signal. It's kind of funny to me. I mean, like in a dark way. Outer Signal says the massacre was a tragedy. Thanks for the $5. No, Mayflower Kid, don't apologize. Don't apologize. Okay. Don't apologize, Mayflower Kid. Like I'm not blaming anyone. It's just a trend I've noticed. And then I feel bad because I don't know how to react to it. Okay. No, I know, Jonas. Yeah. Listen, guys, I feel like a teacher. I'm not critiquing you. I just thought it was an interesting thing I noticed. But yeah. Anyway, yeah, it's very dark. Okay. But regardless, thank you everyone who donated. Really, I really appreciate it. Thank you for people that sent a bunch of stuff. Okay. I rely on your donations to keep going. So please don't take it personally if I don't respond immediately to your donations. I'm trying to see, did I miss anyone's donations? Okay, did I miss anyone's donations? Yeah. Outer Signal. Thanks for the massacre. The massacre was a tragedy. Thanks for the $5. Right? Okay. All right. Okay. Let's see there. Let's see here. You took it personally, Matt Saiga. Matt Saiga, you were the worst of all of them. You know that, right? You know that, all that. Like, the whole time I was trying to talk seriously, you were whining in chat about me not acknowledging you. Like, what'd you want me to do, Matt Saiga? Yeah, they slaughtered all these people. Hi, Matt Saiga. God damn it, Matt Saiga. You're rude. I hate you, okay? You were the one who was coping the most, Matt Saiga. Anyway, Philly Cheese, did you just throw a fucking turkey at my face? God damn it, Matt Saiga. God damn it. Okay. Hate you. All right. Jesus Christ. Okay. So guys, give me a second here. How dare you? I hate you, Cody. Okay, guys, give me a second. You know I love you all very much. So I'll be I'm going to quickly go pee because I've drunk a lot of tea. I've drunk a lot of tea. I didn't listen to anything you said. I know you didn't, Matt Saiga, because you were too busy in the fucking chat. Okay, how about that? Okay, but fuck you, Matt Saiga. But really, thank you, Matt Saiga. You know I'm joking. Thank you for all the contributions. I hope you're preparing for your defenses going well. Okay. All right, guys. I'll be right back. I really gotta pee. I drink so much tea. I drank this whole fucking thing of tea, and then I had 2 other cups of tea. So like, I have like so much tea, and that's a diuretic. So give me a second. I'll be right back. Don't go. We have a bunch of fun stuff upcoming. Don't worry. We'll do a little, don't you dare, Drusilla. We'll do a little palate cleanser after this, okay? 1 second.
I've been treading water. I can't do this much longer. Stuck here in.
I'm back, guys. I'm just sitting down. I'm sitting down and I'm slowly lowering the desk, okay? Slowly lowering the desk. All right. Oh, there we go. Oh my God. All right, that's so much better. Oh my God. Let's do some boops. Let's do some boops, guys. Let's do some boops. Let's do some fucking boops, okay? Oh my goodness. Luke, it's impossible for me to not give forehead. I have a massive forehead. Look at that forehead. Jesus. God, I should let an artist paint a mural on it. So much fucking blank space. Okay. All right. Let's do some boops. Raccoon Boyle, you get a boop. Boop. SoCal, you get a boop. Boop. J-Mac, you get a boop. Do you get a boop? Fine, you get a boop. Boop. Luke from VA, WA. Fuck you, Luke, and you get a boop. Boop. Louise gets a boop. Boop. Jay Williams gets a boop. Boop. Are you working on your art there, Jay Williams? Virtual Violence gets a boop. Boop. Doug gets a boop. Boop. Antifa, you gets a boop. Boop. Elevator Lady, are you there? Are you there, Elevator Lady? SoCal gets a boop. Did I already give you one? Whatever. You get a second one, SoCal. You get 3 boops. Boop, 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 because you're the best, SoCal. Who else gets a boop? Mayflower Kid gets a boop. Boop. Hot Dish. Hot Dish gets a boop. Boop. How are you doing, Tater Tot Hot Dish? Tater Tot Hot Dish has joined the Discord. We're very happy about it. We're very excited. I don't know why I said we. I am. I'm very excited about it, okay? Paleontology Dog gets a boop. Boop. Pet Gone Bad gets a boop. Boop. How are you doing, Pet Gone Bad? I hope you're having a lovely day. Very glad to see you here. Ouch, I already have a headache. Boop. I'll give you a bigger one, Mayflower Kid. Okay, anyway. Druzilla gets a boop. Boop. Druzilla, you deserve a boop. Druzilla, you always, I mean, you don't always deserve a boop, but most of the time you do. Raccoon Boyle, you get a boop. But wait a minute, Raccoon Boyle, what do you mean? What do you mean you're leaving in a week? You're not leaving me, are you, Raccoon Boyle? Where are you going? Where are you going, Raccoon Boyle? I've loved having you here. Raccoon Boyle made some really great contributions in chat today, so thank you, Raccoon Boyle. You get an extra boop. Boop. Outer Signal, you get a boop. And boop and Outer Signal booped me, so I get a boop. Boop. All right. Okay, thank you, Raccoon Boyle. All right, gotcha, Tater Tot. Did I miss anyone? I probably did. Matt Saigai. Matt Saigai, you get a bonk. Bonk! Inappropriate, Matt Saigai. Okay? You get a bonk, Matt Saigai. Anyway. Jonas, you get a boop from a distance. Boop. All right. I'm sorry, what did Mossad agent Matt Saigai say in the chat? Anyway. AMA Gaming, you get a boop. Boop. Did I miss anyone? Does anyone else want to boop? Are we all booped out? Are we all fucking booped out? Are we all booped out? James Nordoff gets a boop. Boop. Gwen, you get a boop. Boop. Are we all booped out? That's like I said, Samuel Hitler, shut the fuck up. Oh my God, that's funny. Okay, fine. I get a bonk. Bonk, because that was a good insult, Mac. I hit myself for you. Okay. All right. So, you need 7 more. No, you're fine, Drizzle. I think you're a boop addict. Okay, his elevator lady isn't here. Is she? That traitor. How dare she not show? LaQuabois, are you here, LaQuabois? You get a boop. Boop. All right. I don't know if Weirdomorphous Blob is here, but Weirdomorphous Blob gets a boop. Boop. Okay. There's LaQuabois. Okay. All right, you guys. So let's go on here. I think we're all booped out. Let's see what else we can do. Okay, let's see what else we can do. What else can I do to amuse all of you? All right, we need some happy content after that. Hey, what is wrong with you, James? Why are you always weirdly defending fucking Matt elevator lady? What do you mean they're watching? They probably are, Luke. They probably are watching another stream because they're traitors. But I have heard, guys, that Mamdani is actually streaming. Oh, I'm sorry. Mellow Munchies, you get a boop. Boop. Mellow Munchies gets a boop. Okay. Are you still here, Mellow Munchies? So let's see here real fast. I'm just checking some stuff. I want to see if I can find Couch Potato, you get a boop. Boop. What is this? Casual Revolt is a hologram? Rude. What do you mean? What do you mean, Pet Gone Bad? Fuck you, Pet Gone Bad. I'm not a fucking hologram. Do you want me to spit on the camera? Jesus. You get a boop, Cody. Boop. You know what? Pet Gone Bad, you get a bromp. Bromp, I just removed Pet Gone Bad's boop. Okay? Fuck you, Pet Gone Bad. How dare you spread fake news? All right, who else do I got here? Who else do we got here? Oh, you know, Hiyori gets a boop. Boop. Liquid Alicorn gets a boop. Boop. Lurking Snow Leopard gets a boop. Boop. I'm seeing all the Philly Cheese. Where have you been, Philly Cheese? Philly Cheese gets a boop. Boop. Venamos gets a boop. Boop. All these backgrounders today. Jesus. Okay, and then there's someone called Tago. I don't know how to pronounce that, but you get a boop. Boop. All right, good. We're done. We're done. In Your Groove gets a boop. Boop. Whatever. No. Oh, I have genuinely addictive drugs in front of me. No boops for you. Get a boop anyway, Mithril. Boop. Okay. We good to go? We good to go? Excuse you, LaQual. How dare you call me a kulak? I hate you so much. Okay. Whatever. We're done. 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 That was so fucking rude, LaQual. That's a very nerdy joke, by the way. Anyway. Okay, let's go on. Let me see. Is Mamdani live? If Mamdani's live, maybe we could watch him because I want a sexy man to look at. Mamdani. Yeah, I don't see him. I don't fucking see him. I don't see any Mayor Mamdani on Twitch. Mayor. Oh, of course I am, Doug. What do you mean? Literally, Doug said, are you sexually attracted to him? Of course I am, right? Of course I am. Jonas, slightly good news. Russian economy is even more fudged right now. That's for sure. Okay. What a shame, really. Oh, is this it? Is this Mayor Mamdani? No, he's not live yet. Okay, well, that's too bad. Okay. All right, let's just watch something fun at first. Let's just watch something fun for now. Oof. That's actually true, so Kel, I might need to do something like that just to protect all of you. Yeah, he's not live. Okay. So, let me quickly find. Let's see. Did Jay Williams give us any videos that we could watch? You better have, Jay Williams. You better fucking give us a video to watch. I'll be infuriated if you did not. Ventriloquism. Oh my god, this is horrific. Let's just choose one of Jay Williams' shits, and then I'll find some other little piece of shit to show all of you. Okay. The wit and wisdom of Pretty Boy Floyd. What the fuck? Okay, you know what? Why not? We need a palate cleanser, and Jay Williams garbage are palate cleansers. So let's watch this. Windows capture, application audio capture. All right. I'm sorry, Cody. You know I'll probably never get new headphones. Okay, I probably never will. Right. By the way, if you guys want me to get a new headphone, donate to the stream now. Okay. So let's watch this. So this is a funny one sent to us. I'm guessing it's funny. I think Jay Williams thinks they're very, very, probably loves this shit. I don't know. But let's watch. Let's see what it is. What do you mean favoritism? It's not favoritism. Anyway, whatever. I hate all of you. Thank you. What the Raccoon Boy? What the fuck are you doing? Raccoon Boy was just like, you could be a Turk. You could be a Romani Turk. That hairline, that jaw. Are you doing phrenology in the chat here, Raccoon Boy? Are you like measuring my skull shape? Yeah, Raccoon Boyo. Raccoon Boyo's like, look at me doing race science in the chat. What the fuck is wrong with you, Raccoon Boyo? Dear God, okay? I love you, Raccoon Boyo. All right. All right, that's funny. I know, I have a very strange shaped skull. I know. Okay, it's whatever. I do have a lot of Neanderthal in me. Like, I literally did a genetics test, and I have some Neanderthal in me. Now, don't you dare use that against me, folks. Anyway, thank you, Jonas. Indeed, I am. Okay, that sounds gross, but whatever. I'm not. Whatever the fuck that means. All right. Yeah, Raccoon Boyo. All right. Virtual violence. Don't worry, CR. I also have a massive noggin. I don't believe you, virtual violence, because there's certainly not much in it. Anyway, Matt Guy, I hate you, Sam, and I hate you, Matt Guy. It's all the Nazi literature. Maybe Philly cheese. Druzilla, CR loving phrenology confirmed. I hate you. 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 I hate everyone here. Okay, let's go on. So let's see what new horror awaits us from the Jay Williams universe. Okay. Thank you, Mayflower.
What can you do with a trophy? Trophies don't spend, collect dust. That's about all you can do with a trophy. Trophies are nice. The guy at the bank doesn't care how many trophies you got. Oh, you're going to put a trophy up for collateral. Yeah. Well, the guy at the bank doesn't think so, and I don't either. Are you going to go buy a new house?
Doug, no. I have it that low on purpose. Otherwise, I'm going to be pissing all the time, so I'm not going to make the cool down shorter. You already abuse it. You already abuse all the little point things. Everyone does. So, no, I'm not going to make the cool down shorter.
Or a new Rolls
Fuck
Royce
you,
when you ain't got a dime in your pocket. Losing money is not on my menu. I like cash.
That's right, Doug. Cry. Your tears bring me joy, Doug. Cry, Doug. Okay, anyway. By the way, you know what? By the way, this shit right here is funny because the funny thing here is that he sounds like a serial killer because, you know, serial killers take trophies too, but it's typically body parts of their victims. So, like, for right now, I don't know what kind of trophy he's talking about. So, because I have a sick mind, let's start this over. And guys, imagine, look at it through my eyes. Look at it through my eyes, right? Doesn't this seem like he's a serial killer? Cody, you say the Marvel Cinematic Universe? Nah, me and the homies watch the J. Williams Cinematic Universe. Right, good, because the Marvel Cinematic Universe is trash. Okay. So watch. Like, imagine he's a serial killer saying these things. I know I'm kind of a sick freak.
What can you do with a trophy? Trophies don't spend, collect dust. That's about all you can do with a trophy. Trophies are nice. The guy at the bank doesn't care how many trophies you got. Oh, you're going to put a trophy up for collateral. Yeah. Well, the guy at the bank doesn't think so, and I don't either. Are you going to go buy a new house or a new Rolls Royce when you ain't got a dime in your pocket? Losing money is not on my menu. I like cash.
I won't, Antifa. I won't make him cry.
Cash. Cash. Get the money. Who wants to play somebody that's broke? Get the cash and pull out a big wad of cash. Play the guy that's got the cash. Just get the...
I'm sorry, is he saying that you need to do, like, betting on pool? Yeah, just put her up for collateral. Is he saying that we need to, like, make bets on... Oh, got you, Jay Williams. I got you. Okay, thank you, Jay Williams.
The money.
I need
cash.
Clarity. Cash!
That's where it's at with me. You can have the trophies.
Pretty boy. By the way, isn't that illegal or something? I don't know.
What you're looking at
I
here
don't fucking know.
Is the future. I can do anything I want to do. Oh, no, Floyd. I know how good you are. You beat the champion over in Shimbuganwak County. He's
sure,
smacking
Cody.
balls in 1,000,000 miles an hour and look.
Can someone make a joke for me so that I don't look like a degenerate? Because I'm trying to be a better person. Thank you, Jay Williams. Someone else make the joke for me. Can, like, someone else make the joke for me here? Whatever, it's fine. Thank you, Jay Williams. Yes, smack. There you go, Jay. I won't even have to say it. Thank you, Jay Williams. Jay Williams doing it for me. He really wants us to smack those balls around, doesn't he? Okay, we got that.
And like Pretty Boy Floyd, I am the master of hustling pool. I'm a pool player.
Oh, my God, I thought he was going to say, unlike Pretty Boy Floyd, I'm the master of smacking balls around. That would have been funnier.
Not a heavyweight boxer. Do my hands look like they've ever been broken? I always get along good with people. Does my nose look like it's been smashed? And I'm the master of that. I don't want to go through life eating pizza.
No, but I think you probably have a few ex-wives, and you're probably guilty of assaulting them at some point.
Peanut butter and jelly. I go through life eating lobster and caviar and taking you with me. I don't know, he's just sitting at the counter. Probably just come in for a sandwich. Order a Coke or something, get yourself a sandwich. And that's what I do, I order a sandwich.
Good question, Luke. I agree with you, Luke. Why the fuck are we watching this, Jay Williams?
Pepsi. Well, who'd he play? Well, he played Ed. Who won? Well, Ed won. Ed won? Ed's the worst player in here. How did Ed beat the guy?
Who the fuck is Ed? Okay, Doug, have you ever broken a bone, CR? No. I think I had a fracture in one of my toes, but, like, my toes are so fucked up from playing so much soccer, but other than that, no, I've never broken a bone.
There's that sucker that lost to Ed. Hey, Ed, how'd you like to play a game again? Do away with Ed.
He's a manipulative little bastard,
We're going to do away with him so we can get to the rest of the people.
See, like, he sounds like a serial killer. Let's do away with Ed. Let's do away so that we can get a trophy, right? Got to collect them trophies.
Boss man, I am the greatest hustler of all times. And when I get done with you, I'm going to turn you in to a real Floydsker.
What the fuck is this?
You'd like to be able to wave your stick across the table and have all
No, J-Mac, you cannot redeem points for feet. What the fuck is going on with this community? Like, literally, what was it like yesterday? I took a video or took a picture and someone saw my foot. And ever since then, everyone's been like, oh my God, feet stream. We want to see CR's feet. And now fucking J-Mac can't keep his goddamn mouth shut about seeing my goddamn feet. So what the fuck do you want me to do? Okay, you know what? Maybe I'll do a Patreon shit where you have to pay like $100 and then you can fucking see my goddamn feet. Is this because of the story I told? Is this because of the story I told, guys? Is this because of the story I told in chat? Is this why I shouldn't give you any I shouldn't tell personal stories? Is that what this is? How dare you? Okay, by the way, if you want to hear the story of my feet, you can join the Discord. It's linked at the top of the Twitch chat and the bottom of the YouTube chat. Anyway, so I did tell a story. I did tell a story. Was it in the voice chat or was it in the main chat that had to do with my feet? Okay, but I won't go there. Anyway,
balls disappear, wouldn't you? Be rather nice, wouldn't it? NG, my friend, no good. Hey, let's break this guy's thumbs. I don't care. I don't want to win $50 million if Tyson's waiting for me out in the back alley. Now, I have a lot of outfits in my car, like this. You're dead, buddy. He is going to lick his chops. I've been a mechanic. I've been a lawyer. I've been a drunk. There's a million brokes walking up and down the street.
Actually, Jonas, wait, did you actually hear the story? Because that's what you said is very relevant to it.
What are you going to do with them? Nothing. You're going to end up living in a YMCA. They're not going to leave you alone till they know that they got that watermelon that's in your pocket sitting in their pocket. Calmly stroll out of the pool room.
Don't worry, he's almost done, guys. It's almost done.
Come back tomorrow.
Okay, it's done. Thank God. Jesus Christ. Will the feet be in the next Kahoot? No, Venamos, no. Really, Venamos, that's the first thing you come in here to say? That's the first thing you come in here to say is, will the feet be? Like, that's the first I swear to God, I hate all of you. Jesus Christ. Okay, moving on. Let's go on here. Let's see what else we got. Let's watch another one. Let's find another good one. I swear I know that person. Jail ban, unlimited fines. Okay. Oh, great. God damn it, Gwen. How dare you send me something depressing? Okay, no, it's actually good you did. Oh, no. Yes. Okay, let's watch this.
Why do you think so much algae
I'm excited.
in the reflecting pool?
You what? Now, yeah, I know, right? The feet is the one that bring the lurkers out. This is the energy you attract. What the fuck are you talking? Philly cheese, I swear to God. Okay, I love you, Doug. You're the best. Okay, so, well, you missed out, Antifa. No need to, yep, I guess you're not going to get the story now. Okay, anyway. So this will be fun. This is The Good Liars. And I did see they posted another video. For those who don't know, Cody, oh my God, you've been subscribed. That's cool. Lidl. What the fuck, Cody? Jesus Christ. Okay, go back to your doghouse, all right? Bad puppy. Anyway, so, what was I gonna, where's Dolly Boy so I can also dehumanize him? All right, whatever. So, guys, a few things here. I forget what I was gonna say. I've lost my train of thought. So we'll watch this. If you guys don't know, like the reflecting pond outside of the Lincoln Monument or some shit, okay? Outside of like the Lincoln Monument or some shit. It is like full of algae, and the Trump administration has claimed that it was the reflecting pool, whatever it is, Philly cheese, have claimed that it was polluted by vandals, which is really fucking funny. Because it probably wasn't vandals. It was probably just that the Trump administration fucked up dealing with it. So they are now at the reflecting pool, and let's see what they say. I don't know what this is going to be about, but I do love The Good Liars. All right.
You know what? Let me tell you, doesn't matter if it's algae or chemical or whatever. You have to compare the president, the condition of the pool, how it looks, and how it's. I mean, I can come down and drink the water if you want to.
Yeah, let's do it.
So we.
No. Please do not drink the water. Do not drink. Did he literally just say he wants to drink the water? Please don't drink the water. I do not want to see someone die on stream. Jay Williams, you sick, disgusting human being. Okay, how dare you send this to me? Is he actually going to drink the water? Oh my God.
Pool. This person is going to drink the water.
We are here at the reflecting pool in Washington, D.C., and this has been the source of a lot of controversy. over the last few weeks. Of course, Donald Trump had a plan.
They could get into big legal trouble if he drinks the water and they don't tell him not to. He better be pretty clear that they better be like, no, we don't want you to drink the water. I hope they do. Well, we'll see. We'll see. No giveaways. No one tell me what happened. Okay.
The reflecting pool.
Matt Saigai, shut the fuck up, Matt Saigai. Matt Saigai says the pool looks nice, actually. No, it fucking doesn't. Have you seen it, Matt Saigai? It's like green. What the fuck? You see it? Whatever. Matt Saigai, I swear to God, Matt Saigai.
Urinal water in a truck stop blue. It turned out to be clogged. Toilet water in a truck stop green. And now they're doing all they can to get all the algae out of there. Really a lot of controversy, DeVrom. How do you feel? Do you feel unsafe being here? Are you worried?
You get worried a little bit. The algae could come back at any moment, but it's being kept at bay right now. Of course,
no virtual violence.
Vandals, the latest thing to afflict the reflecting pool, right? Donald Trump has claimed 6 vandals have been arrested already.
Okay, so
that is partially true, Philly Cheese. I won't say that out loud, but that is partially true. Okay, LaQuaba, I drink fracking fluid before I drink algae. Right, LaQuaba, me too. Well, whatever. It doesn't. Whatever, Matt.
So
okay.
we have a sign here. It says America 250. What does that one say? The founding father? Founding father. And what does this one say?
First founding daddy.
First.
Okay. Oh my God! Don't get me started. Okay, please do virtual violence. So this says first founding father. So this is Lincoln. I mean, not, my God, this is Washington, not Lincoln. I'm sorry. I don't know why I said Lincoln. Notice something funny here about George Washington's face, just to ruin it for you if you ever see his image. You notice how his cheeks are kind of puffy? Do we see that? Even the people who drew him kind of couldn't help but include how puffy his faces are. All right. Like, do we see that, right? We see that his face is puffy. Well, the reason why his face is puffy is because he had a porcelain jaw with teeth shoved into it, and a lot of like his mouth was often kind of swollen because of this porcelain jaw and kind of puffy because it was a bit too big for his mouth. And within that porcelain and metal jaw, it literally is like there are the teeth of horses, donkeys, and slaves. So he literally took the teeth of enslaved people and put them into his own jaw. And there were also like donkey teeth and like horse teeth, and that is why his face is puffy. God bless this country, right? He's the founding father. So whenever you see Washington's face, don't forget this image. Don't forget why his face is puffy. Correct, Raccoon Boyo. Anyway, so that's cute. First founding father, and then over here they have Trump, and it says first. Thank you, Pet Gone Bad. That gave me time to avoid it. That one makes me sad. That is so dark. Okay, why do you always want to kill little fluffy animals, Pet Gone Bad? What's wrong with you, you sociopath? All right, thank you, Pet Gone Bad, for the contribution. Anyway, so Jonas says, but he was tall, so that makes him cool, right? Right, Jonas, he's tall, so that makes him fucking cool, right? Yeah, that's how that works. Pet Gone Bad, I'm sick. Yes, you are, Pet Gone Bad, you sicko, okay? Anyway, it wasn't aimed at me. It was, I'm sorry, Lurking Snow Leopard. Shut the fuck up, Lurking Snow Leopard. I decide who it's aimed at, okay? How dare you, right? Okay, fine. I guess it was aimed at Donald Trump, but I could have been hit by friendly fire there, so I'm still offended. Okay, whatever, Lurking Snow Leopard, I hate you. Okay, so let's go on.
Founding daddy, and what does that mean?
You know what? President Trump is just like my dad. You know, he teach me the right thing. He loves the country. And you know, like, the dad is the boss of the house. You know, he has been through hardship. He has been through life. He's been kicked ass.
He really wants his dad's, what's the term? He wants his dad to love him. Exactly. He literally has daddy issues. You can tell. Very much has daddy issues. He probably is overcompensating for a father who didn't love him enough as a child. And he's trying to, like, make his dad proud. Very Freudian, seriously.
And he knows what is right, what is wrong. and he teach you. And then President Trump was saved from that tragic day, July 13, 2023, when they tried to shoot him, but God, there's an angel to turn him.
It's 2024.
No, 2024, right? July 13th.
Yeah, this actually might be his dad next to him.
Yeah, sorry.
It's all right. Don't worry about it.
There's actually been 6 arrests at the Reflecting Pool.
Just this week, Donald Trump said that the real culprit behind all the problems with the Reflecting Pool are actually vandals. 6 people have been arrested.
And I think God saved President Trump.
You think God was responsible for saving Donald Trump? What about the firefighter that got shot and killed?
You know what? Let's not go away from your point, because it's going to be a long story. Okay. We escaped communism. We came here for freedom.
Sorry, just
Raccoon Boyo. So on dating apps where I'll be talking to men mostly, I started putting my height as 5'9", 2.5 inches shorter. Why? Why, Raccoon Boyo? Don't men like taller? I mean, isn't that like supposed to be like a beauty norm? Like the taller you are, the sexier you are. I mean, it doesn't matter to me, but I'm just curious. Why are you? I've never heard anyone they put it shorter.
Yeah.
So God,
yeah,
God saved Trump, but then he killed a firefighter and a father.
No. Here, let's not debate that. Okay. Let's talk about what I believe.
What?
Right over here, we've got police officers making sure people don't commit heinous crimes like touching the water here at the Reflecting Pool. Probably the worst thing you can do. Definitely worse than participating in crimes with Jeffrey Epstein, because no one's been arrested by this Trump administration for anything related to the Epstein files right now.
And for anybody thinking of coming to the...
Oh, that's actually a really good point. That's a really good point, LeQuabois. He's trying to get men to like him more for his personality instead of his height. That actually makes sense to me. Okay. Because I guess if you're really tall, that you might get guys who want to hang out with you just because of that. But I will say, listen, I know I'm getting off track here. I just don't listen, Raccoon Boyo, you do what you want. I just don't think it's wise to ever lie in a dating app like that, because it'll result in like, what if you meet someone who then is like, you lied? Like, it kind of poison the well beforehand? I'm just saying, but I'm not. You do what you want, Raccoon Boy. It was just my own personal thing. The
Reflecting Pool. Be aware, touching the water, taking anything out of it, taking any of the chunks of paint that might be floating around. Not good. You do not want to deface government property. That being said, if you did participate in January 6th, you'll get pardoned. No big issue. You might even get a payout for that destruction of government
Raccoon
property.
Boyo.
So maybe a little confusing. This bad, January 6th,
right.
Fine, I guess.
It's almost like you can't touch the water here, but if you smear shit on the walls of the Capitol, that's okay. You might get some money.
You might actually get paid to do it.
What?
We have I think 290, 300 foot.
Oh, I know, Raccoon Boyle. So listen, I know I'm distracted, but we'll go right back to the video. Let me just, there's so many it's so annoying. It's so annoying how everyone lies in dating apps. Not everyone, a lot of people do lie in dating apps. And then I'm not saying you, Raccoon Boy. I'm just saying it becomes it frustrates me sometimes because, I've known people who lie in dating apps and then don't understand why they can't get into a relationship with someone when they're literally starting the relationship with a lie. You know what I mean? And Raccoon Boy, again, I'm not going after you, but I'm just saying, I recommend people do be honest in their dating profile apps, right? You also, you're going to end up having a bad date, maybe, if you do lie and then they discover the lie. And it's happened. I say that because it's happened to me before. I say that and it's happened to me. There's been times where I would go on a date with someone who claimed that they were 26, and I get there and they're 39. And then they're like, oops, I must have had my age set wrong. I'm like, okay. Well, that's kind of weird. Why are you lying to begin with? That kind of really poisons the well. Okay. So just I don't want to date a lawyer, really. Okay. There was actually a guy one time who literally, I dated them for 2 months. They said that they were 26 or something. And then literally and then I later found out, after they were showing me their picture, on their a driver's license, and it literally said that they are 35. And I'm like, wait a minute, you said you were 26 and it says 35. And they're like, oh, well, I mean, oops, I didn't, and that was like 3 months in and they still hadn't told me their real age. I'm like, okay, what, like, I don't care if you're 35. And it actually really hurt my feelings because I actually kind of like the guy. It's like, why didn't you just tell me? Like, I don't give a shit how old you are. Like, anyway. So my point is like, just, I feel like it poisons the well. So from my advice, yeah, Raccoon Boyo, my advice, don't lie on a dating profile, okay? Even if other people do, that doesn't mean you need to do an arms race where you do also.
Split right through it, probably a box cutter or a knife of some kind. Or we had people lifting up the basic.
Oh, guys, I have tons of stories I could tell you, right? It's not easy to be a gay man. Let's put it that way. I mean, it's not easy to be a lot of people. Well, Philly cheese, no Philly cheese, right? Eventually they will find out. Imagine, guys, real fast. Imagine if you do find someone who you really like. You may even like want to be in a long-term relationship with them, but you've lied to them already. You're going to get caught in the spiral. Well, should I tell them the truth or will that ruin the relationship? And you might not make the right decision because you don't want to lose the like it can cause problems.
Some of the, but it's not a lot of damage, but we'll probably have to let the water out and refix it. They went in there with a knife.
Yeah, LaQual, that's happened to me too.
When you
yeah, that's when you lie to cover up the lie. Come on, Philly cheese.
Have a 350, I think it's 350, not 250, a 350-foot slit from one end to...
Oh, I know, I'm sorry. Yeah, Raccoon Boyo, oh my God. Raccoon Boyo, oh my God, the amount of people on Grindr who would send their nudes, even though I have it on my profile not to send nudes. Yeah, that I think, Raccoon Boyo, I know women have to experience that a lot too. Has any women in here experienced unsolicited nudes being sent to them by men? Like, that is really gross. That I don't know. And a lot of gay men do this too, by the way. A lot of LGBTQ folks do this too. Unfortunately, if you're on Grindr, like even if you don't have in your profile, even if you have in your profile, don't send me nudes. Sometimes people will still send you nudes. And it's like, okay, thank you, fucking monster. Okay, so yeah, all right, really gross stuff.
The other, you think that's proof? You think that's proof?
Reporters have been down there today looking for that slit that you mentioned, and there's no evidence.
All you'd have to do is see the Parks Department. They'll show it to you. See the secretary.
So, according to our president, President Donald J. Trump, somebody went in there with a knife and cut 100, 200, 290, 300, 350 foot slit.
Unbelievable.
Down the middle of it. Jeez. And I don't know how they would have gotten in there and done that. I guess just walk in there with a giant knife.
Right. Well, vandals. Vandals get away with a lot of stuff. Very scary vandals. How's it going? Good. Are you vandalizing the pool or anything? Okay. Have you seen anyone? No vandals? Okay.
This is the battle between good and evil. Okay. This is like beyond an election and what you believe.
Who's the evil?
Who's the evil? Yeah. To me, I was raised up a good human being, following the rule, respect other people. If you're talking about respect, inclusive, and then when it's violate your right, then it's not working. I mean, you are a hypocrite, right? Hypocrite, right?
See, guys, I know I'm not saying much, but I got to tell you, like, this is, it's kind of sad. I feel like this guy is showing off for his dad. Like, I feel like this guy is showing off for his dad. It's almost like he's doing, his dad is disappointed in him for some way. Pet Combat, that was a good hit. Okay. His dad might be disappointed in him for something. So he's in front of his dad, kind of showing off. That's the impression I get. Okay. I could be wrong, but it's kind of sad to me. I wish the dad would just love him and he wouldn't feel the need to try and get his dad's respect by doing this. Okay. Right. Because it looks very performative. It looks very performative how he's acting. J-Mac, I don't know if his dad is smiling a little bit. His dad is smiling a little bit. All right. And he's a 40, 50-year-old man. Oh, no. I'm not saying like he needs to get over this, Jay Williams, but there clearly was something going on with his dad, right? Like I don't know how he was raised by a dad. Yeah, but I get that. Like she's old enough to know better, but it's kind of sad.
So, so for the people that created this, more exactly the Democrat Party.
Democrats are evil.
The Democrat Party is
Look at how
very
proud
evil.
his dad is. Look at that. Shaking his head.
Like God. They don't believe in God.
So surrounding the reflecting pool now are cameras. Here's one here, and then behind you over here is another one, and there's another one over there, and there's a few more over there.
If you want to come, just check it out. Just know that you're being surveilled heavily.
What?
So, Jonas, why do Cuban and Chinese immigrants do such an overcorrection? It's like they think becoming a Republican shows that they become real Americans. Well, for Cubans, a lot of time, Jonas, they're conservative because they were the landowners and the business owners who fled Cuba after having their land seized by the communist revolution. So they're right-wingers because they've always been right-wingers, and they hate communism because, oh no, they had to share their vast estates with where they would abuse poor peasants. They had to share that with the people. So that's why they are right wing, because they want to remove the communist revolution from Cuba. For Chinese folks, a lot of Chinese folks are descended from that are here. A lot of them are descended from nationalists, Chinese nationalists who were anti-communist. There's a lot of others. There's psychological reasons too. Adapting, as Jay Williams just put it in a really good way. It's a lot to do with wanting to fit in and assimilate with whiteness. Many Asians view themselves as white adjacent. Yeah. Yes. There's sort of a sense of wanting to integrate with the dominant culture for the sake of advantage and safety. If that makes sense. There's a lot of reasons. I mean, also, Asian folks can be greedy just like any other person, right? Like any group of person can be greedy and want to only benefit yourself economically. If you own a business, the Republicans might offer you tax breaks and things like that. You see what I mean? So even like there are black people who own businesses who love the Republicans. There are Hispanics who, you see what I mean? So like a lot of it too has to do with the material benefit to people of a certain class. But anyway, okay.
Does the first founding daddy, what does that mean?
You know what? It's a friendly pronoun that I call President Trump. He's my daddy. He traveled to Europe, they call him daddy. He come back as a 47th president. We celebrate, we say, daddy's home. The beautiful White House, daddy's home. When daddy's home, we have discipline.
Sir, did you vandalize the pool?
I'm sorry, guys. I'm seeing some really good comments here. What'd you say, Philly Cheese? You said something interesting up here that I must have missed. Oh, yeah, you say a lot of East Asians. Oh, do this to. I see what you're saying. Okay, yeah. Hispanic men voted. Yeah, Raccoon Boyo. Okay. Interesting.
Yes or no?
I'm a non-vandalizer.
Okay. All right. Tell me how Donald Trump is doing with the war in Iran.
Ask me how Obama funded Iran.
Just tell me how this has been going.
Yeah.
Reason why? Because Obama and these Biden and Kamala gave Iran a lot of money. So, why do you expect Iran to not develop nuclear weapon when you give them billions of dollars? You don't think they're stupid? Even a little kid, you give them money and you tell them, don't you buy candies. You think they're going to do it? No.
But in this deal, they'll get a lot more money.
I'm glad he's got his talking points memory. Yeah, I guess so, LaQuabwa.
Why give them more money?
Here's some more cameras, making sure no one's touching the reflecting pool, keeping us all safe. We're here. We're reporting.
I am curious. Who do you think is funding them, guys? These folks, because there's other people along. Are these guys actually funded by the Trump administration? I'm asking because there were also guys passing out 250th anniversary flyers which is sponsored by the White House. The 250th anniversary celebration is sponsored by the White House. So are these just like, are these guys here just because they believe this, or are they just like, are they also being paid to do this? I don't know what the I'm curious. Does anyone know? I mean, they might just be lunatics, which I mean is very possible.
The reflecting pool.
Yeah.
I'm sure you saw that it had turned green. There was a lot of algae in it.
Yeah.
What do you think happened there?
What do I think? You know what? How much money Obama and Biden spent on the pool? You tell me. You let me know how much they spent on the pool.
Shut the fuck
This is
up!
the second
Oh my
time you've just gone
God.
back to Obama and Biden. I'm just wondering, what do you think actually happened with the pool?
They spent $100 million or maybe more, $300 million. And you see before President Trump cleaned it, it's full of algae and garbage and everything, stench, right? Yeah. So this is...
How much money? I don't even care, but how much money did Biden spend on reflecting pool? I really don't give a shit. But spend on reflecting pool. Literally none. $1.4 million was for upkeep. $1.4 million, which is nothing. What about Obama? Obama reflect, like, I don't I know this is lib shit. I'm just curious. Reflecting money spent. Well, let's just go to fact check. Yep, literally none. The total spent for an overhaul of the pool was $35 million, and that was Obama. So it's just a lie. Okay, it's just a complete lie. And Trump has spent how much? It doesn't really say, does it? It doesn't say. Well, it's more than that, though, isn't it? Obama, let's see here. Trump reflecting pool. Yeah, it was over 16 million so far. Over 16 million. And he said originally it would only cost 1.5 to 2 million, and it's 16 million. Funny. Okay, so obviously a complete lie.
Very beautiful, but vandalism. You know, like National
I agree,
Guard,
LaCroix.
National Guard have been arrested people that vandalize the pool because they hate Trump. They don't want, anything Trump does stay good and give him a chance to celebrate America's 250th birthday.
Did you see what happened? They had just painted it, and a bunch of vandals came in. There was like 10 SUVs, and they just drove it through the paint.
No. His motorcade
do you guys
drove
remember
right
this?
through the empty pool. Last month, the president announced crews will paint the pool in a color he called American flag blue.
So you call President?
Yeah, they literally his motorcade drove through the pool right after it had been painted, and they like smeared the paint all over the fucking pool because they're fucking idiots, and they don't goddamn coordinate anything because they're morons. Mithril, it's fine. Trump never pays. Oh, that's true, Mithril. He actually doesn't pay contractors. I expect he will pay these ones, Mithril. You know why? Because as Outer Signal said, the people he contracted to do the pool are friends of his. That's probably why it's costing so much, because it's basically a bribe, or it's basically just a way of siphoning money from our pockets to his friend contractor. But you're right. Normally he doesn't pay.
No, he inspected. He drove down the pool when there was not water. He inspected the pool.
So, not funny. Someone came here, pooped at the reflecting pool. So, evidence of vandals here. Some gigantic, I don't know, vandal.
Why do you think so much algae appeared in the reflecting pool?
You know what?
Yeah, money laundering.
Let me tell you, doesn't matter if it's algae or chemical or whatever. You have to compare the president, the condition of the pool, how it looks, and how it's. I mean, I can come down and drink the water if you want to.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, this guy is mentally ill. I'm sorry. Like this, what is he talking about? Like, why would you? Oh my goodness! Like, he needs to be careful. Like, he needs help.
Let's do it.
Let's go.
Let's do that. That'll wake me
Let's
up.
see what
Let's go.
happens here. All right.
All right.
All right, let's see
They
what
need to
happens.
tell, like, seriously though, they need to tell him don't drink in the pool, don't drink out of the pool, because they don't want to be held legally liable.
This is the
We
National
are
Guard
at
here.
now the reflecting pool. This person's
I
going to
escaped
drink the
communism.
water. For the record, I do not think the water is safe to drink.
No.
There we
I
go.
agree.
Yeah, for the record, definitely safe for the
And
record.
I think you might get in some trouble for this, too.
And also, they're arresting people because they might call you a vandal if you touch it.
No, these reporters challenged me if I could drink the water.
Oh my God, this is so. I'm like almost embarrassed watching this. Jesus Christ, he's deeply mentally ill.
Can I drink it?
No, don't drink no water.
Yeah.
Don't touch no water.
I
See?
don't think it's good for you.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't matter. You know what? Here.
It doesn't
we
matter.
said,
Okay.
We said you probably
Let me
shouldn't
tell you,
drink the
Let me
water.
tell you. You have to been through what I've been through. I've been through hell. I didn't get the vaccine. I know my immunity. I
Oh
know
my God.
See, I have been attacked by Antifa. This is nothing. Tasting this water is nothing.
Well,
But
it
you're
has
not
a-
gonna.
you
But,
better see the
you're
water
not
that I
doing it.
drank,
You're
huh?
not doing it.
You're not tasting the
No,
water
it's
though.
against the law. They don't allow me. If they allow me, I'll drink it. I'm not gonna vandalize anything.
Did he just? Oh my God. Okay. Did he just say he didn't get the vaccine? He's like, I've been through hell. I didn't get the vaccine. I've been attacked by Antifa. Buddy, you've been through hell. You have put yourself through hell. Why do you keep? All right. Why? Just get the goddamn. Why? Oh my goodness! I swear to God.
And don't touch the water, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to touch the water.
I stick by what I said before, folks, that if I had been in charge during COVID, anyone who didn't get the vaccine would be under house arrest until they got the vaccine. Okay. And if you try to leave that house more than maybe once, you're going to be put into a jail cell. Okay. I don't give a fuck. Okay. My patience for anti-vax people is gone. Okay. Anyway, but fucking idiot. Anyone who doesn't, whatever. I'm sorry. It's so fucking annoying to me. The anti-vax stuff is like the collapse of our civilization. I mean, it was already going bye-bye. I'm just saying, but like so stupid. Okay. Oh,
Safe to drink. I would do it with their permission. I'll drink it for you.
Nobody wants you to drink the
Nobody. No, it wouldn't be for us. We're just following you.
You
here
just
to
said
see
you
if
do it.
it.
You don't seem like you're on my side.
Even after we leave,
Yeah,
please do
Mayflower,
not
okay.
drink the water, sir. Do not drink it. Just after we leave, still don't drink the water, please. Please. I really sincerely hope that man does not drink the water.
He should not drink the water.
There's algae
They're
in
very
it.
much
Now there's
clarifying.
hydrogen peroxide in it. The paint apparently has been peeling off, maybe because it was driven over. You'd be drinking chunks of paint.
yeah, no, outer signal. That's a great idea. If someone who's anti-vax does get sick, sorry, the hospital can't take a look at you, right? They have to help people who were vaccinated. They only have so many fucking beds. If you've made the decision, okay. Now, obviously, I don't actually think that hospitals need to treat the people that are sick, but like, I would be much more authoritarian about it, folks. I'm telling you, if I had been president, which I'm not, but I wouldn't be, but I don't know if you knew that, but like, it's not, I'd be much more authoritarian about the vaccine thing. Okay. I feel like all this liberal, like dancing around, like, well, if they don't get the vaccine, that's their choice. We can't force them to. Fucking force them to. Okay. It's like the suicide of society to be like, sure, let's let a deadly disease spread around because some morons watch Fox News. Okay. It's so fucking stupid. We need to reel these folks in. Okay. Like, no, I disagree, Raccoon Boyo. I disagree. What do you mean necessary evil? I don't view it as evil. I don't view saving thousands of lives as evil. Okay.
Yeah, possibly. Don't drink the water.
Don't drink the water. All right, well, there you have it. This took a turn, but I guess...
So, Pet Gone Bad, you say the COVID vaccine turned many people crazy. You mean ones who didn't want it? Honestly, Jonas, I swear to God, Jonas, honestly, I think that it revealed how fucking degenerate this country has become. That we cannot, like, we have no sense of collective action, no sense of caring about others. That even something as obvious and simple as a life-saving vaccine, there are morons out there who will be like, I'm not going to get that. I don't care. I am being oppressed by protecting other people. Like, to me, that was like the most disturbing. It revealed such a fucking problem. And listen, guys, I know people out there will be like, you can't do that. Like, you sound authoritarian, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Like, learn history. Okay. Read some fucking history. Trust me, we want to have vaccines. It was not that long ago that all these diseases were still rampant in society. And do you have any idea how much death and like these things would cause and how miraculous, practically miraculous it was to develop these vaccines? Like, historically mind-blowing to finally have developed something that can prevent the spread of these diseases and reduced global deaths by millions upon millions upon millions. And now these fucking morons are like, no, let's go back to polio being everywhere and measles being everywhere because I don't trust the vaccine. I don't want to wear a mask. It's like the most degenerate bullshit imaginable. It is the most backwards bullshit imaginable. Okay? Like, I don't know, it really fucking bothers me that, like, we can't even do something as simple as take something that is well known to prevent an illness, and, like, you don't even care about saving people down the street from you. Like, so I'm sorry. If you don't wanna get a vaccine, house arrest. House arrest. If you try to leave your house, you're going to prison. I don't give a fuck. You're going to prison. Now, obviously, or if that, listen, you're either going to prison or you're being forcibly vaccinated. I don't care. I don't care. You're either going to prison or you're being forcibly vaccinated. Whichever one is safe for society. Because if we start sending you to prison, that might start causing it to spread around in the prison. So if that's the case, you're being forcibly vaccinated. If we can't keep an eye on you while you're in your house. Because it drives me insane. All right.
We heard it here first that you shouldn't drink the water, the reflecting pool. That wasn't a question that even came into my mind at the beginning of this whole segment, and now we know.
You know, one thing I didn't like is when we did finally find the National Guard, he said, I'm drinking the water for them.
We never said that.
It was his idea. In fact, we said, don't drink the water, and I'm glad we have that on record in case he does drink the water.
They're worried about the legal
very bad.
implications.
It'd be very bad. Don't drink the water.
Oh my God. Fucking lunacy. Fucking goddamn lunacy. Like, okay, that guy needs some help, but this is not. We do know that it isn't just this guy, though, right? Like, there are so many people out there who literally just are not living in reality. I cannot. Just mainline. I hate you so much, Philly Cheese. I hate you so much. Anyway. All right. You know what country kind of, well, I actually don't know if that's true, but anyway, we need to like crack down on this these morons. What would you do if I had to? I wouldn't live with these people. Virtual violence. I would not exist in that scenario. Let's put it that way. Virtual violence. I value my life, so I wouldn't want to live with folks like that who are that like can't. All right. I do see here. Yes. American leftists hate medical skepticism and other breaking news. No, it's not medical skepticism, Raccoon Boyo. It's selfishness. It's more than medical skepticism. These are like right-wing lunatics. This is not just. These are all right-wingers who do this shit. Okay. I mean, there are some liberals who are really fucking stupid when it comes to vaccines. But yeah. So that's true, SoCal. Jesus Christ. It also really pisses me off, guys, because there are, my parents are older. And like, you being like skeptical of the fucking vaccine is going to kill my parents. All right. And it drove me crazy, guys. It drove me crazy how during the whole COVID crisis, it was elderly people who were dying at an increased rate. Okay. And I got the impression that the people that didn't want the vaccine, they probably would have wanted it a lot more if their family members had been dying or like younger people around them had been dying. But it was almost like a weird, like, I don't care. Let the elderly die. Let the fucking the retirees die. Let all the elderly people in the nursing home die because I don't give a shit, right? It was almost like it just is. I don't know how to frame it. It was so evil to me that they didn't give a shit about the vast number of elderly people dying. It was almost like a social Darwinist, like, let them die. They're old. They don't benefit society kind of deal. And I'm like, what the fuck are we doing? Okay. So, Raccoon Boyo, I'm not sure what you mean. The war on drugs. What do you mean? What about the war on drugs? Okay. Right. What does that have to do with it? That's okay. Okay, Jonas, anti-vaxxers remind me. I disagree, Raccoon Boyo. You are right that there have been times in American history where vaccines, there have been medical experiments done on people of color and things like that. There is also a history in the United States of amazing inventions when it comes to medical treatment and vaccination and things like that. Okay. And in the cases where there was experimentation done, it was not on a national scale in response to a pandemic. But I understand some of the mistrust for government. The people who were mistrusting government in this case were right-wing lunatics who mistrusted it because of the lies being told to them by their right-wing news outlets. But anyway, Tater Tot, my partner and I had asthma coworkers who would not wear. So stupid. All right. Sir Bart, that sounds dirty, Sir Bart. Sir Bart says, I had to go fix a pipe. What's the current topic? Anti-vaxxers, Sir Bart, how they're fucking lunatics, and I hate them. And if I were president, I would use much more authoritarian tactics to force people to get vaccinated. And literally, guys, even if you are worried about vaccines for legitimate reasons, I would still force you to get vaccinated. I'm sorry. I don't care. I really don't, because it's for the health of everyone else. And maybe in that case, I'll be nicer about it. And I'll be like, I'm sorry you have these concerns. Anyway, you're going to take a fucking vaccine now. All right. But anyway. All right. Oh, they would. Sir Bart, I hate you so much. Anyway. Okay. Anyway. So regardless, I would obviously have to know that the vaccine was safe and stuff beforehand, folks. But I'm not like saying I would just randomly trust a vaccine. But once the science is out there, I'd be like, okay, we're doing this. All right, let's go on. So this is interesting. This popped up. This is from 4 days ago. So this is likely, okay, this is likely, okay, let's watch this. This is called Lefty Scum Off Our Streets. What? This is from CNN, I think. I just popped.
It's not just.
Please remember, we're going to be doing a week here pretty soon about fascism, because you guys know I know a lot about fascism. That's not sus at all. But try to look for rhetoric and ways of thinking that are idealistic and are based off emotion and aesthetics. Remember, we talked about how, guys, fascism kind of comes out of the root of fascism is sort of counter-enlightenment. It is based off romanticism and idealism. So it's about emotion, about like this sense of like heroicness and like battle against good and evil. So try to see if we can notice that kind of language, that kind of behavior. And imagine you're a white Briton trying to like imagine yourself as in the glorious past, fighting for the future and good versus evil, okay? And then that might help you understand why they're doing what they're doing.
On the streets, and it's not just the extreme right that's on the up. The populist right-wing party Reform UK led by longtime Trump ally Nigel Farage, made massive gains in local elections in May.
He looks like such a fucking
This
lunatic.
rightward shift isn't one single movement. The different groups represent different shades of right-wing politics, but they all seem to be feeding off of a divided Britain. At the heart of those divisions is the issue of migration. Just this week, a horrific attack by a Sudanese refugee on the streets of Belfast almost immediately turned into the latest "I told you so" moment for the far right. Allies amplifying the message.
So
and
CNN's
fanning
coverage is bullshit. Like, I hate how they don't put any of this shit in context. I don't want to put any of this shit in context. Venamos, I am not saying you have to like them. I'm saying we were going to learn about fascism. So to understand the enemy, it is important to understand the enemy. So look at signs of fascism, so you guys can see where this shit comes from, so that we can stop these fuckers. Okay.
the flames of hate.
People in Britain are angry.
Joe Mulhall infiltrated far-right
shut
groups.
the fuck. By the way, I hate how CNN, like, they don't give any context. Like, oh, there was this Sudanese man who did a crime, which is what caused all this. Well, yeah, but like, how about all the Muslims that are attacked and shit? Okay, like, all right, but like, you see, they don't put anything in context.
Cover here in the UK and in the US. He's one of the UK's top experts on these movements.
You know, if you look at the way that people's lives have been, you know, lack of jobs, houses, schools, hospitals.
Yeah, virtual violence.
Stagnated wages, living standards going down or stagnating for years and years. And they feel that mainstream political parties have not met their material needs. What the far right are really good at is going to those people and they turn up and they say, you're right to be angry, and they give them a scapegoat and they say it's because someone has come to this country and taken it from you. They're really good at redirecting people's anger from where it should be directed.
I've seen exactly what Joe's talking about.
He's right.
And how consecutive governments have dealt with this issue. And with the center-left Labour Party back in power for the first time in 2 decades.
Of course not. Jonas says, by the way, when a Sikh woman had a man force himself on her, calling her an effing Muslim, no words from our leaders. When a man recently stabbed five Muslims in Edinburgh, no outrage. Of course, right? Like, yeah, I mean, yeah.
Outside
of course
London,
not. You know, this is the thing. So remember, guys, fascism is not rational. It is based off emotion and like scapegoating and shit. Okay, and this is the issue with it. Is like we can argue logically with all of them, with them as much as we want. That won't fucking change a thing, right? That won't fucking change a thing. It's built into the worldview to reject things that counter the worldview because it's based off emotion, right? Immigrant bad, brown people bad. I want to be like King Arthur. I want to be like Lancelot. I want to be like a glorious English knight repelling the foreign invaders, right? And so you can't really ration. I know, seriously though, like they even wave flags that kind of have a knightly reminiscence to them. So it's kind of like, you know, they're living in fairy tale land. So what feels better? What feels better? To imagine yourself as a knight repelling foreign invaders that you're scared of because you're racist and the people are brown, or does that feel better? Or does it feel better for someone to sit down and be like, hey, this is because of socioeconomic conditions, and really this is because of the owning class, which control all the wealth, and here's a chart showing, do you see how like one takes thought and doesn't really make you feel good, right? One takes thought and really isn't that exciting. It's kind of just like a kind of, it's just the reality. And that also would imply that the solution is a lot more difficult if you tell them the actual solution. Which of those is more emotionally appealing? The knight, right? The idea of like, I am an adventurous knight to solve the problem. We must get rid of the migrants versus, you know, the whole structure of the country is fucked up and that's why you're suffering. Okay? Like, you see what I mean? You see what I mean? Okay. All right. Lurking Snow Leopard. My mother's religious friend sent me a video with this jackass in it, and then they had the nerve to say he brings up some good points, and after looking up this guy, oh, so disgusting, Lurk. I'm so sorry. Mm-hmm. All right.
Solve those divisions and feel the anger.
Yeah. No, seriously, Jonas. I didn't even know that, but I'm not surprised. Jonas says, hence why we often see crusader outfits at these rallies. Yeah. Okay. Like, there's this weird nostalgia for, like, the past and, like, being an epic Britain, making you feel better about how shitty of a person you are and how shitty your life is, right? You're not a fat retiree who's barely surviving in an expensive flat. Okay, you're actually a knight, restoring the legacy of King Arthur and repelling the. You see what I mean? Like,
touch me. Shame on you. Shame on me. You know, you die.
There are
It
loud
is
crowds,
Philly
but
cheese.
it's clear there are more noise than numbers.
There
And
you
you
go.
do
LaCroix.
see locals coming out to confront them.
No hate, no fear. Refugees are welcome here.
The main event kicks
Oh wow, I'm such an asshole. But oh great, here are the libs doing so much work for the refugees by standing out there chanting. Anyway,
off with the
sorry, I'm an asshole. Good for them. It's I'm glad that there's at least some counter protesters. Personally, I'd be out there with a fucking club. Anyway, but that's whatever. It's fine.
rambling mix of racist rhetoric, fear-mongering, and white supremacist conspiracy theories.
They're teaching about Muhammad and Allah. We will not tolerate our children to be taught about LGBTQ and what pronouns of belief, what they can identify as. We will not tolerate that around here.
Virtual violence, yes, I would if there were plenty of other people out there with me. No, I wouldn't do it by myself. That'd be suicidal. But if there was a crowd of people out there with clubs, then yes, I would do that. It would be fun.
Keep up the pressure and one day you will be victorious!
At this one,
I could wear a dress or something. I could literally go out there in drag. That'd be kind of based. I could make it like Stonewall all over again.
tiny town's protest, we find one of the leaders of the UK's extreme right.
Our country's been taken over by mass immigration. We're fed up. This is not the future that our grandparents and great-grandparents fought for in 2 world wars. They didn't fight for this to be done to our country. Hoisted on us. Yes. You mentioned far-right neo.
Like it was. What do you mean? Again, this return to a mythical past, right? By the way, we do know that Britain, like literally, was invaded. There was something called the Norman Conquest, where the Normans came across the ocean. The Normans came across the Narrow Sea, the British Channel, and conquered Britain. So are they going to be mad about those guys? Are they going to be mad about the Norman Conquest? Maybe they should go back to before the Norman Conquest. Okay? Let's go all the way back to before the Norman Conquest. You know what? No. Let's go all the way back before the Roman Conquest. And then, like, I don't know. Like, what? So I'm not sure. Yeah, like, this is... Okay. Jonas. Okay, there's no, I know, right? Jonas, like it's all, Louise, yeah, there is no invasion. But that's great propaganda, isn't it? The invading hordes are coming across. Jonas, guess what, mate? The whole world would like the same for ourselves. Yeah, right, Jonas? Like, all right.
Nazi all that a minute ago, as if that kind of stuff, that doesn't hold any power anymore. You must have learned this with Trump's victory. No
It's bullshit, virtual violence. It's bullshit. That's not how that works.
one cares if they're called a racist anymore. Those terms are just used to silence people.
Has come to the UK.
This is mega. Make England great again.
He's the man. Trump is the man.
I have so much respect for President Trump. He is saving not just America, he is saving the West and he's saving the world.
Saving the West. Guys, think about the idea. The idea of the West. The West. What an amorphous kind of like, what does that mean? The West, right? Like, there's something mythological about that. Like, the Western civilization is like kind of a spirit, right? It's like this spirit of the West. Like, what the fuck does that mean? Do you think these people like the French? I bet a lot of them don't like the French. Are the French part of the West? You see what, like, all of these things are meaningless, okay? All of these words are meaningless. I don't know what the fuck it means. Like, that's the point. It's like a myth. It's kind of like in their heads, it's this big fighting for Western civilization, okay? Yeah, exactly how to signal like...
This because I'm a Donald fan.
What is it that's going on? How much of this is really influence from the U.S.?
There's no question there's a huge influence. When the far right is
Thanks, Invalid.
small little fringe political parties, that sounds fanciful.
Of course, exactly, Mithril. That's why this is stupid, right, Mithril? It's like, you know that they probably don't like the Irish either, Mithril. Like, so like they don't like a bunch of the people that are also in the quote unquote West. So why are they defending the West? Because to them, their conception of the West isn't a real thing. It's the city on a hill. It's white people. It's like this mythical sense of a non-existent thing because it makes them feel better about the pathetic little lives. Okay, Jonas, people just want to live lives fruitfully. Nobody is invading you. Let us in. And also big floody reminder. We're still a minority. Exactly, Jonas. It's all stupid. It's all a distraction. It's a myth. Okay. Sir Bart, if you're going to get pissed when people rightly call you out for being racist, you're probably not a racist, but rather a moron getting absolutely, Sir Bart. Okay, you're probably both, right?
When you've got Donald Trump in the White House, the most powerful man in the world, they can then point to someone and say, look, it's happened there. If it can happen there, it can happen here.
You're welcome, UK. Sorry. Sorry about that. Sorry, we enabled that shit.
Where the far right is turning into a significant political force.
Almost fell down.
In Britain?
I think there's no doubt about it, right? The far right is no longer something that sits on the very margins of our politics in Britain, an annoyance to the right. It is increasingly something that actually has the real chance of taking power in Britain.
The once fringe voices seem to be moving into the mainstream. It's a small but vocal minority.
Okay.
Threatening to change the face of Britain. Now they believe their moment has arrived.
Oh my God, I'm so worried for the UK. And now you guys are experiencing like record heat over there, so climate change. Oh my goodness. All right, let's see what else we have here. Jonas sent us this. Dr. Sashi
Staying with India, but
Tharor? Forgive me, I don't know who this individual is. So speaking of colonialism and things like that, let's watch this real fast. It's a short. British-induced famine. Yeah, thank you, Churchill. Yeah, great. Let's watch.
Staying with India between 15 and 20.
Of course, yes, Peck on Bad. There is a historical trend there. Peck on Bad says these idiots think the Jews are bringing in minorities to cause division, but they are the ones causing the division. Correct. In Nazi Germany, oh, got you, Jonas. Okay. In Nazi Germany, the Nazis would literally wander around the streets, beating people up, getting into pitched street fights with people with their fists and things like that. And then they turned around and would say, look at all the political chaos and violence in the streets. This is the Jews' fault. As they themselves, the Nazis, were going down the street, causing riots, beating people up, and causing the political violence. Yeah. Okay, it's absolutely a self-fulfilling prophecy. Those people are the ones creating the divide, and then they're blaming other people for creating the divide. That's all they do, because it's all about emotion. It's all about you can't be guilty for anything because you're a perfect little angel, right? You never want to feel bad or guilty for anything. So everything is always someone else's fault, right?
9 million Indians died of starvation in British-induced famines. The most famous example, of course, was the Great
I'm sorry, I'll start over.
Staying with India, between 15 and 29 million Indians died of starvation in British-induced famines. The most famous example, of course, was the Great Bengal Famine during the Second World War, when 4 million people died because Winston Churchill, deliberately as a matter of written militant policy, proceeded to divert essential supplies from civilians in Bengal to sturdy Tommies and Europeans as reserve stockpiles. He said that the starvation of anyway underfed Bengalis mattered much less than that of sturdy Greeks. This is Churchill's actual quote. And when
he actually said
conscience-stricken British officials wrote to him, pointing out that people were dying because of this decision, he peevishly wrote in the margins of the file, "Why hasn't Gandhi died yet?"
Yep. That's great fun. That's great fun. Yep. I don't know what to add to that. Yeah, the British Empire was monstrous. The British Empire was monstrous. Committed massive crimes. By the way, how many museums or like monuments are there in the world to the Bengal famine compared to the Holocaust? What about how many monuments are there in the world to what the Belgians did in the Congo compared to like the Holocaust? How many monuments are in the world to what American colonists did to the Native Americans compared to the Holocaust, for example, right? Isn't it interesting how like we always put the Holocaust as like the epitome of evil? And it was. It was one epitome of evil, right? There are multiple things that were extremely evil in history, and it's one of them. But it's funny that we only really ever talk about the Holocaust. Do we think that might be because Jewish folks are kind of white passing, right? Do we think that might be the case, and that when it's like a look, I hate you so much. Okay, you know I don't. How dare you? Yeah, of course it was because they're white Europeans, Sir Bar. Obviously. I mean, obviously. That's really cool, Jonas. That's really cool. Maybe we should watch that interview sometime. When Matt Saigai sent it, it looked if I could, I would love to watch that interview. All right. I hate you so much, Jonas. But isn't that interesting? Like, there's obviously a situation here where there are certain people who are viewed as worthy victims and others who are viewed as and some who are viewed as unworthy victims, right? Okay, and if you're black or brown, well, you're just not really human. Okay, that's the implication, right? All right. And we still have that fucking problem today, if you guys didn't notice. Today has been depressing, hasn't it, folks? Don't you all love it? Don't you love it? Don't you love how depressing today has been? It's been a depressing one. Let's see what else we have here. Let's find another palate cleanser. Maybe we'll watch another one of okay, Raccoon Boyo, CR, would I be worthy or unworthy? Unworthy. You know why? Because you don't put the right height in your profile. Okay, I'm just kidding, Raccoon Boyo. I'm just kidding. I just tried to find a way to insult you. Drizella, can we see some about South Africa? Well, let me find something positive first. Okay, let me see something positive first. Let me find if I can find something kind of fun. I need a mental break. Oh, this looks funny. This is sent to us by
Nigel Farage stars in House of Guinness.
So this is called House of Guinness. It looks like it's mocking Nigel Farage.
Look at that. Guinness. White on top, as it should be. But the majority of it is black. Now, I've got no problem with things being black, as long as they're not black here. Say what you like. I do. Get rid. Get me a good honest pint of English ale. Oh, bloody hell, this is brown.
Okay, well, that was kind of a flop, whoever sent that to me. I didn't really read who sent that to me. It didn't feel that funny, given the content of what we just watched. But anyway, I maybe shouldn't have chosen that one. All right. Let's find another one here. Maybe we can watch one of Jay Williams' funny ones. That didn't cheer me up. I want to be cheered up, or at the very least distracted. Join the space alien religion. We'll do another Jay Williams. Oh, sweet Jesus. Okay. No, Philly cheese. We're not going to watch a Thoreau doc as a fucking palate cleanser. I'm sure you are in Valid Accent. Go have fun.
In 2001, ambassadors from 32 other populated planets located in the Milky Way galaxy will land on Earth. As their starships appear in our skies, we will no doubt remember our forgotten history, our long-ago contacts with our brothers living on other worlds. But that's
what I was about to find out, Philly cheese. What group is this? Some sort of cult, obviously.
the climax of our story. Let us begin with the first baby steps of our new consciousness, which has gradually been illumined by the light forces of our universe.
This is all...
By coming into this world and this dimension at this time and fessing up to all of his ill and dirty deeds.
What? Okay, I'm sorry. What?
This contact is again going to...
I'm sorry. What the fuck is this? Or Meet Uriel? Meet Uriel. The Great Starship Landing. We're going to look this up. Great Starship Landing. Landing of 2001. What? It said Uriel. I'm just trying to use any keywords I can to understand what the fuck this cult is. Okay, the Uranus. What is it? The Unarius Academy of Science. Okay, we're going to look it up then. The Unarius Academy of Science. A nonprofit organization. The organization purports to advance a new interdimensional science of life based on fourth dimensional physics principles. Unarius centers exist in Canada. Oh, this is the group that Sir Bart started, and Lurking Snow Leopard also started. They started together in Canada, New Zealand, Nigeria. Outer Signal started it too, and the UK. Oh my God! Wow, wow. So I guess all of this. I think this was started by all of you. Dear God, it has people from everywhere in here. Okay, Jesus. All right, we got the UK, Nigeria, Canada. God, don't lump me in with this garbage. Sorry, Lurking Snow Leopard, it's not my fault you founded this cult. Okay. Anyway, so Unarius is an acronym for the Universal Articulate Interdimensional Understanding of Science. Oh, I'm sure that's accurate, right, Sir Bert? I'm sure you'll love the royalty. The founder and subsequent channels and subchannels. Okay, have written books filled with channeled dissertations from alleged advanced intelligent beings that exist on higher frequency planes. This is all a bunch of psychobabble, okay? Over 100 volumes have been published since 1954, I'm sure. I'm sure it's all very accurate, right? I'm sure this is all deeply accurate. I'm going to actually do a search on YouTube to see if we can't find more videos of this shit, but let's finish watching this.
The new civilization has already started with those people here who are open to this new consciousness.
The Unarius Academy of Science has established a library of over 125 volumes that have been transmitted from other terrestrial planets and highly evolved spiritual worlds. On October 17, 1990, Unarius held its 7th annual Interplanetary Confederation Day.
Oh my
the
God.
Students gathered together.
Guys, can we have just like one little teeny tiny re-education camp? Can we just have like one? Can I have one as a treat? Like before I said I wanted a re-education camp that only allows 12 people. Can we like do 100? Is that okay? Can we just like please just one little re-education camp? That's all I want. Just one little re-education camp. Okay? Like I don't ask for much. I'm poor. Can we just
to express their enthusiasm and to show their support for our planet's joining with the other 32 planets.
I wish to learn more.
Oh my God.
I wish to know all that you say. You are good people. I know this now.
Oh my God, no.
Greatest opportunity of your life. We will show you your
What the fuck is this, Zordon or something? Oh my God, what is that? Sorry, that kind of scared me. I don't know, J-Mac, I don't know. Jesus, okay. Oh my God, I don't even... Can we just... Paste. Can we look up this shit? Are there like other? Oh my God, guys, look, they have a site. They have a site. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Wait. They have a site. Interplanetary tour.
From out of the stars, a beacon of light beckons humanity forward.
Oh, God.
Bringing a message of scientific understanding, creative expression, and exemplifying love in action.
Unarius Academy of Science presents. Oh my God, I'm excited.
So an astrophysicist at the University of Nottingham says that he estimates there's 100 quintillion planets in our galaxy.
Yes, Louise.
That's 20 zeros, right?
And when Muriel made the contact with each one...
Jonas, don't fucking start with me. Come on, Jonas. You know exactly what's going to happen here, Jonas. They'll be like, we love gay people or something. And then, like, they'll be like, as long as they're euthanized. And then they can go be with the creator. That they're gonna find some reason to say that they want to kill all the gays. You know, so let's just hold off, Jonas. Let's just hold off and wait until we see the genocidal intent.
Their position.
Oh my God, it does kind of look like Hillary
In
Clinton.
terms of where they were in the galaxy. So she would ask them, are you on the outside or are you on the inside? This being the source.
Literally, is this the best that they have? They claim to have like the science of fourth dimensional space and shit. But and this is the best they can do. This looks like a fucking like what is it? Like a state fair neon sign board thing. Like they just have little light. They can't even have higher tech fucking
Infinite creative intelligence, which projects energy out to all of the planets.
Literally the most horrifying thing. Like we watched the thing about the Mai Lai Massacre, but the most horrible thing I've seen today are these people trying to sing. This is the worst thing I've ever heard in my life. The absolute. I bet SoCal is better at singing than this. I mean, Jesus, this is some of the worst. Can you imagine like our community trying to sing together as like a group? This is what we would sound like, except they're probably worse. Like this is pretty bad. I know you would, Sir Bart, but like this is absolutely awful. Oh God.
And you will see on the outer wall are these 7 temples, and these temples, the whole city is a replica
Yeah, Jonas, and I'm Ho Chi Minh, okay?
of what these spiritual worlds look like on these higher spiritual dimensions in the higher astral planes.
Oh, right, Louise, right, of course, yeah. And I'm the Buddha, okay? I'm the Buddha incarnate.
But he was a brilliant scientist. We call him a cosmic visionary, and he was trained.
Kate is dead, Philly cheese. The bitch is dead. She's dead. You understand me? And I'm glad she's fucking dead. I'm sorry, that was rude. That was rude. That was an outburst. Philly Cheese said Kate would have played the violin. Listen, it's okay. Philly Cheese, don't you fucking tell me to calm down. Don't you fucking tell me to calm down. Anyway, I'm sorry, guys. I overreacted to that. I'm just saying. Whatever. It's fine.
On the inner worlds of light before he incarnated with all this great electronics and scientific knowledge.
On October 12th and 13th, 2019, Unarius celebrated its 36th Interplanetary Conclave of Light event. We are not alone.
Come on, can they try, like, have better costumes at least?
In the universe. A light-filled weekend with music, creative expression.
Guys, they're all going to unalive themselves. Come on, we know what's going to happen.
A self-healing workshop and more. One of the highlights of the weekend was the Interplanetary Tour. A live interview with...
How dare you, Gwen? She deserved to die, okay? How dare you?
Representatives of the Interplanetary Confederation. This confederation is a galactic United Nations of planets that Earth will be joining in its positive future. So sit back and enjoy this communication with a few of the representatives of the Interplanetary Confederation.
What? I'm sorry. They're meeting with is this like interplanetary confederation? So like it's like a UN for the universe? Exactly, Sir Bar. Is this Star Wars? An interplanetary tour. Jesus Christ. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. Do you think they all have like? Oh, you come on, Jonas. You know it. You know they have some sort of weird like.
Life is so much more creative.
Glacia. What is it? Glacia, the planetary envoy. By the way, this looks mildly racist, don't you think? Why is the Muslim? Did you wait? Look at this. Look at this. Look at the bottom left-hand corner. Why did they make the Muslim-looking character, like, scary and, like, frowning in the lower left-hand corner? Look at this. It's like they're trying to say the gods are aliens, but Muhammad. Just look closely, okay? No, wait, Jay Williams, wait. You'll see it. You'll see it. Wait. You'll see. Because obviously they're probably Islamophobic, but, like, just wait for it. Look at this. Look. This guy in the lower corner, like all these other ones near the light, and then down here kind of looking away. I'm angry, or Muhammad and I'm angry, or something. Like, you see what I mean? Like, literally. Okay.
Life is so much more creative. The people have gotten their...
I don't know what, like, Muhammad, I don't know who that is. Who is that? Is that, like, it looked like a bunch of gods and shit. It looked like a bunch of different gods. Maybe I know Muhammad isn't a god, but like that looked like them trying to represent a Muslim person. Okay.
Inner selves back.
Who's Mon Mothma? I don't know. Literally, I literally don't know. Did I make a mistake? It looked like I thought they were trying to represent different religions. What did I just do a racism? What is it? Mon Mothma? Who's Mon? I don't know. Mon Mothma, whatever. Who's Mon Mothma? Oh no, that's just you guys are lying to me. Okay, I hate all of you. I am right.
Our planet affects all the other planets. Our planet affects the
Philly cheese. I swear to fucking God, Philly cheese.
universe. So if we're
Guys, I suspect the image behind her is just a green screen or like a really shitty photograph.
not progressing,
I don't think she's actually in a tropical paradise.
then we're holding back this great idea that Aishana has to progress all these 33 planets.
Jonas, I swear to God, I hate all of you. Oh, look, there's invalid axiom right there. Can you see him in the lower, you can't see it on my screen, but look, damn it, you can't see it. I'm moving around the wrong thing. Look, there's invalid axiom. Look, with that one eye, freak of nature. Anyway, all right.
Now they have their own spacecraft. They contact other worlds.
I do know
They
Gaia,
help
Gwen. I do know Gaia.
other worlds, and other worlds comes and help them to start again the agriculture.
Lumen of
One
Luminous.
individual sharing with another one the successes that they had and the revelations that they saw through this process.
I denounce this man as a gay man, very clearly a gay man, very clearly a gay man. I got to tell you, I denounce him. Okay, I denounce him. The lisp and shit, I denounce it.
What we saw at the time in our society is that we were very technically advanced. We had a great place to live. Everything was super clean. We knew all that we wanted to know. But now this gave us a whole new way of looking at things in a creative way. And from that, we were able to create new artworks.
I know, Gwen, right?
technologies. And once we started sharing that with other people amongst us, then everybody wanted to get involved, basically.
Wait, I don't get it. So what? That didn't explain anything. What's the lumen of luminous? They literally just randomly said across the screen this phrase.
Comes and help them to start again the agriculture.
The lumens of luminous? What? Lumens of luminous. I'm addicted to this now. Lumens of luminous. Oh. Okay, well, apparently it's just made up bullshit, which I think we knew, but it doesn't say anywhere. Okay, great.
One individual sharing with another one the successes that they had had and the revelations
Right,
that
Jonas.
they saw through this process. What we saw at the time in our society is that we were very technically advanced. We had a great place to live. Everything was super clean. We knew all that we wanted to know. But now this gave us a whole new way of looking at things in a creative way. And
What you're saying makes no fucking sense.
from that, we were able to create new artworks, new technologies. And once we started sharing that with other people amongst us, then everybody wanted to get involved, basically.
Sir Bert, I hate you so fucking much, Sir Bert. I'm gonna come after you, fucking Sir Bert. I'm gonna come after you.
Now we begin our live interaction with other worlds, starting with Nadney of planet Delma.
Good,
Greetings,
me too,
Nadney.
Raccoon Boyo.
What was your planet's understanding of reincarnation?
The understanding was
sweet
that
Jesus. Sir Bart.
when they would pass over, they would go to another planet, Earth.
What the fuck is this? Why is this woman dressed like she's at a French Ancient regime party? What the fuck? Why is she dressed? Okay.
And they thought that that was reincarnation.
My chair is breaking
we
slowly.
did not know of the higher
Oh my God.
spiritual planets. So we weren't getting any.
The two of my wheels just fell off my chair, and now I'm like about to fall. You see how fall back? I got to be very careful. If I might end up falling out of my chair.
Education from the higher when we passed over. So we just kept coming back and reliving the same thing that we've been
falling apart around me. There we
What
go.
was one
Jesus.
of the things given by Uriel on the lens that helped,
What does he wear? Okay.
helped your world the most?
It was the poetry from Dr. Norman. It was healing.
You're
It
not
was very
insane,
healing,
Glenn.
and I think that was one of the main things that started the healing within all the people.
No, Jamie.
Because from that point on,
He's just wearing a fucking hoodie that doesn't fit him.
the people changed, and they were very open, and they took control of it themselves. So it was a great acceptance that was taking place on the planet, not just us trying to force any of this.
I know,
to
right,
happen.
Jonas?
It was. We were ready. It would be the real word that we could use here.
After the government was disbanded, what became the central focusing point for the people?
Well, the lens was.
Wait a minute. She's like talking to him on his screen. Is she claiming that he's like somewhere in outer space or some shit? Like, is this what? Like, why are they talking on a screen? Okay.
Was the key.
It's quantum telepathy. I'm sorry, LaCroix. So he's an alien. Is that what we've decided now? He's an alien? Okay, you're right. He's in outer space. You're right, Felici. Sorry. I missed the context clues. I get it now.
To everything that took place. But what they did was they started focusing on breaking up from the cities and moving into communal type living, because our planet was very sterile and organized, and everything was planned in advance, and people were like, the term was used, a one-night stand. In other words, we weren't really able to communicate with each other. When we moved to these communal.
What? A one-night stand? I'm very confused. What? But wait, what? So are they just fucking each other? I don't get it. What does it mean we were very one-night stand, we couldn't communicate with each other? Well, sometimes you don't communicate with a one-night stand. Don't even make eye contact, barely even see them. But like, what the fuck I'm very confused. What do they mean it's like a one-night stand? What? Okay, you know what? I don't get this. Whatever, it's fine. I guess they're sexy space communist. It's so. Is it, Sir Bart?
Then usually there would be a leader of the group, and they would try to work out, because of the lens, they would try to work out their own information, or gaining their own information of what to do. And so that was a real great help at that time.
Because your society had become impersonal and mechanical, they had lost the ability to relate to people. How did you start to overcome what your society had become?
That was basically the communal living. Not only that, but see, we were taken through the flame. They were taken to the spiritual worlds at night. And so everything that was happening with that started to bring the change because they started to realize that we could get the answers from
I'm
the
sorry,
lens,
guys. I'm
but
hyper-fixated.
also that we were changing as a people and looking for the answers. And
Okay, can I ask you all a question? I have seen Georgia O'Keeffe paintings, okay? I have seen Georgia O'Keeffe paintings. Am I looking too much into those flames? Am I looking too much into those flame images? For those who, if you know what I'm talking about. Am I looking, okay, go back. Let's go back. Am I looking too much into the images of these flames? Like, I mean, maybe I am. I might be
to the
overdoing it.
communal living. Not
You
only
think
that,
so, elevator
but
lady?
see, we were
Okay.
taken through the flame. They were taken to the spiritual worlds at
Are
night.
you sure, elevator lady?
And so everything that
I don't
was
know if I am
happening
taking. I
with
don't think I
that
am looking too much
started
into
to
it.
bring the change because they started to realize that we could get the answers from the lens, but also that
Trust me, Raccoon Boy, it has nothing to do with horniness. I am not exactly into that. I'm just saying, maybe I'm too definite. Okay, fine. Fuck all of you. Well, now I feel like a filthy, straight degenerate.
we
Yeah, these flames, elevator lady. What flames did you think I'm talking about? By the way, where the fuck have you been, elevator lady? I swear to God.
were changing as a people and looking for the answers. And when you start to look for the answers, then
Thank you, elevator lady.
they would come through. And our scientists were the leaders of the planet. So I believe the scientists were great in helping the people because they had reached a point where they couldn't come up with anything new. They thought they'd reached the end of what they could do. So they called it her Shauna. That is what we knew her as in the past.
Shoshana. Shoshana. So they had what, like a Marie Antoinette looking bitch up here? Like, what is this? Okay, like why the fuck does she look like Marie Antoinette or something? I'm sorry. I shouldn't use misogynistic language. I'm sorry, okay? But why do they have this Marie Antoinette looking bitch up here? Anyway, I'm just saying. Okay, just saying.
But when Uriel came to the planet, then it opened up everything, and the scientists, I think, were really ready for something. They needed something new, or otherwise they.
Elevator lady, did you just threaten me, elevator lady? Did you just threaten me, elevator? I'll find you, I'll find you, I'll hunt you down, I swear to God. Okay, anyway, let's go back to this.
Today, with the many years since the original contact with us, we have gained greatly by breaking up into these communities. And what it does for everyone is bring everyone together, which we weren't together. But we were very selfish.
Is this luxury space communism?
Centered planet. And so it was everything about us individually. And so what we had to do with the people is allow them to understand how the lens worked. And that's why it changed.
What? I'm sorry. Did any of that make any sense? Is there any coherence to anything he's saying? Because literally, it was like listening to, like literally, I didn't, like none of that was coherent, right? Please don't tell me I've lost my mind. None of that was coherent, right? Mythos lore is easy to understand than any. Yeah, they make sense they make more sense than you do on a daily basis. Yeah, oh, thank you, Vasim. It literally didn't make sense, right? Drusilla, shut the fuck up, Drusilla, you goddamn liar, okay? Oh, really? You all understood it completely? Whatever, fuck all of
This
you.
lens, we call it a lens due to lack of a better word. I like to call it a generating system.
Jonas, I
For
swear to
that
God.
is what it does. We can experience great
Yeah, Drusilla, you're
healing
lying.
through the use of this lens.
Crawl, I
This
swear to God,
morning-
crawl.
I put it to test in a very, well, we can't say experimental stage, for we no longer need to experiment, but in a very demonstrative. We were demonstrating. And I oscillated my consciousness through the lens in both directions and right-angled the frequency through it unto another spiritual planet.
Wait a minute. Okay. How does one... Oh my God, I have a headache now. Okay, how does one oscillate a consciousness? What does that even mean? How does one oscillate a consciousness? That doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, I don't understand. One of those things is like an immaterial concept, and the other one is like something that is mathematical and material, kind of. I mean, it's not like I don't know. I don't know. What is that? Okay. What you know what? It's fine. They're just on LSD. They're just on fucking LSD or something.
And those people on this high spiritual planet were transcended.
Yeah, they're definitely high, I'll tell you what.
They were lifted in their consciousness and upon their level of development. This is the great potency and the wonder of this lens, what it can do.
You say that you deflect the frequencies from this generator to other portions of your worlds or other worlds as you are doing here.
Yes, well right now I will tell you, I'm speaking through the lens. It is not in this dimension, it is in the abstract. I have seen a portion of the lens psychically, and it is a magnificent structure. It appears as great.
How do you see something psychically? I don't okay, like in your head. I'm sorry, I don't get this. I think I'm waiting. I think I should just stop watching it. I feel like I'm trying to understand this way too fucking much, and I'm like, I'm gonna have a goddamn aneurysm. Okay? With my thanks, Louise. Thank you, Louise, for that contribution. With my third eye. Thank you, Louise. Yeah, let me just pop out my third eye. Let's see how much that helps, right, Louise? Jesus Christ. Okay. You know what? Open my sixth eye. Shut up, Philly cheese. Oh my God. Okay. You know what? We're done with this. Thank you, Jay Williams. I can't even do it. I can't even do it. What's spirit science, Drusilla? I'm like obsessed now. What's spirit science? Is this what people get into? Is this what people get into? Jay Williams, you disgust me. You disgust me. Though, hey, look, guys, Jay Williams, I finally turned Jay Williams. He's asking to see my third leg. He literally just said it. So I think we've now proven that. I think we finally can officially say we've converted Jay Williams. All right. Anyway, so Jay Williams is now a homosexual. All right, let's go on here. I'm going to write that down. Okay. Anyway, so Jonas says, Xenu is my daddy. You disgust me, Jonas. I swear to God. Okay, what's the spirit science shit that you talked about here, Drusilla? What's spirit science? I don't know what that is. Oh, it's like a YouTube cult? What why are you guys showing me this shit? Why are you showing me this shit? Why are you doing this to me? Okay, why are you doing this to me? Like, this is so mean. I am just a regular little jester. I'm just a regular little jester. I don't deserve this. I don't deserve this treatment. Would you send me some shit about Light, the spirit science movie? You are now Gay Williams. Hilarious. Oh, look, it's been established, Jay Williams. Anyway. Jay, we were the chosen one. You were supposed to balance the sexuality spectrum. He didn't oscillate his consciousness enough, outer signal. Jay Williams, you can cure yourself by oscillating your consciousness through a lens. Okay, so, good luck figuring that out. Now, anyway, so can we, we're here to help you out of the... Thank you, Pet Gone Bad. You've gone bad. You know that, right? Okay. Yeah, you can oscillate... Elevator lady goes, oscillate that ass. Elevator lady. Bonk. You get a bonk. How dare you? I would never sexualize any member of the community or be mean to any of you. All right? So confident, stoop people are... that's true, Luke. Okay. All right. Can you send me something, Drusilla, about this? Can you send me something, Drusilla, about spirit science? What is this shit? I don't get it. Okay, let's watch this.
Today we're going to discuss one of the most critical and important topics that we will ever discuss in spirit science. Among all of the things we have discussed, this is one that needs to be taken
This
seriously.
looks kind of cute. Wait, are these these also cultists?
And is the most important part of the evolution of consciousness that we are experiencing today. Today we shall discuss the power of the heart.
No one this time. You said telepathy via our pineal gland. What? Gland is easier to comprehend when you've experienced it. Your inner forehead feels like it's vibrating. It feels good. That's not telepathy. What do you mean? I'm very confused. That's something else. What do you mean? What do you mean telepathy? Is there another word for telepathy I'm not aware of? Telepathy isn't real. You know what? It's fine. It's fine. Let's just okay, you see here. What is this? No one this time? Do I like my Oh, that's cute. No one this time. That's cute. I like your little squirrel thing. Okay. Anyway. I Look, I swear to God. No, it's not, Raccoon Boy. What the fuck? I'm very confused. You know what? I hate all of you. You're all gonna turn on me now. What? Fuck it. We're gonna watch this. Fuck all of you. I don't. Oh, whoa. That was kind of. Why'd they blow that up in my face like that? Wouldn't be the first time. Anyway. Okay. Just please be open-minded. Jonas, I swear to God.
Let's just dive right into this. What
is it? What do you mean, Raccoon Boyo? It is in a technical sense? Okay. Now I'm confused, guys. What do you mean? I don't believe any of you. Telepathy. Is there a form of telepathy that is actually real? As in, like, some word that I don't know it's about? Okay, because it's not. Telepathy is the purported transmission of information from one mind to another without using known sensory channels or physical interaction. Okay? Yep, there's nothing like it. There's okay. Like this isn't actually a thing. What do you mean? That's not telepathy, Raccoon Boy. Whatever, it's fine. Okay, whatever, it's fine. Let's go on.
Have to do with anything? Well, it's pretty much everything. When you're first incarnating at a microscopic level, the physical body starts out as a cell, or as we call it in the geometry world, a sphere.
Yes.
Then, you begin to multiply inwards to understand how your own spherical geometry works. Once your sphereness understands itself inwards,
Swear to
it
God,
can
outer
begin
signal.
to expand outwards.
Swear to God, outer
You soon
signal.
become a four-celled organism in the form of a tetrahedron.
I'm
Soon
sorry, what
after
the
that,
fuck are we
you
watching? Sir Burt, I don't even know. What is this, spirit science? Why do they even call it science? It's garbage. What is this?
Become a star tetrahedron, which is the egg of life form we discussed in lesson 6. From this diagram, it probably looks more like a cube, but if you rotate it, you begin to see the star tetrahedron form. This form is 8 cells, which from a metaphysical perspective is the basis of the 8 base chakras in the octave of your body. After that, you become a mess of cells for a while, but eventually you become a toroidal field. The space at the very core of that field is where your first actual organ appears, which is the heart. Okay, so the heart is the first organ that appears as you're manifesting into physical reality. What else?
I'm sorry.
The brain and the heart are both
Wait a
electromagnetic
minute.
field generators.
Is this like
but the heart
so? Is this like a cult? I'm guessing. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? You know what? All of you, go fuck yourselves. Okay, you're lying, Drusilla. You're lying, Jonas. You're lying, Lacroix. You're lying, Invalid Axiom. You're lying, Jay Williams. You're all fucking liars. Okay, you're all goddamn liars. Okay. Why are we starting on episode 15? What the fuck is episode 1? Okay, is there an episode 1? Is there an episode 1? I don't see any fucking episode 1s. Like, I don't know what the oldest. Let's find the oldest one. Spirit Science. Okay, fine. We can find Spirit Science 1. We can just start from 1. Patches Parables. What is this? What is this? Why am I doing this? What is wrong with me? Patches Parables? Ugh. You guys are insane. Episode 1 to open your mind. What are you talking? You know what? No. Oh, here we go. Let's just watch the first one.
The religion of the future
Okay,
will be a
'cause
cosmic
I want to
religion.
understand,
It
like,
should
generally
transcend
what the
personal
fuck these
God and
lunatics
avoid
believe.
dogma and theology. Can you feel it? A sort of anticipation growing stronger and stronger? Another way of putting it is time is speeding up. I've heard that discussion for a while now. I know most people have felt it at some point, maybe while watching the news or perhaps something in their own lives.
Huh?
Something big is about to happen. You can see signs of it all over the world. Revolutions rapidly spreading across the Middle East, protests occurring in America and Europe. Earthquakes are devastating the world, like in Japan, Myanmar, and Greece.
I love connecting those things as if the earthquakes have anything to do with the unrest. Like, the earthquakes happen whether people are here or not. They have nothing that they're not linked to climate change. They just kind of happen. So that's funny that you can already tell it's going to be batshit crazy that they think all these things are happening together.
The global economy is failing so hard that it looks like we're looking forward into a global recession, the likes of which makes the 30s look like a cakewalk. Not to mention that if global warming doesn't put our planet into an ice age, we're going to kill ourselves from overpopulation for sure. And using the rate of doubling, we definitely don't have the resources to survive the way we are for
That's
maybe
not how
a
that
little over
works.
10 years.
That is not how that works.
Yet, despite all of these things, we're about to learn something amazing. It's something that will transform the Earth into something completely different, something incredible and beautiful. Many people across the globe have learned about this, and they've applied it to themselves and witnessed marvelous changes.
What do you mean, Raccoon Boyo? You're speaking nonsense, Raccoon Boyo.
Others have dedicated their lives to talking about it, to teaching it.
Elevator lady, shut up. What are you talking about? I swear to God, elevator lady, you too. Shut up, LaCroix. What do you mean, Malthus? Oh, I'm sorry. You're actually commenting on them. You're right. I'm sorry. Yes, that they were doing some Malthus bullshit. Philly cheese, I swear to God.
I'm someone who's still exploring it, and I want more people to talk about it with. Mind, body, spirit. This is the sacred trinity that allows us life on Earth.
Spirits don't
one
exist.
Of these three,
To be clear, guys, spirits do not exist. Listen. You can believe what you want, but there's no such fucking thing as a spirit, okay? And mind, really, there's only one thing, and it's body, which I guess your body kind of creates a consciousness. But like, there's sort of a fake dichotomy between mind and body because they're both body. You know what? It's fine. We don't need to get into this, but there's no fucking such thing as a spirit. Whatever, it's fine. What about that hot little fighting spirit you have, CR? I mean, that is a spirit I have.
could not function properly. Yet, in today's
Then what is in my quartz crystals? You say refocus 7457. Nothing.
world, we only really truly understand two of the three. We have scientifically mapped the mind and the body. We understand.
No, we haven't. We literally have not scientifically mapped the mind. There's still tons of research to be done there. We have a general sense of certain regions, but we still have a lot of research to do on the mind, okay?
Next to every aspect about each of them. Yet, what do we really know about the spirit, the soul? What is it? Where does it come from? For centuries, religions have been the primary source for answers pertaining to the soul, but they're not concrete. Many different religions have a different answer and ideas about how things work on this level.
Body swap.
Recently, however, a discovery was made, which led to new discoveries and further discoveries. These incredible insights went largely unnoticed by the global community.
Sir Bart, this thinking may seem fun and silly, but it can be dangerous. Yes, Sir Bart. What do you mean? What do you mean? Are you critiquing me watching it? Well, I'm clearly making fun of it, right? Like we also watch fascists all the time, which can be dangerous. But you know, yeah, these people are This is dangerous thinking. This is like a bunch of cult type shit. Okay.
And while governments and secret services of the world acknowledge them, it wasn't something that really got to the masses. Today, this information...
Outer Signal, I swear to God. Outer Signal says, I love how much I learn about spirituality, cryptids, hidden science, and true religions in CR streams. Outer Signal. I'm disappointed in you, Outer Signal.
...is still slowly coming out, and I'm going to share it with you.
Oh no, what is it? What? Oh, I see what you're saying, Sir Bart. Forgive me. Yeah, you're right. And then they end up committing suicide or some shit, yeah. Honestly, more power to him, Sir Bart. Well, not really.
In the world of science, what do we really know about thoughts? We know we can measure them. By hooking up scanners, you can measure the frequency that are emitted when you think them. They're measurable, yet there isn't anywhere specific in the brain that holds them. Is it possible that you create your thoughts outside your mind? Maybe not.
Oh, they're doing this bullshit. Guys, just because we don't... Listen. There's this whole bullshit idea out there, okay, that like, well, there might be spirituality or a God because of the hard problem of consciousness, as in we're not 100% sure how electrical signals in the brain translate into consciousness. Just because we don't know fully, because we're still mapping out the brain and shit, doesn't mean that we don't know. We know that we know that your electrical signals in your brain create a consciousness, okay? As a matter of fact, the computers are the same fucking way. It's a bunch of little bits, like little switches that you turn on and off. A bunch of switches that turn on and off, and the whole of those switches turning on and off creates an image on your screen, okay? So can we say then, well, I don't know, how did those switches create what's on the screen? Well, it's a very complicated process of switches turning on and off. So it might seem kind of magical, but it's not. Just like in your brain, it's a bunch of neurons that fire off okay, in a particular way, all right? So it's not like that. It's not that special. It's not that special. I mean, the brain is cool, but it's not that terrifying, right? It's not that like scary, or not that unknown. We get it. We get it, right? So, Jonas, I swear to God. Okay, it's fine. And guys, I know some of you do believe, by the way, in spirits and like shit like that. Go ahead. I don't want to take away anyone's joy. I'm just saying, we know how the fucking brain works. Elevator lady! Elevator lady? You have been today, elevator lady? I swear to God. I swear to God. Anyway.
But is it possible that you create your thoughts into the external world from your mind?
No! What are you, a fucking fascist?
This is what we're going to talk about today. Have you ever had a moment where you knew exactly what someone else was going to say about 2 or 3 seconds before they even started talking? Do you have a shared connection between a loved one or a pet where you can always tell exactly how the other is feeling?
Matt Saigai, I know, and I didn't say any names, Matt Saigai.
Or what they're thinking of, even if they're not really around? Have you ever met someone that you really got bad vibes from and your intuition turned out right? We've all had experiences like these at least a few times, some many more than others. There are even a few people who can kind of tap into this experience quite easily. I believe one of the terms for it is psychic. Let's say for the sake of discussion that when you think of something, anything, it appears right in front of you. No, not physically, but let's say it appears in a different realm that's in and around all of us. We'll just assume for now that it's not something that we're consciously aware of, and it's something that we're going to discuss later on. For now, let's just call it the thought realm. When you're doing something...
What's scary, Sir Bart?
You start by thinking about it. Whether you're building a pool in your backyard or making a sandwich, you have to have thought of it first. Even the subconscious thoughts for things like walking and breathing. This shouldn't be anything new to us.
So guys, have you ever had have you guys ever experienced like your eye twitching? Like your eyelid will start twitching, or out of like randomly one of your muscles will start twitching. And it's like, what the fuck is going on? Has anyone ever experienced that? Or like your lip will start twitching? You know what I mean? Yeah, it happens. You know why? It's because electrical signals kind of shoot off randomly from your brain to your limbs or whatever, and it can cause things to twitch. Your brain is made up of those same kind of nervous cells. So when you feel something like, I don't know, deja vu, might it be that there's just some random neurons firing off on your brain that is giving you a feeling of familiarity, right? It's not like, it doesn't mean that you actually have been there or have experienced before. The neurons that give you the feeling of familiarity are shooting off in your brain, which makes you feel that way without any good reason. It's kind of like a twitch. Like there's no reason for my eye to twitch, but it's twitching because it's being triggered. You see what I mean? All right. Like it's not that difficult to understand. Like, all right, I don't know what to tell you there. Okay. Now we could say, oh, that's a memory of some fucking past life, or I've been here before. But that seems like a bit more complex of a solution than what we know to be true. Okay. All right. Philly cheese redeemed a hydrate. Okay. Fuck you, Philly cheese. Thank you. Deja vu is absolutely evidence of consciousness existing outside of our physical brains. That makes no fucking sense. That makes no... Whatever. It's fine.
We think of things before we do them, even if it's a split second before them. This is just how we function. And
Sir Bart, what's for dinner tonight, CR? Shrimp and scallops pasta.
Physical actions match the thoughts that we've created. You might say that you move through your thoughts, turning non-physical ideas into physical action.
What do you mean, Foxman? Seriously? You said spirit science actually has a mental health condition in real IRC. It's kind of... Really? What do you mean? What is that? Tell me about that. I don't know that, Fox Emblem. There you go, Raccoon Boy. Okay. Body swap. Don't you start with me, body swap. I'll read what you have to say. It better not trigger me, bottle swap, or I'm going to come after you, or I'm going to hunt every duck in the neighborhood. Do you understand me, body swap? Okay, I'll read it now, body swap. Body swap. But wait, Mr. Revolt, I have a question. Didn't you talk to Chowie Cook's spirit once? Yes, body swap, but that's different. That's different. Because I do believe in demons. And Charlie Kirk is a demon. Okay, you understand me? It's a fucking demon. Okay, I'm just kidding. No, I didn't talk. It was a joke, Body Swap. I don't know if you know that, but it was a joke. Okay, and I love you, Body Swap. I'm just happy you're here. I targeted you because I'm happy you're here and I miss you. Okay. All right.
When an inventor gets an idea, this idea can quickly spread throughout all of his colleagues and friends. Ideas and thoughts are spreadable. Multiple people can hold on to the same idea at once, allowing them to grow and develop further. In this scenario, don't think of thoughts as separate, but as a whole that everyone is latching onto. Of course, because we can't physically...
But it's not. But it's not. It's a thought is not collectively held by a bunch of people at once. I'm very... What?
See this realm of thoughts, we can't tell exactly what the original idea was. Only the interpretation that they describe using functions like speech and body language, as well as our own intuition, which is how thoughts connect to each other.
No.
Because of this, we add a bit of our own creation to the mix, our own spice, while still working towards the same common goal. A social gathering is another good example of this at work, too.
What?
People gathering together because they share the same ideas, thoughts, and emotions as the rest of the people there. An example could be a college course on architecture.
What?
People interested in architecture would attend the course.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm calm. I overreacted. What do they mean that... So they're not... Okay. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Brains are not the same. Brains are not the same across people, right? Like, just because you're having the same thoughts doesn't mean it's the same neurons firing off and shit in your fucking brains. Like, literally, guys, my perception of the color yellow might be different from your perception of the color yellow, but it doesn't matter because to both of us, we call that color yellow, right? Language is what creates familiarity across thoughts, not the thoughts themselves. Do you see what I mean? Okay. It's like, I'm whatever.
Because they share the same interests mentally. This shouldn't be anything...
Yeah, Matt Saiga, but that's my point. Like, it doesn't...
mind-blowing. It's our day-to-day...
No, that's exactly my point, Jonas. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if my yellow is your purple, because you call purple yellow and I call the yellow yellow, and it's yellow, right? Like, you see what I mean? All right.
Lives, just from a different perspective. Even if you're using something that someone else made, you're still creating this experience for yourself. You manifested that iPad or how...
Okay, literally, guys, there would be no need for language if everyone just thought the same, because then you wouldn't even have to speak. You'd enter a room and you'd all know immediately, well, everyone else is thinking what I am. So, like, the language is what clarifies the difference in thoughts between people. Like, what the fuck? Okay, anyway, you know what? All right, guys, so this is what we're going to do. Okay. No, but seriously, Sir Bart, like, this is very kind of fascist thinking. And I know I sound like I'm always connecting everything to fascism, but the idea here is that you create reality. It doesn't matter what the reality is. Okay. It doesn't matter what the reality is. Raccoon Boy, and also in rare cases, random skin twitches in areas you can't consciously move independently. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, Raccoon Boyo. I think you need more about your epistemology on consciousness, CR. You're sounding kind of woo. What the fuck do you mean, invalid axiom? I'm saying that, like, the mind, maybe I'm using the wrong word. Maybe it's not consciousness. I guess I mean a mind. We don't, like, a mind. It doesn't matter. I'm just saying that we know that consciousness comes from neurons firing off, right? Or your mind comes from neurons firing off. Okay. Yep, I did, Jonas. You said but didn't you say that we sometimes make decisions before we thought it? Yeah. What's your point there, Jonas, though? Okay. So anyway. All right. So anyway, guys, you know what? I'm going to go eat. I just realized I've been going. That's our spirit. Jonas, I swear to God. Okay, anyway. So that's okay, Jonas. Okay. Let me quickly, guys, put my I'm gonna put my face up. What? No one. No, that's not no one. What? 1 second. Hello, Gust X broadcast. Hello, Gus. So glad you're here, Gus. So glad you're here. Welcome. So you say no one. You say No, be quick. Look, I swear to God. Okay, guys, 1 second. I will come back. I'm going to go get food, and then I'll bring it back down because I want to keep chatting. Do you all understand me? So I'm going to go get food, and then I'll bring it right back, okay? So you're going to have to see me eat on stream. But I would like to keep going, all right? So give me 1 second. Please hold up. I'm going to go get food, and I'll be right back. You understand me? You understand me? No one this time says we are unique. I've been doing good, Gus. Gust. By the way, everyone check out Gus Broadcast. Has a great channel over there on Twitch. Gus Broadcast, what up, man? I can finally catch a stream. Been so busy. That's okay, Gus. Trust me, I've been busy too. I get you. Okay. But I'm doing well. But I'll be right back, guys. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go get food. Please stay around. Please stay around, and then I'll come and I'll yell at you more. It'll be fun. Okay. Give me 1 second.
Show me how to feel alive. Hold me close and let it ride. Show me how to feel alive. Pull me in and hold me tight. Show me how to feel alive. I need you to move your body and feel the rhythm of the flow. Let the party lit from the night till the morning. Show me how to feel alive. Hold me close and let it ride. Show me how to feel alive. Pull me in and hold me tight. Show me how to feel alive. I need you to move your body and feel the rhythm of the flow. Let the party lit from the night till the morning. I'm back, folks. Okay. Ugh. Oh, good God. I have to sit down in this broken chair. Oh, my goodness. It's weird. Oh, my God, my knee. Anyway, I just spat all over everything. All right, you guys. All right.
Oh my God, why am I dressed like a youth pastor? How dare you, Raccoon Boy? I am dressed so sexy. It's unbelievably sexy. Look at this shit. Whatever. Okay, what the fuck were we talking about? All right. No one this time says we are unique, always. We create differently. Our collective, flawed cultural manifestations and pains and generational trauma connects our collective thoughts. No, it means we have similar thoughts individually, but it doesn't mean that they're connected. It doesn't mean that they're like connected. It's like my brain is connected to the next guy's brain. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, thank you, body swap, you degenerate, you naughty, naughty degenerate. Okay, anyway. So, guys, I'm back. Hello. Oh, my goodness. Jesus. Where did I fucking put this fucking chair? I need to fix the chair now. Jesus, goddamn disaster stream. Goddamn disaster stream. All right. There's the other wheel. The wheels fell off my chair. As it does, as what happens normally. There we go. Okay. Oh, we're back. Things are better. Things are great now. Nothing's wrong. Okay. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's much better. Ow. Oh my God, my leg. Ah! It broke again. It's fine. It's permanently broken. Give me a second. I need to move this desk around now. Ah, sweet Jesus. And I move the desk back because apparently I didn't give myself enough space. So that's going to keep causing this goddamn fucking thing to break all the goddamn time, and now I got to fix it. How's everyone doing out there? Making fun of me, you mother... There we go. All right. There we go. Things are so much better now. Things are so much better now and easier. Okay, guys, so what are we talking about? I need a new chair. It just broke again. That's fine. I just need a new chair. Okay. So, how's everyone doing? I have some food here. This is buttered bread. This is buttered bread, right? Which is fun. We also got a bunch of shrimp pasta, okay? There you go. I'm eating shrimp pasta, like garlicky shrimp pasta with red pepper because I need some spice, and buttered bread. That is your fault, okay? Thank you. So, guys, shall we continue? What would you like me to rant about you for a bit here? Elevator lady, it is smart balance. So it is butter that is not bad for you, okay? Okay, I'm not going to do a fucking mukbang. You know how much that'll trigger elevator lady? Okay. Invalid axiom says, please explain why God is real. So invalid axiom, God isn't real. Any other questions? All right. Right. Right, Mad Sega, I'm sure you are. Okay. Shall we go on? I think we need to keep watching the shit we were watching before I got off. All right. What were we watching? Should we finish this thing about the spirit science? Do you guys want to do that? About that nonsense? I don't even know where it went. I don't even know where it went. We already saw that one. Please explain why Ted Cruz is going to win the next election. Because we live in a fucking clown show, Jonas. It's America, for God's sake. I tried telling you he's bad. Who's bad? Who's bad? Okay, explain why spirituality is wrong. I swear to God. Read the egg on stream. What egg? Okay. By the way, Gus, I'm sorry you came in at a bad moment. I promise, normally I'm better at streaming. Guys, you're embarrassing me in front of another streamer. Okay, you're embarrassing me in front of another streamer. We want more Life is Strange. Elevator lady, this is not... What is wrong with you people? Why do you want fucking Life is Strange? What a fucking weird request. You want me to, like, find another girl to accidentally kill in Life is Strange? Jesus. By the way, Jonas, that's impossible. Jonas says justice for Kate. Jonas, that's impossible. She's already gotten justice. She deserved to die. Okay? I hate you all so fucking much. Okay. Anyway, so guys, you know what? Ooh. This looks fun. This looks fun. Let's watch this. It looks like Stephen Miller did a press conference. Let's see what good old Steve Miller has to say. I know we're all big fans. We all love Stephen Miller, don't we? Look at that man. Such a sexy man, right? Never did anything wrong, I'm sure. I know. It's okay, Jonas. It's okay. Look, it's everyone's favorite fascist, okay? Look, it's Goebbels Jr. You know, I thought that while I'm eating, might as well watch some Stephen Miller. So this is from 7 minutes ago. It says, Stephen Miller says America's doors are fully closed to asylum seekers after this. Great. Yay for fascism. Yay. Okay, everyone ready? Let's watch.
It's on your mind. Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Miller, good to see you. Big wins today for the Trump administration on immigration.
Yes, huge.
You just said that this country doesn't have a future if the Supreme Court doesn't rule in your favor on the birthright citizenship case. If they don't, what actions is the administration going to take?
Well, just to clear, what I said is that this country doesn't have a future if we don't end birthright citizenship. Obviously, the right and correct way to end birthright citizenship is for the Supreme Court to rule what the 14th Amendment clearly and correctly means. But one way or another, this nation has to end birthright citizenship. You had another question?
Why? Why does this nation need to end birthright citizenship? Was there an answer there I missed? I don't think he even answered the question, did he? Honestly, we know what the real answer is, don't we, folks? We know what the real answer is. We have to end birthright citizenship because, dark-skinned people are scary, right? That's what it is, right? It's that they are like, he hates brown people. He hates anyone who isn't white, and he's a fucking fascist piece of shit. That's the reason, right? Don't you dare clip that, LaQual. Don't you dare clip that. Okay, that's like the real reason is that he's a big baby. Very big baby. Do you guys remember that picture when they attempted to assassinate Trump? Or some guy attempted to assassinate Trump at that dinner at that hotel? And Stephen Miller, there's a picture of him literally like holding his wife in front of himself to like protect himself from bullets. Real brave guy there. I'm not that surprised that he would freak out thinking that brown people are out to get him or something. Okay, kind of like, you know, anyway. Well, Oh, yeah, and she was pregnant at the time. Stephen Miller, very brave man. Very brave man. All right. What else does he have to say? What else does good old Stephen Miller say? What else does good old Stephen Miller say? Uh-oh. What else does good old Stephen Miller say? Uh-oh. What else does good old Stephen Miller say? Uh-oh. What else does Stephen Miller say? Give me a second here. What else does Stephen Miller say? Okay, let's keep watching him.
So what actions does the administration plan on taking next, as well in the asylum case? There are millions of asylum seekers right now who are still waiting for their cases to be heard by federal judges. What is the administration doing to try to move some of those along the process?
Well, I think the most important point is that this administration, on the asylum point, is we've implemented international agreements all over the world to take in our asylum seekers. So America's doors are closed fully to asylum seekers. We've set up agreements where if you want asylum, then we will find a country elsewhere in the world to take you. It's very simple, a very elegant, a very complete solution. Now, of course, as you know, you've heard me talk about it here many times before, all asylum...
Now, would someone please explain to me the word choice he just used that is very concerning to me? Would someone please tell me what about what he just said is deeply concerning? I mean, all of it's concerning. But do we notice the specific word choice he used there? You saw it, Drusilla. Complete solution. Complete solution. What does that sound like? Literally sounds like Final Solution. This is the kind of language he uses. He is always doing Nazi talking points. This is why he's one of the scummiest pieces of shit on the planet, okay? Literally a Nazi. He's just like barely doing a dog whistle. He might as well just start, you know, goose stepping around. You know? Dear God.
Asylum claims across the southwest border are always fake. They always involve somebody who is coming from a country where they're not being persecuted based on race, religion, ethnicity, so on and so forth. Overwhelmingly, right, they're coming from other countries in the Western Hemisphere where there's no persecution based on religion, no persecution based on race, etc. In many cases, of course, they also come through dozens of other countries on their way here, where if they wanted asylum, they should have sought it first. In every case, they're either criminals, benefit seekers, economic migrants, welfare seekers, etc., etc. They're coming to join family members and so forth.
1 second here. Okay.
But the good news for them is that you have other countries willing.
Wait, what do you mean no one this what do you mean tater tuttle? I think he's already been compromised by them. He's a plant for who? No one this time. Who is he a plant for?
Take them. Yes, you had a question?
I mean, he's lying. I mean, obviously, guys, he's a liar.
Well, so first of all, on humanitarian issues, the most humanitarian thing that we could do is, which is what we are doing and have done, is to end illegal immigration. That is the most humanitarian thing. Every single illegal immigrant who comes to the United States is brought here by a cartel, by a foreign terrorist organization.
Really?
Those individuals are often
Every
raped,
single
often
one?
beaten,
Okay.
they're often robbed. They come here, it's a form of indentured servitude. They have to pay off their debts to the cartel after they arrive. And beyond all of that, the profits that they...
This is fucking insane. This is fucking insane. I swear to God. I swear to God. Oh my God, he's a lunatic. All right. Olio Bustios. This guy is totally a cop. What do you mean by Olio Bustios? I'm not a fan of cops. What do you mean? I mean, I hate him, but how are you doing? Welcome, Olo Bust. Olo Bust.
Earn from that human smuggling goes into kidnapping, torture, sex trafficking, drug trafficking, fentanyl. So it's a very important point. The individuals, by the way, so let's say you're an illegal immigrant from Mexico.
Right, in your group.
You know full well who is smuggling you. When you pay them $6,000, you understand those $6,000 are going to one of the evilest organizations.
Oh, that's cool,
on planet Earth. You know that when you
I got you.
And it's a sinful thing, but we're doing the best we can and have done an extraordinary job under President Trump's leadership. There has been 13, I believe is the correct number, consecutive months with, maybe it's actually 14 now, but 13 or 14 consecutive months with not a single person released across the southern border, which has never been achieved before.
Mr. Miller,
It's back there in the blue
I
jacket.
guess so, Olo. I'm going to call you Olo.
Citizens in Minnesota something of a turning point in this country's immigration policies? Did the tactics change from that moment? Because the president suggested that they had.
Well, I think what you've seen under the leadership of Secretary Mullen is a tremendous focus on achieving results through incredibly efficient mechanisms. So, for example, one of the things that you've seen in the recent days that has been really extraordinary is President Trump signed an executive order to debank illegal aliens, which is an incredibly effective action to get illegal aliens out of the country. You've also seen continuing budgetary reforms at ICE to make sure that resources are being allocated as efficiently as possible towards actual enforcement and removal operations, right? Stretching every dollar.
Yeah,
further.
Jonas.
And you've seen with this new ICE legislation that's been passed, and as Tom Homan has said, he's been here many times, recently, I think in the last couple of days, that the new funding that's been passed through Congress via reconciliation will allow deportation numbers to continue to climb, as well as all the legal reforms that are being put into place. And the recent Supreme Court ruling, of course, means that now millions of illegal immigrants from Haiti, who were previously beyond the reach of the law, are now within the reach of the law. Yes,
Sure.
question.
When it comes
Honestly, I don't think we need to finish this, okay? It's just a waste of my time. Honestly, he's just recounting. He's lying. None of this is verifiable. It's just him like jacking himself off in public, and I'd rather not watch him jack himself off in public. Yes, he is, Raccoon Boy. What do you mean he isn't a white guy? He is a white guy. What do you mean he isn't a white guy? He's absolutely a white guy. Okay. Okay. Yeah, he is. Okay. Sorry, I'm gonna. Okay. Love that. Thank you, Stevie Miller. He's like third generation what? What do you mean he's like third generation? He's still white. Yeah. Okay. So that, he's a monster. By the way, woo. That is spicy. I love spice, guys. I love spice, so I put a lot of red pepper in that, like a lot. Whew. Okay. All right. So, real fast here. So that's gross. I hate him. He's annoying. Okay, I really can't. By the way, the best way to if you want to slow down the pace of immigration to this country, I literally don't care. But if you want to slow it down, the best way to do that is to build up the countries that people are coming from and maybe stop bombing them and overthrowing their governments and economically exploiting them and using imperial force in those countries. Okay, that would do it. Give people a reason to want to stay in their countries and maybe they won't come to yours. Or, you could just keep bombing them, overthrowing them, depriving them economically. Shocked when people want to leave them and go elsewhere. Okay. Anyway, by the way, I would love to have them here. I really would. I don't really give a shit. But if you really did care, then why don't we just help build up the countries that people are coming from and stop destroying them? Okay. That'd be nice. All right. So let's watch this. This was sent to us by Philly Cheese. I am gonna vomit. Are these the snake people? Are these the fucking snake people? Okay, yeah, right. LaCroix, no immigration, only shock doctrine, right? Right in your groove? So that's for sure in your groove. Yeah, who else are they gonna use racial slurs against in private to each other, or maybe even out loud? If there weren't, if boomers didn't get to say it to the migrants who are working for them in homes, right? Because anyway, all right. Okay. Now, I don't know why Philly Cheese is trying to torture me, but Philly Cheese is trying to torture me. Let's see what they have to say. Why won't it start? Why the fuck won't it start? Why'd you make it hard for it to start, Philly Cheese?
I can tell you that I was diagnosed with hepatitis C. There was no question about it. This old boy had it about a week before I had to go in.
Okay, so listen, folks. Okay, listen. I have a few comments here. First of all, I hope to God our tax dollars aren't going to the hospitals, aren't paying for them when they get bitten, right? When they get bitten by those fucking things. Okay, I do hope that we're not having to pay for that shit, right? Like this is my most conservative take. I do not want to finance, these people after they get bitten by a snake. I got to be honest with you, right? I mean, we have to because otherwise they'll die. But I would very much like to not have to worry about my tax dollars going to support them after they get bitten. And that's the only time I'll ever say I don't really want my tax dollars to support someone else. Okay. All right. Just saying. Just a note.
And start getting my treatment. The spirit fell down in this little place. Woo! When I went back, the doctor said you don't need no treatment, boy, because I can't find it in this.
I'm just kidding. I wouldn't really. I don't want to do that. I'm just joking about how crazy. You know what, guys? For the sake of for the sake of not getting a copyright strike, folks that are over on YouTube, I am going to go over to Twitch now. Okay, I am just going to transfer over to Twitch so that I don't get a copyright strike for this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put now in the chat a link to the Twitch channel because there's not many people over on YouTube right now. Why the fuck won't my... Oh, there we go. Okay, so I'm going to put a link to the Twitch channel. Please come over if you'd like to keep watching. And then I'm going to get off of, and then I will get off of, I will then leave, paste. There you go. So there you go. Please come over to the Twitch channel. I'm going to get off of YouTube, all right? All right. So please come over. I'll give you a couple minutes for you to come over, folks that are over on YouTube. Now, I know yes, guys, we're entering After Dark territory. Does that mean it's going to be an After Dark? I don't know about that. Let's not go crazy, okay? Let's not go crazy. I'm not like, we might just watch 1 or 2 more videos, unless there's like a lot of money that starts coming in. I probably won't do After Dark, but still, because I'm a greedy son of a bitch. But we will see how it goes. Right now, I'm feeling motivated, okay? So we'll see how it goes. But I guess technically, okay. All right, everyone ready? Anyone else want to come over here? Anyone else want to come over here? I am kind of a greedy capitalist pig. What can I say? Daddy has to survive, folks. Daddy has to survive, okay? All right. We good? Luke resubbed when we were peeing. Doesn't count. Everyone ready? So, I'm just kidding. Okay, everyone good? All right. Twitch is the devil. You're the devil, Mayflower Kid. All right. Bye-bye, folks over on YouTube. Thank you for stopping by. Would lovely like to have you over on Twitch if you would want to come over there. All right, but anymore, we're going bye-bye. Bye-bye, YouTubers. Please come over to Twitch.